Oh, yeah. My bad, y'all. Yeah, I had to restart. My fault.
Hello, my name is Klaus, the Situation Schwab. This Christmas, cuddle up with your loved ones while you enjoy a delicious holiday feast of new ferns and crunchy crickets, and pop in a very special collection of songs. The World Enslavement Forum presents Waxmas It's 23. I'm dreaming of a great reset, like communism, just in smart. With gene selection and eye detection and tone surveillance everywhere. Last COVID, I gave you my chat, but for every new stash, you had to refresh. This year, a new pandemic is here. Get ready for forced injections. On the 5th day of lockdown, my government gave me 5 stinky masks, 4 COVID tests, 3 boosters, 2 sudden deaths, and attempted genocide. Police at your door. Police at your door. Police at your door. Growing your own food is not allowed anymore. You better not ask or lift an eyebrow why people are dying suddenly now. Cancer Claus is coming to town. I don't want a lot for Christmas, just control humanity. Maybe release new hybrid species, like a monkey manatee.
Please kill me.
I just want to rule the world, every tree and every bird. That is my goal. All I want for Christmas is your soul. Wait, what is this?
We don't want a lot for Christmas.
Just leave us the fuck alone.
Go hang out with your lizard buddies
And have some fresh adrenal cream.
I see you enemy, and I swear total resistance to you with everything I've got.
Go yourself. Is that fair? Hey, Bob.
This is a larger psyop on your human psyche.
Fuck the vaccine coming straight from the Pfizer lab. A healthy body don't surrender to the jab.
Their business is done by murdering millions of people.
Oh, easy there, buddy.
I want everybody to stop dying.
All we want for Christmas is a low human resistance.
So I'm using my song for this shit.
All we want for Christmas
Is to be free.
Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas. Ladies and gentlemen, you will eat the bugs, you see. Yes, yes. All right, let's get right into it. Christmas Unveiled, PiedPiper, Templars Secret, Saturn's Workshop, Giants Stealing Children, and more after and during. Shout out to Mind Unveiled. This should be quite an enjoyable holiday stream. Fun for the whole family, folks. Fun for the whole family, I'm sure.
Merry Christmas. Hope you all are having a wonderful time with your families, making memories. Today, we wanted to discuss the secret dark origins of Christmas. And look, our intention isn't to ruin Christmas, like enjoy your Christmas, but at the same time, we shouldn't just blindly celebrate holy days or holidays without knowing where they came from. Like, did you know that it was once illegal in the US to celebrate Christmas? Well, this is obviously a touchy subject for many families, and although it could be a dark history, I don't think this means we have to throw away Christmas or become the Grinch, even though he's kind of the good guy in this situation. But still, that's how they get us. They mix true values of the family and being generous so that you're labeled a Scrooge if you don't want to celebrate Christmas. However, that doesn't mean there aren't some strange hidden histories within this holiday, and it's worth to check them out, possibly even asking the question, why do we celebrate this holiday? Most of us raised on this corporate advertised version of Christmas, shiny Coca-Cola Santa, but where did this come from, and how did this become a Christian holiday? Well, no matter what, we all grew up on Christmas, made many memories, and at least for me, they've all been positive. Forgetting the strange material desire fed to kids for wanting a big present at the end of each year because it was advertised to them on the TV. That's the hard part, because there are some strange dark associations in this Christmas story with children that I feel shouldn't even be a part of this special day. Yet, when we look back at history, it's quite shocking to realize what Christmas is truly based on. So with that, let's get started. You could say that the two biggest days of the year are your birthday and Christmas. This is what children dream about all year. Or at least, this is how we were programmed to think. This materialistic outlook where truly most kids only care about Christmas or their birthday because of the presents. How can you blame them? As most of us were programmed by the television to want a certain product, and we would put it on our Christmas wish list, waiting all year to get that special toy, video game, whatever it was. You couldn't fall asleep at night knowing that Santa was going to bring you what you most desired. So what is a gift? And why presents? Why do parents lie about this story? I'm not even kidding, my parents literally lied. My dad told me this story where he woke up in the middle of the night and actually saw Santa, and I would sit there as a little kid in amazement visualizing this story. And I also caught them wrapping up presents one night, but they told me, go to bed. Yet I never suspected anything. I truly trusted them until I was like 10, maybe older, that Santa Claus truly existed. I'm sure there's other children that get taught earlier, but not everyone figures it out because they want to believe in Santa, which is really strange. Because the excuse that we tell children for doing this is so that they have something to believe in or to not ruin a child's magical imagination. But that's complete BS, because anytime a child starts to go off from the mainstream, most modern parents just get them to do what every other child is doing. Hence, Christmas is something that is programmed into us, not something that we just make up for our children. Our parents and their parents were programmed with the same exact story. And it's just like the Cabbage Patch Kids. This video isn't directly connected to that series, more like a holiday special, but it does have its connections, as one of the earliest movies is Santa Claus from 1898. This first Santa Claus movie involves two orphans, it would seem, being put to sleep by a maid or midwife as they go to bed on the night of Christmas. Then strangely, an old man in a costume sneaks into the house through the chimney in the middle of the night and puts toys in the kid's stocking. He's also carrying a chimney sweep, which was used for spanking children.
Hold up, 1898 for real?
Now I just find this first film so creepy and no context at all, like it's almost as if they were showing this to the orphans or something, as if it was never for the movie theaters, just something to use as a mind programming device during resets. There's also The Night Before Christmas, 1905, with a similar theme. It's the start of this Christmas story preparing it for children. We see Santa in his factory, and also a group of orphans. It is very strange that you'll find this orphan symbol heavily associated with the story of Christmas. The kids would hang up their stockings and go to bed in order to prepare for St. Nicholas. Let's not forget the whole who's been naughty and nice. So Santa Claus has a list of every child in the world and knows whether they have been, quote, good or bad? How would any man have this knowledge? He's also from the North Pole, rides a sleigh or chariot that can fly, and uses magical reindeer to accomplish this. Then in one night, he lands on every home and climbs down the chimney? So wait, hold up. This guy is sneaking into everyone's home and we reward him for this and feed him milk and cookies? Is that a reference for something else? Well, depending if you're good or bad, you get a present or coal. Why coal though? I mean, he climbs down the chimney, but is there a reason specifically that he gives naughty children coal? So who is this Santa guy, and why is he essentially worshipped at the end of the year? Santa Claus, also known as Father Christmas, St. Nicholas, St. Nick, Kris Kringle, or Santa, is a legendary worldwide known figure who supposedly has his origin in Western Christian culture. But we'll take a look at that shortly. We're going to work our way backwards to a certain degree. Let's just point out some of the things that are very strange about this whole Santa Claus story. Well, he is covered in red and white. That's very significant. There's also a specific outfit or costume for Santa. The outfit itself is a symbol that we'll have to come back to, but just take note for later. The famous red hat, this belt that seems to be doing nothing really since he has a large belly and this top would already be tight on him. There's also the entire mall thing where children are brought to come sit on some random guy's lap that has been working there all day, and in many cases these people were actually drunk and did not care, yet our parents brought us to come make a wish in a stranger's lap, and most of us were probably pretty horrified to even tell him what we wanted for Christmas. We mentioned that Santa is breaking and entering into everyone's home. He sees you when you're sleeping, he knows when you're awake. So yeah, while the children are sleeping, and I guess people think that's just fine, but he brings a big red bag full of presents, and also coal, after coming down a chimney that would be physically impossible for any man that size to go through. The story goes that the reason he is red and white is because he was just a creation of the Coca-Cola advertisers. And this is true, as before 1931, you can find many depictions of Santa with different colors. But when Coca-Cola came in, they really finalized the final look of what we now call Santa. However, I do believe there is a reason other than Coca-Cola that we landed on these colors, and you can find this exact color scheme in older depictions. The Santa that Americans know is actually more of a Christ figure with literal translations meaning Christ child or little Jesus. There are also suspicions that Santa may have castrated his reindeer, as male reindeers shed their antlers in the winter, yet they are never pictured antlerless, so either they are female with male names or there's something else going on. It's also possible that these are not their names, but actually positions or occupations of the reindeer. Christmas parties, Christmas trees, the star or angel on top, the stockings over the fireplace, all of these have origins, and many of them were quite dark. Yet, every year, millions, if not billions of people around the world blindly participate in this yearly ritual. Santa Claus has multiple variations around the world. It's important for us to compare them in order to fully have an understanding of what Santa Claus really is or represents. Some countries celebrate him as a gift giver, and others celebrate him as a historical religious figure. Which is interesting, because the Jewish people are the only ones who don't have a Santa Claus, and they don't celebrate Christmas. I find that very strange, for they are deeply connected with the story. Even the modern branding of Christmas, Christmas carols, famous movies, are made by Jewish peoples. Supposedly, even Santa is a Jew. Now keep in mind, this is no way an attack on modern Jews. Not at all. But we are investigating the origins of many of these practices, and that leads us to the history of religion itself. The Jews being connected to the ancient Canaanites, Babylonians, or the Phoenicians who were in control of the Mediterranean and Myra in Lycia during the time of St. Nicholas. Catholicism is believed to be the final version of Judaism, in which the worship of Christ is the final missing piece. St. Nicholas is said to have been more popular than Jesus, as we know Christmas is all about the values of Christ. But this is the tool in which they program much of their symbolism by disguising it with qualities of good or the gift giver. But who was St. Nicholas, and what is his connection to Santa Claus? St. Nicholas is where the supposed story of Santa Claus begins. St. Nicholas was an early Christian saint or Catholic bishop. These early bishops, and still to this day, wore the fish hat or the mitre, the Dagon fish worship, and early Mesopotamian cultures who worship Astarte, Diana of Ephesus, all of which have the same Venus crescent symbolism. Also, this hat comes from before Catholicism. We have many depictions of Christ being presented before the Jewish high priest Caiaphas. The Jewish hat is the ancient origin of the Phrygian hat, and there are several different rankings. Why is a Jewish high priest, the same priest who accused Jesus of blasphemy and organized a plot to kill Jesus, wearing a mitre hat before the development of Catholicism, with a lunar crescent? In the old paintings of St. Nicholas, you can clearly see the symbol for the Templars cross. This is very important to note for later. This hat of St. Nicholas is a pagan hat. His staff is also similar to Druidic staffs, the staff of Moses. It is also in the shape of a spiral. This same staff is also called a crozier. It is the coat of arms of Basil, or Baal, which is the origins of the Rosicrucians. They are also connected with this, but for now, we're told that St. Nicholas was just an early Christian saint who would preach the word of Jesus. Quote, "Sell what you own and give the money to the poor." He supposedly used his whole inheritance to assist the needy, sick, and suffering. So he was essentially an odd fellow from 2,000 years ago. Which, remember, we must also consider the altered timeline as well when it comes to this history. The story is that during this time, Christians were being prosecuted. It's always the same divide and conquer tactic, when the elites were the one in control of the new presented religion. He was born of a wealthy family and a Templar. He wasn't persecuted for his beliefs. But this is the story they tell us, because it would be strange if he was connected with these same elites who altered the Julian calendar, right? After his supposed prison sentence for practicing Christianity, he goes and attends the Council of Nicaea? Oh, and get this, he died on December 6th and was buried in an ancient temple dedicated to Artemis. Talk about synchronicities. So they built a Catholic Christian church on top of a pagan ancient temple. Remember, we're in Turkey, there are many others. There's another large temple called the Temple of Venus at Aphrodisias, which is not that far away. There's definitely more to cover with the pagan origins, but for now, let's go over some strange stories involving Saint Nicholas. One of the most famous stories is that back in the day, parents couldn't afford to make payments, and so they would sell their children into prostitution because the daughters couldn't get married without a dowry. Basically, it's an insurance policy for the female, which makes no sense because back then women had no rights. So why would the lady even need this? It's really just an offering to another family for an incentive to marry, which is strange because a Catholic bishop is going around and decides to save these 3 daughters from prostitution by giving them a bag of gold? I always feel weird about random philanthropists in history, and in the modern day. Why would someone go out and do this when you know how many families were going through the same thing? So basically, Santa, or Saint Nicholas, was giving away free bags of gold. He would come in the night before the girl became of age, would throw a bag of gold through the man's window, and then the daughter had the dowry to be married. This happened for the first and second daughter, and then the third daughter had her bag of gold thrown down the chimney and it landed in a shoe. This is how St. Nicholas became known as the patron saint of prostitutes. In Benjamin Britten's St. Nicholas from 1948, we get presented the life of Nicholas, in which during his birth, he seems to have had the ability to speak and yelled, "God be glorified," as he exited his mother's womb. There's also a very dark story associated with St. Nicholas that involves little children being cut up and prepared to be eaten. 3 small children were exploring the fields, and as they worked and played, they began to wander off into the town. It was beginning to get late, and the sun was going down. The children were hungry and lost, and they came to a lit butcher shop. They knocked on the door and said, "We're lost and hungry. May we eat and sleep?" "Oh yes," came to reply. "Do come in." As the children entered, a butcher takes a sharp knife, cuts them up, and puts them in a large salting tub to be pickled. 7 years passed by, and it would seem that the butcher was actually trying to sell their meat as ham. But St. Nicholas, who was wandering nearby, noticed that it was not ham, but actually the flesh of young human remains. He then resurrected the 3 children, and there's even a famous painting of this, which seems to be some alchemical reference. St. Nicholas himself was said to have become an orphan when his parents got sick and died. He went to go live with his uncle, who was a monk in a monastery, so he was taught about Jesus, and then decided to become a monk when growing up. He wanted to give away his wealth, and for some reason decided to be sneaky when doing this. This is where the tradition of filling stockings come from. He would fill socks with gold for the dowries of young women, with the 3rd daughter having her shoe filled with gold that came from a chimney. He also seemed to have magical abilities right after birth. As a newborn, he could stand on 2 feet without support, and he stood for like 3 hours or something. The story is that St. Nicholas was just an amazing man doing all these nice things in the name of Jesus, and that is why he was imprisoned. The guards were trying to convince Nicholas to deny Jesus, but he would not budge. And instead, he taught them of Jesus. He trusted that Jesus would save him and prayed for all the other Christians who were being prosecuted to pray during this time. This led to Constantine becoming emperor, and Nicholas became free because all of a sudden, Christianity became the official religion. So essentially, Santa Claus, or St. Nicholas, was attending the Council of Nicaea, which was the creation of the Catholic Church. This entire event gave the Church massive amounts of power in the hands of the political elite, leading to the creation of the Vatican, controlled by the Phoenician Jesuits. This is a huge topic, and many Christians and Catholics are touchy about this subject, so we'll have to leave it for another video. But the reason I bring it up is because they were actually arguing about Arianism, which has to do with whether there's a distinction between Jesus and God. Is he all of God, or is he part God but also flesh? Just weird arguing over small doctrine, but basically Santa Claus or St. Nicholas was at this meeting when the Bishop Arius who were one of the early Christian denominations who believed in things that the council did not agree with, and so Nicholas literally punches this guy or heathen in the face at the council. Weirdly, in another story, this is supposed to be the reason he goes to prison again, so he gets sent to prison multiple times? The story doesn't really add up, but just thought it was strange that he was connected to the entire political and state creation of Christianity, from an economical and military standpoint. So St. Nicholas is trying to go around converting all these pagans into Christianity as the story goes, and that the saint even confronted the governor and all these people to just accept Jesus. Again, there's this theme of secretness for some reason and giving away his wealth, which doesn't really make that much sense. He was born wealthy, became an orphan, then became a monk, went to prison, then came out, is still wealthy and still giving out presents and still being secretive? His tomb is built on ancient pagan temples to Artemis and Venus, which is very weird because he has many stories connected with the Virgin Mary. Oh, and his tomb is said to have a sweet odor, and that there's this white liquid that comes from his bone that the church would actually collect and sell as magical mana that was for curing all diseases. So 3 daughters are saved from prostitution, 3 boys are saved from cannibalism. What else? Well, there are actually multiple versions of that story with the boys, where the parents actually sit and eat their own children without even knowing until Nicholas intervenes, which is interesting Saturn symbolism for later. Christmas trees are Leyland cypress. St. Nicholas is actually known to be an exorcist. He was capable of taming demons as he would carry the Book of Gospels in hand. He was called upon a village in Placoma for chopping down a cypress because it was discovered that demons would occupy these trees that were used for pagan worship. This is the true origin of the Christmas tree and its connection to Santa, an exorcism event. There's another story on one night where he saved the city from famine through psychic powers, in which he psychically located a merchant through remote viewing who was about to set sail for Egypt with a shipment of grain. Nicholas appeared to the merchant in a dream and bribed him with 3 gold coins. There's the 3 of the Trinity again. Remember, that is what they were arguing about at the Council of Nicaea, which is also the concept of incarnation, the process in which God becomes flesh. But yeah, so he's in this merchant's dream, so he can also travel into people's heads or inner realms. And then he gave the merchant 3 gold coins, and he was also sleeping 3 countries away. The merchant then delivered the shipment of grain as asked and saved Lycia from famine. So is St. Nicholas some magical Christ-like figure? Did he even actually exist? According to mainstream history, after his death he was embalmed, and his remains were eventually moved 1,000 years later to Lower Italy, Bari, by big fans of St. Nicholas, who just so happened to be the bishops behind the Crusades and the Templars. This is a shadowy subject that's not easily explained briefly. However, what we are told is that these remains were secretly moved to Italy in the 11th century. And we know this because of the Feast of St. Nicholas on December 6th celebrates the arrival of the partial remains of St. Nicholas by Italian sailors, or pirates. But as you look deeper, it was actually given to the Saracens for protection. Saracen is a Latin term of unknown original meaning, but it was synonymous with Muslim and or the Arabs of the Ottoman Empire. The Semitic root Sariq means thief or marauder, which is the typical Christian view of these people during these times, as they were the main enemy of the Catholic Church, as with Constantinople versus the Ottoman Empire. Yet, what we find is that the Saracens brought St. Nicholas as an artifact for the families in Italy where they had to decide whether moving it to Bari or Venice. They chose Bari and erected a church for the remains. But this gets stranger because, well, 1, there are thousands of these St. Nicholas churches around the world, hundreds in England alone. But the original one was actually created for the partial remains of a saint. And Pope Urban II was there for the tomb's consecration, who was one of the main French original Templar leaders of the Crusades. Templars, for some reason, are thought of as cool or something by some modern Christians. People literally get the Templar cross tattooed on them as if they're proud to be a part of this heritage of the Templars. See, I'm not too sure about all that, and it's also the origins of Freemasonry, as many lodges openly admit this. Some see them in a good light. They come into the story because when discussing Santa, we're discussing the origin of religion to a certain degree. It's not very well known, but the Templars worshipped secret gods. They reached great power and wealth in France. These Templars were secret orders of knights, and it wasn't just the Templars in France, such as with the Knights of Malta. These secret societies worshipped non-Christian deities and had certain secret rites that led to the creation of the Rosicrucians, then becoming the Lutheran movement and the creation of the Huguenots. The entire divide and conquer tactic comes from these elite fighting bishops, which, remember, they took the remains of Saint Nicholas with the help of the Saracens to Italy. And on top of that, the Templars were accused of worshipping idols, specifically of dead remains and ancient artifacts. This isn't the only thing they were accused of. That on admission of a new member to the order, the new Templar recruit would take an oath of obedience to deny Christ and to spit and trample on the cross. They were also accused of receiving the kiss of the Templar. Don't believe it? Don't take my word for it. Even the main Templar, Jacques de Molay, the Grand Master of the Order in France, admitted to these things being true and was burned at the stake for it. King Philippe IV brought these Templars to court in the 1300s. There had been rumors floating around of these secret practices, and so after being accused, they admitted to some of these horrible crimes. Which is strange, because some of them ended up being pardoned. But still, this connects because it's possible that Saint Nicholas is one of their hidden idols, who was also Baphomet. Well, the Templars worshipped hidden gods, and although Baphomet is usually seen as a demonic figure, there are many connections to be made here. Well, one, Baphomet is a goat-headed pagan sabbatic goat, which will come to play later in the video, but the term Baphomet is mentioned in the transcripts for the Inquisition of the Knights Templar in 1307. Baphomet is also a representation of Venus, Lucifer. Albert Pike in his Morals and Dogma, quote, "The Gnostics held that it composed the igneous body of the Holy Spirit. It was adorned in the secret rites of the Sabbat or the temple under the hieroglyphic figure of Baphomet, or the hermaphroditic goat of Mendes. There is a life principle of the world, a universal agent, wherein are two natures and a double current of love and wrath. This ambient fluid penetrates everything. It is a ray detached from the glory of the sun and fixed by the weight of the atmosphere and a central attraction. It is the body of the Holy Spirit, the universal agent, the serpent devouring his own tail. With his electromagnetic ether, this vital and luminous caloric, the ancients and the alchemists were very familiar." End quote. Another knight of the order, Hugo de Peraldo, said that in a chapter of Montpellier, he had both seen, held, and felt the idol or head, and that he and the other brothers adored it, but he, like the others, pleaded that he did not adore it in his heart. He described it as supported on 4 feet, 2 before and 2 behind. Guillaume de Arable, the king's almoner, said that in the chapter at which he was received, a head made of silver was placed on the altar and adored by those who formed the chapter, the Knights Templar. He was told that it was the head of one of the 11,000 virgins, and had always believed this to be the case, until after the arrest of the order, when hearing all that was said on the matter, B suspected that it was the idol, and he adds in his deposition that it seemed to him to have 2 faces, a terrible look, and a silver beard. Basically, the Templars worshipped strange idols, and one of the things that they would worship is dead remains. This connects with the symbol of the skull and crossbones, pirates, and secret boy clubs. The Templar churches of Lanlef in Brittany and Saint Mary in Paris depict squatting bearded men with bat wings, female breast, horns, and the shaggy hindquarters of a beast. These temples are known for legends of satanic practices. So we know that Baphomet is mentioned in the final Inquisition of the Templars in 1300s. Baphomet also means the baptism of wisdom. And also, there's the Islamic connection as well. Remember, after the Moors retreated Spain in 1492, they retreated to France and became the Huguenots. Well, what is Baphomet? That's a long story and deserves its own video, but the Oxford Dictionary says that the earliest mention is from an article in 1812, where a French scholar was discussing the goddess of Paphos represented on ancient monuments and the Baphomet, which referred to a goddess worshipped in the coastal city of Paphos on the island of Cyprus, which is the exact location of the Templars. The combination of both Artemis of Ephesus and Hermes combined to create a new symbol of Baphomet. This is a secret foreshadowing to our future video, as this is a created being, a spirit that would be moved into another body that then would be worshipped. There's more to the origin behind the word Baphomet, but before that, we have to understand that the Templars were accused of working with the Saracens, who are the Muslims that are described in the Song of Roland from the 11th century that describe them being black as pitch. I'm not going to keep going back and forth with the argument of who the Moors were with the Berbers. You'll begin to see a pattern that is clear as day. Let's also make sure that we're making the distinguishment between royal Moors, or Morenos, or Sephardic Jews that worked for the crown and were a part of these secret societies, and separate that from what we consider the ancient Moors, or melanated peoples who were aboriginals of many different lands. What we're discussing currently is about a group of elite Moorish and mixed peoples that participated in the hijack, which seems to be glossed over when looking through mainstream history. It's quite shocking how many connections there are to be made here in reference to St. Nicholas. You see, we bring this all up because although the Templars are famous for being early Christian knights, the Crusaders, they were also accused of being secret converters to Islam. What is that all about? Do the Black Tudors have anything to do with this? How about the Black Brothers or the Black Friars? Is there a reason this order likes to use these symbols? What's strange about that is the origin of Baphomet is connected to Mahomet, which is an old French word referring to Muhammad, the founder of Islam. And as we know, that Baphomet is also shown with the crescent. The horns are also representative of these ancient pagan lunar goddesses such as Artemis. So in the First Christian Crusade, a letter from Anselm of Ribabont in 1098 or the 11th century describes on how they were going to fight Muslim soldiers, but that they called upon Baphomet, and they prayed silently in their hearts to God. So what they say is that Baphomet is actually a corrupted word of Mahomet or Muhammad, and there are even more connections as we search on. Mahomet is also a term used for idol worship and has other forms such as Mofeh, Mof, or Mofez, which would take place with a severed head during these hidden ceremonies. These worshipped heads are common in Jewish tradition. They are called teraphims and would consist of the head of young sacrificed boys. It's also rumored that the Templars mummified the head of John the Baptist. So who's to say they didn't do the same thing with St. Nicholas? From the book of Jasher, or Jashar, a Hebrew text, we have a depiction of the first type of teraphim. Quote, "And this is the manner of the images, in taking a man who is the firstborn, and slaying him, and taking their hair off its head, and taking salt, and salting the head, and anointing it in oil. Then taking a small tablet of copper, or a tablet of gold, and writing the name upon it, and placing the tablet under his tongue, and putting it in the house, and lighting up lights before it, and bowing down to it. And at the same time when they bow down to it, it speaketh to them in all matters that they ask of it, through the power of the name which is written in it." Jasher, chapter 31, verse 41 through 42. So yeah, they would take these infant remains and invoke dead spirits and some really dark shit, which really connects back to Islam. Note, this isn't anti-Muslim or anti-Catholic. This is anti-dogmatic religion in all its corrupted forms, including their esoteric counterparts that consist of horrifying ceremonies involving these knights. We're really starting to get into some deep subject matter for one video, but the reason we go over the Templars is because this really goes back to ancient rites and the origin of religion. At the same exact time, right before Christianity became the religion of Rome, the main religion was Mithraism. Oh, would you look at that? We see the same red hat, the Phrygian hat. More to be discussed on that later, but this is the original Santa hat, and it goes even further back to ancient Sumerian and Mesopotamian female gods such as Cybele and Diana of Ephesus. Mithraeums, or the temples of the cult of Mithras, were taken over by the Templars all over Europe. They converted many old churches into strange secret society meeting centers, specifically meeting underground, and this is the origin to the Templars. These ancient Canaanite bull worshippers who would make sacrifices to both Aphrodite and Kronos, or Diana of Ephesus and Saturn, or the lunar goddess Lilith, the black moon, and the black sun, otherwise known as Saturn. The Mithraic cult is also the origin to these massed processions of medieval Europe and the costumes in accordance to different ranks. Sol Invictus, which was the sun god of Rome before the birth of Christ. This sun god was Mithras, who is described as the unconquerable sun. But what sun are we talking about? Mithraism is essentially an Iranian cult adapted into Hellenistic Roman context. The question is, if we consider the missing time hypothesis, why are there 1,000 years missing? Is it possible that this time was simply added by the newly appointed corrupted scribes after the creation of a new religion, the creation of the Vatican? Well, the birth of the new sun, or the Christ of Christianity, is said to be December 25th, which is also the same day as Saturnalia, the same birthday as Mithras, who was born of a virgin, which was the pagan festival we now call Christmas, that was celebrated in ancient Rome in dedication to Saturn and Mithras, the sun god. But in what context, and why is the sun god so heavily associated with Saturn? Yet, I thought Jesus was the morning star, which is also Venus. Is there a Venus-Saturn connection? Apparently, different suns would rule for different periods, and there was a time where Saturn was our sun, during a supposed golden age with no theft and no property, until he was dethroned by Jupiter, and Jupiter was the sun for a short time, in which Janus was made ruler and instituted Saturnalia as a yearly tribute to the old sun god. So Mithras, born on December 25th of a virgin, and remember, this isn't zeitgeist, because we're simply looking into the origin of Santa and the secret worship. And it's interesting because Mithras actually rivaled Jesus in popularity during its time. These details involving Mithras are too similar to ignore blindly. Yet Mithras was androgynous, coming from more ancient goddesses such as Astarte, the mother of harlots. But it's more specifically some type of bull sacrificing cult that also had sexual innuendos and a hatred for the mother goddess. As we mentioned, the bull and goat symbols are a reference to these ancient pagan rites, which instead of pagan, should be called Canaanite in origin, as the earliest religions were not corrupted from the start. They were originally nature religions that pursued life, not death. Let's keep in mind that Mr. Aleister Crowley himself claimed that Baphomet is Father Mithras. Baphomet is also an androgynous being. Baphomet is the goat of Mendes according to 33rd degree Master Mason Eliphas Levi, the man responsible for the modern depiction of the androgynous goat god.
Okay, Eliphas Levi, very worthwhile looking into. I just wanted to read this, what it said here.
And a hatred for the mother goddess. As we mentioned, the bull and goat symbols are a reference to these ancient pagan rites, which instead of pagan, should be called Canaanite in origin, as the earliest religions were not corrupted from the start. They were originally nature religions that pursued life, not death. Let's keep in mind that Mr. Aleister Crowley himself claimed that Baphomet is Father Mithras.
Crowley proposed that Baphomet was derived from Father Mithras. In his confessions, he describes the circumstances that led to this etymology. I had taken the name Baphomet as my motto in the Ordo Templo Orientis, or the OTO, for 6 years and more. I had tried to discover the proper way to spell its name. I knew that it must have 8 letters, and also that the numerical and literal correspondences must be such as to express the meaning of the name in such a way as to confirm what scholarship had found out about it, and also to clear up those problems which archaeologists had so far failed to solve. And then it goes on to say, one theory of the name is that it represents the words, I don't know what that says, different language, the baptism of wisdom. Another that is that it is a corruption of a title meaning Father Mithras. Needless to say, the suffix R supported the latter theory. I added up the word as spelt by the wizard. It totaled 729. This number had never appeared in my Kabbalistic working and therefore meant nothing to me. It, however, justified itself as being the cube of 9. The word, the mystic title given to Christ by Christ to Peter as the cornerstone of the church, has the same value. So far, the wizard had shown great qualities. He had cleared up the etymological problem and showed why the Templars should have given the name Baphomet to their so-called idol. Baphomet was Father Mithras, the cubical stone, which was the corner of the temple. So that is from Aleister Crowley's Confessions. Let's continue.
Baphomet is also an androgynous being. Baphomet is the goat of Mendes according to 33rd degree Master Mason Eliphas Levi, the man responsible for the modern depiction of the androgynous goat god Baphomet, which he claims is a symbol for fertility and fecundity. Basically, a mass sex symbol of insemination that is not only connected to repopulation, but secret worship. This is the labyrinth, or pan worship, and priapism. Even Herodotus talks about how people would openly mate with goats in the streets. It's pretty strange, which also connects with the works of Marquis de Sade. This is the secret symbol of the satyrs. Diodorus compares the cult of Mendes with that of the cults of Priapus, where they would worship hybrid goat gods. The goat is the Mendean ram, the ram of Mendes. The cult, which according to Manetho, was established by Cacao, the king of the first dynasty. Many of these cultures worship the bull, and its horns, visualizing the crescent, represents lunar worship, which shows how it made its way into lunar cults. Muhammad being the origin of Baphomet and the secret god of the Templars is very interesting because there are many verses that hint to Muhammad being deceived by devils or Jinn, and also there are the Dabiharites, similar to Mithras and the Jews, in which they would slaughter their cows in sacrificial ways from letting them bleed out after a cut to the throat. In 1961, writing under the name Archon Dorau, the late Sayyid Idris Shah claimed that the European medieval witch cult had been heavily influenced by Arabian sources. This allegedly occurred during the period from the 7th to 14th centuries when Spain and North Africa were under Moorish influence. It may have been one of the ways in which the Luciferian gnosis was transmitted to Europe from the Middle East. From what we have, it seems that the first grimoires were Arabic in origin, such as with the Picatrix. Interestingly, the same Sufi scholar, Idris Shah from the Institute of Cultural Research, has suggested that the Templars were influenced by Islamic Sufism, and that the word Baphomet came from the Arabic Abu Fihamat, meaning father of understanding. Additionally, Shah suggests the Sufi terminology Ras el-Famat, which translates to head of knowledge. This would again suggest that the Templars were gaining knowledge from these magical teraphims, or skulls that would be turned into occult artifacts for ritual in which they would communicate with spirits for higher knowledge. Quote, in Hebrew and Arabic demonology, Azazel was known as the father of jinns, or jinns, spirits, who were popularly believed to live in barren desert regions. As we have seen, he was also the leader of Cyrene. These were demons in the form of satyrs or half-human he-goats. It is no coincidence that one of the forms taken by the horned god at the witch's sabbat was a black he-goat. It was also one of the several forms taken by Baphomet, the god allegedly worshipped by the heretical Knights Templar, who were believed to have gained intelligence of ancient Hebrew and Arabic forbidden knowledge in the Middle East. The Templars were also accused of the Templar Kiss of Anno, some other occult ritual in which the initiates would be put through humiliation ceremonies in order to show their allegiance, which is also the same tradition as with the Witches' Sabbath. The Devil card of the early tarot is also a goat. These witches would meet up on the astral realm and actually kiss the rear of their goat god. From the early 16th century, there are depictions of osculum infam or infame is a ritual in which the shameful kiss or kiss of shame would allow the devil to seduce women. The osculum infam is mentioned in nearly every single recorded account of the Witches' Sabbath and in confessions, most of which were extracted under torture. This ritual of humiliation, similar to Templar rituals in ancient Canaanite religions, would occur on the Sabbath, or Yule, the first Wiccan holiday in which the goddess gives birth to a new god or son. The witch had to be initiated into the order through this ritual of the kissing of the Anno, the ring, Uranus, or Ouroboros. This was the oath of secrecy in order to keep the members from speaking too much. Witches also supposedly kiss the posteriors of lower-ranking demons. It may very well be the case that these witches may be another reference to secret orders, as not only did the Templars have the same ritual of kissing the buttocks, but they would also worship black cats that would be possessed by the devil, and they would perform the same ritual on the cat by lifting the tail. Ancient black magicians, or dark sorcerers, after a time of cataclysm, distorted the wisdom of the ancients for corruption and power. Many who look into these subjects tend to see the occult as evil, but these occult priests of the new church are the ones who abuse this knowledge with the intention of control. We also must consider the way in which this goal was accomplished. The Templars in Brittany are known as the Red Monks, the same red and white colors that we see with St. Nicholas, or Santa. The landlocked Templar church is most likely an ancient Irish round tower or an architecture of older origin according to some scholars. Is it possible that the Templars were not only a part of an occult secret brotherhood, but they were also thieves, the original pirates? They stole the Ark of the Covenant and hid it away, supposedly. This gets into Connor McDarry's work, and the idea that the history we learn, from ancient Samaria to Mesopotamia, Phoenicians, Egypt, Hebrews, is actually all a distortion of the scribes and priests of the new Church of Rome. They hijacked an older church and system and claimed it for their own, rewriting our entire history in the process. Then they took many of these ancient structures and used them for their strange dark sex rites. According to the god of the witches, Dr. Margaret Alice Murray claims that the three nicknames for this deity that the witches and the Templars worshipped was the Black Man, or Man in Black, CHRiSTMAS, which is the husband of the Queen of Elfame, which real quick, occurs in the 1598 witchcraft trial indictment and confession of Andrew Man of Aberdeen. Andrew Man confessed that as a boy he saw the devil, his master, in the likeness and shape of a woman, whom calleth the Queen of Elfin, and as an adult, during the span of some 32 years, he had carnal relations with the Queen of Elfin, on whom he begat many bairns, or children. Further down, however, the devil, whom he calls CHRiSTMAS, is the good man, husband, though the queen has the grip of all the craft. Andrew Man further confessed that on the Holly Rude Day in harvest, the Queen of Elfin and her company rode white horses alongside the devil, CHRiSTMAS, who appeared out of snow in the form of a stag. She and her companions had human shapes, yet were as shadows, that they were playing and dancing whenever they pleased. Bessie Dunlop in 1576 confessed that the dead man's spirit she had congressed with, Tom Reed, was one of the good neighbors or brownies who dwelt at the court of Fairy. Take note, as this does connect with Charles Dickens later. So essentially, this queen of the witches, who is also the devil, is another reference to androgynous gods, but also the female version of Saint Nicholas. She's also the queen of the fairies, which explains the lore behind the elves. The main queen, or devil, the bearded-breasted winged demon. We will see more of this stag-goat-headed symbolism as we continue, but essentially, Santa, or Satan, is a witch. Even the Italian Santa is a witch on a broomstick. She is called Befana, derived from Epiphania, very close to Elfame. Befana is a gift giver that flies on a broom and delivers gifts throughout Italy on Epiphany Eve. If you're a bad child, you get coal, the same as Santa. People write letters to her, just like Santa. She also enters through the chimney and is covered with soot. So as we can see, the Artemis androgynous symbolism follows with Santa. It gets even weirder. Befana is actually in the Bible, and in one legend, after her child dies, she goes insane, and upon hearing that Jesus was being born, she set out to go see him, believing that Jesus was her son. She eventually met Jesus and presented him with gifts. In return, Jesus was delighted and gave Befana a gift in return. She would be the mother of every child in Italy. There are multiple variations, but essentially, Befana was there to help with the birth of Christ, or told the three kings how to find Jesus, and that she is endlessly searching for the newborn Messiah. And this is the reason she visits every house at night, searching for the Christ child? Which is a figure in South Germany that is basically referencing this esoteric history. A newly born son, or Messiah angel, during the night of December 24th, secretly delivers gifts to children and never gets caught in the act, represented as a young girl. The name Christkind translates into Christ child. With all that said, we can now begin with the pagan origins of Christmas, as we consider the altered timeline as well. The story that we know of history and religion is the history of this secret cult. We have terms such as pagan that confuses the matter even further because it implies that these beliefs came before these secret cults, and that the first religions were corrupt. However, what if the story we are told when it comes to history and Saint Nicholas has been vastly distorted? Did Saint Nicholas even exist? Is it an idol to the Templars, who, after being prosecuted for heresy, went undercover to start the creation of the Caliphate of Spain, the creation of the Jesuits, Rosicrucians, all in secret and undercover, creating the divide and conquer events of history that have further muddied the waters? What if what we call pagan is of a much more recent time that resulted after cataclysmic events, which would explain why the earliest gods are fertility symbols? So we have this Saint Nicholas from supposedly 2,000 years ago at the Council of Nicaea. Then 1,000 years pass by, the Templars steal the bones, bring it to Italy, then we go through the Dark Ages and somehow this becomes a tradition in the 1600s and still to this day? What if the witches are the Templars? There's much to cover with forgeries of dates, but these Templars went on to become Sephardic Jews, the Jesuits, the creation of the Reformation, and the Protestant Huguenots, back to where the original Templars were founded. Baphomet is not a single physical god, but a symbol for a created god through the use of dark magic. This connects back with the Black Tudors, but the version of history that we have been told has been inverted. The power of the Moorish elite has been heavily suppressed. Sicily was invaded in the 9th century and turned into an emirate. What we think should be a single religion of Catholicism during this time really was a conglomerate of Christian, Jewish, and Islamic beliefs mixed together. The Templars went off to become the Palatine Boers. Benjamin Franklin even referenced them as being swarthy or dark-skinned, but these were not German peasants. The Palatine families were the elites of Rome and Europe. After the fall of Rome, Palatinus, or Palatine, came to be used for the chamberlains or elite royal officials who assisted the Holy Roman Emperor and also was in charge of the treasury. look through some of these chamberlains of history in their paintings, you can see clear Templar references. The Templars are the ones with the hidden treasure, the gold. They were the alchemist, and so the leading Templar would manage the funds. The Holy Roman Emperor Maximilian, who in older depictions is a Moor, would give privileges to their knights that would then give them power over certain dominions. We have seen many depictions of these knights in what is called Holy Roman Paladin armor, where you can also see the double-headed phoenix and Templar symbolism. And would you look at that, the red and white hat. These knights were governors, kings, and they would rule over different countries under Roman rule. This is the origin of the coat of arms. It is the Vatican's management system and hierarchy of control. You can see this in many old German coat of arms. These papal palatines, with their red and white attire and white horses, would watch over these different territories or duchies, which they would rule as monarchs. This is the origin of dukes. This is all one large order, and the dukes are knights in service of the Holy Roman Emperor. Over time, these different countries would fight over different status. The dukes of Lotharingia, Bavaria, Swabia, and Saxony had become dangerously powerful feudal princes or loyal supporters who were installed as Counts Palatine by the Holy Roman Emperor. They were called Palatines because of Palatine Hill, Latin Mons Palatinus, which is actually the Temple of Cybele, or the Temple of Magna Mater, Statue of Liberty, Lady Libertas, or Father Mithras. Palatine Hill is the center and most ancient part of Rome. Obviously they thought this was very important, but why? Well, this is an even older cult before Mithras, which leads us back to Venus and Diana of Ephesus, the worship of the ancient queen bees. In the last video on ancient cloning factories, there was a depiction of a black Diana of Ephesus, interesting symbols of repopulation and hybridization. These black mother goddesses were called the Black Madonnas by the Templars, and they worshipped them as well. Quote, most cathedrals were also home to Black Madonnas, of which about 400 to 500 are present in Europe, depending on how they are classified. There are at least 180 Vierges Noires in France, and there are 100 of non-medieval copies as well. Black virgins have been associated by historians and archaeologists with mother goddesses, such as Isis, deities sometimes represented as black. Historically, Isis of Egypt was the first recorded appearance of a Black Madonna, other than Paleolithic Venus figurines. As the indigenous goddess worship evolved in Europe, statues of dark-skinned Middle Eastern goddesses such as Inanna, Astarte, Artemis, and Cybele were introduced into Europe continent by Phoenician traders. End quote. This is referred to as the cult of the Black Virgin. Well, Saint Nicholas is depicted not only clearly as a Templar, but he has dark skin. Now, some modern articles will just say that it's olive skin or darker mixed, and that very well could be true, but there are more references to consider. Let's take a look at all the other countries involving Santa to wrap it all together. We'll start with Sinterklaas from Netherlands. The Americans got the idea of Santa Claus from Sinterklaas and turned it into the modern Kris Kringle. Interestingly, the tradition of Sinterklaas only goes back 300 years. Back to what I was saying with the missing time hypothesis, there's no real distinction from early St. Nicholas 2,000 years ago to how he started to becoming worshipped as Sinterklaas, other than when the bones were transported in the 11th century to Bari in Italy, which at that time was under the Spanish kingdom of Naples, which was under Moorish rule. Interestingly, in the legend of Sinterklaas, he's said to be from Spain, hinting that he and his helpers, Swarthy Pete or Black Pete, were actually from Spain. And after the summer of 2020, there was this controversy on whether or not this Black Pete character was a racist tradition. Come to find out that yes, there are definitely Moorish connections, but there's another reference to a demon, and that there's some who say Pete's skin is covered in soot from the chimney. But there's also multiple references to Spain, as the Dutch and Spain have a history of not getting along. There are also the Black Legends of Spain, which detail the vast amount of crimes that Spain committed in their conquest of new lands. Well, Swarthy Pete, which was used as a reference to devils in the 17th century, would come in through the chimney, steal the children, and bring them back to Spain. This all depended on whether you were naughty or nice, which also connects with the German lore, as we will learn. The festivities of Sinterklaas begin with him arriving with his Swarthy Pete helpers on a steamboat from Spain. Interestingly, there's a horror film on the subject that covers an alternative history, suggesting that these original Palatine emperors or knights wasn't just one Santa Claus. There was a yearly event where these appointed kings or bishops would come into their appointed palatinate, then they'd come in to give gifts to those who had been working hard for the crown and following their duties, but those who did not follow the rules or fulfill their end of the bargain with the supply and demand would be considered naughty and would be taken. Sinterklaas is also known to have arrived via trains, connecting this back with the orphans. Sinterklaas is also related to the Wild Hunt, or Woden or Odin, a major god worshipped in Northern Europe during Christianization. Odin is the one-eye symbolism of the pirate with a long beard. He's also depicted with the red and white attire in a 18th century Icelandic manuscript. Odin is the Norse equivalent of Saturn, the sickle also being similar to St. Nicholas's staff, or the ram horns, which could also be associated with the Heimdall, another similar Norse god representing Saturn. Odin was worshipped during Yule in midwinter, where Odin is said to have led the Wild Hunt, a ghostly procession through the sky. So wait, Santa is Odin? The one-eyed pirate? St. Nicholas has been tied to Odin, the most important god of the Germanic peoples. Odin flies around in the sky in December. He knows who has been good or evil. He hunts down and abducts those who deserves it. He had an 8-legged horse, Sleipnir, that pulled his sleigh. He was the main symbol of Saturnalia during Yuletide. He wears similar clothing and was actually called the Yule Father in reference to Father Christmas. Also, the elves of Santa are the elves and dwarves who worked with the gods in Norse mythology, who were the El, or creator beings. Christmas takes tree decorations, mistletoes, wreaths, and even Christmas caroling from these Yule holidays where they would worship the horned god. So how did this exactly become a Christian holiday? Supposedly it starts all around the Reformation, where this began to be promoted separated from the Catholic Church. That's why they created an entirely new figure of Father Christmas, or the Dutch Masons and Templars created Sinterklaas, creating a sort of mimetic entity that could be worshipped across varying denominations. Many European countries have this St. Nicholas tradition, Christkind, and also the religious Feast of Epiphany, or Three Kings Festival. Who were these three kings? Remember, they met up with this Queen Witch Bafana asking for directions for Jesus, and they were told what? To follow the Star of Bethlehem. Star of Bethlehem is the Star of Inanna, a manifestation during the creation of the new sun, or new flesh, the Star of Artemis. These wise kings were magi, or alchemists, who were following astrological directions to the creation of a new man, searching for the virgin birth. Just as with St. Nicholas and the three children, 3 women, 3 coins, the Trinity. They brought alchemical gold, sacrificial worship, frankincense, and the holy oil, myrrh. From Mary or Venus, or Mother Artemis, which is mentioned before, is the female manifestation of androgynous Lucifer, and the male form is Saturn. Interestingly, Venice and Bari both essentially own the bones or relics of St. Nicholas. The Venetian St. Lucia feast in Italy is a blatant worship of Lucifer, a small young child who was tortured for being Christian. St. Lucia is the female Father Christmas, She too, having her eyes plucked out, she is the protector of sight. Her miracles are very similar to St. Nicholas, including saving famines with wheat, but this time, it's from the 17th century. There are over 6 popes who were named Nicholas in control of the Catholic Church. This figure comes in many forms throughout history. In Venice, St. Nicholas is accompanied with a donkey. You're also supposed to wear red underwear on New Year's Eve. They do this in Hispanic communities as well. It may be worthy to note, similar to the Mithraic tradition of wearing costumes for their rituals, the Venetian carnivals seem to be the evolution of this tradition, specifically with wearing of the mask, which, although the Venetian carnivals are later in January, it may be worthy of mention as many of these gift givers also wear masks. In Germany, St. Nicholas is accompanied by Krampus, and so we have another reference to the black goat that was worshipped by the witches, or the man in black. But in old German lore, Santa's literally a twin, the good dressed in red, the evil twin dressed in black. Instead of swarthy Pete, St. Nicholas has a demon as his assistant, as he was said to have been an exorcist and had power over demons similar to Solomon. Krampus, being chained by St. Nicholas, would then punish naughty children with a birching rod, which is also the chimney sweep or bundle of sticks that can be seen held by Father Christmas. This is the root or a bundle of birch branches. The idea is that this was a story created to scare children so that they would behave, but what if it goes far deeper than just that? Most of us have heard this story, and even the movie on this is really interesting. It's funny, but at the same time very dark, and ties in here. He is the ruler of their world and has control over reality and their dreams. There are early 1900 postcards of Krampus called Krampuskarten. Some of these depictions are very disturbing. Why is this associated with Christmas in any way? Krampus licking orphans? Tongues are scary and all, but it would seem there's something else going on. Again, orphans. Krampus would come and take children and line them up just like the trains. The children would be stuffed into bags, and it wasn't just Krampus, it was St. Nicholas as well, against the children's wishes. It kinda reminds me of the Cabbage Patch Kids all over again. And I have German friends who tell me that these stories were quite traumatizing as children. The obvious pan symbolism and the connection with stealing or luring our children. Sexual innuendos between adults, while Krampus is the puppet master. Not to mention bestiality references. It's obvious that this Krampus figure is a demon in connection to what we were discussing with the goat-headed god of Mendes, or Baphomet. Why is St. Nicholas even associated with this demon? Like, you'll see them together in these postcards where St. Nicholas is looking like a pope, he comes in with the gifts, and then Krampus is stuffing children in the bags behind him. He's his helper. That sounds horrifying. Be good or St. Nicholas will tell Krampus to steal you while he sticks his tongue out? Krampus has been theorized to go back to pre-Christian era, but there are supposedly no written sources before the end of the 16th century. This tradition seems to have a bad effect on people in the modern day, as in 2019 there was a police report on the increase of drunken or disorderly conduct performed by masked Krampuses. There are several variations, as even Krampus can be seen with the mask, but generally he is a hairy demon, usually brown or black, with the legs and horns of a goat. He would whip and torture children, literally to drown and eat children or to bring them to hell. Also, Belsnickel, which is a Palatine tradition, is a man dressed up in fur and a creepy mask who would come and punish bad children. He would make them line up and recite scripture or history, and if they gave the wrong answer, they would be whooped. So, they merged Krampus and St. Nicholas into a single figure. Sometimes he was black on his face from the soot, and also depicted with horns. Belsnickel is connected to something called bugbears that have manifested in the modern day as Trollocs. These beings are far older than Belsnickel, and we have woodcuts of these beings from the 16th century that seem to be depicting paladin knights. They're giants who are stealing children? Also, they're considered to be witches? There is a term in German from the 1500s, Kinderfresser, child guzzler, or Kinderschrecker, child scarer, and it appears in an illuminated book of hours, in popular broadsheets sold at Carnival, and even as a fountain in Switzerland. Wherever it appears, it has 3 distinguishing characteristics. It steals children, puts them in a sack, and eats them. An older version of Krampus, Perkt or Perkta, was a devilish figure, a 2-legged humanoid goat with a giraffe-like neck wearing animal furs. She's also known as a shape-shifting Christmas demon witch who would fill boys with straw. Quote, she would know whether the children and young servants of the household had behaved well and worked hard all year. If they had, they might find a small silver coin the next day, and a shoe or pail. If they had not, she would slit their bellies open, remove their stomachs and guts, and stuff the hole with straw and pebbles. She was particularly concerned to see that girls had spun the whole of their allotted portion of flax or wool during the year. She would also slit people's bellies open and stuff them with straw if they ate something on the night of her feast day, other than the traditional meal of fish and gruel. End quote. People would wear costumes and masks, as this originally was a female goddess or spirit, connecting back to Artemis, her name meaning the Bright One, and is related to the Feast of Epiphany or Three Kings Day, or Befana. Originally, the word Perkten referred to a female mask representing the entourage of the ancient goddess Frau Perkta, or Beta Baba. Some claim that this is a connection to the Nordic fertility goddess Freya, who is Diana or Artemis. These Perkten masks were worn on January 6th or Three Kings Day, the day of Epiphany, in which wood and sheepskin would be used to create a demonic mask, and the people would march. Supposedly, the Catholic Church was opposed to this, but they really didn't enforce the ban. There isn't really that much history on when this began, but they say the early 19th century. It most likely originated in the 16th century according to the book Night Battles, Witchcraft and Hungarian Cults in the 16th and 17th centuries. In that book, he compares the Perktenlaufen and the Italian Benedante, which is a secret visionary tradition which existed in northeast Italy during the 1500s. Remember the Templar and witch connection? Well, the Benedante, or Good Walkers, were members of an agrarian secret society in which they claimed to be able to travel out of their bodies to fight against malevolent witches, the Malandanti, in order to ensure the good crops would continue. The Benedante were accused of being heretics or witches under Roman Inquisition. So they were a fertility cult that supposedly were said to have been born with a caul on their head, which gave them this ability of astral projection only during specific Thursdays of the year. They would travel in these visions to battle bad witches who were using sticks of sorghum to ruin their crops. The woman reported going to the great feast on the astral realm. They were considered witches, but it said they were ultimately trying to protect the bad witches from harming children. Regardless, this night of the Sabbath, originating from the ancient fertility cults from around the world, the myth of a nocturnal gathering under a goddess, the lunar crescent, or the bull, Saturday. Quote, prominent Roman historians such as Tacitus and Cassius Dio, as well as church fathers like Augustine, acknowledged a special link between Saturn and Saturday, the holiest day of the week for the Jews. That Jewish society of the Talmudic period recognized the same associations is shown by the fact that the Babylonian Talmud refers to Saturn as Shabbatai, the star of Shabbat, Saturday. Greek and Arab astrology, however, considered Saturn to be the most malignant of the 7 planets, and thus The Jews, astrologically governed by Saturn, were considered to be contaminated by the planet's wicked nature." End quote. Santa is Satan, or the male aspect of the androgynous Lucifer, Saturn. So when speaking of Santa's workshop, we're speaking of Saturn worship. In the North Pole, which is also the Black Rock, quote, "The Rupus Nigra, Black Rock, a phantom island, was believed to be a 33-mile wide black rock." Literally, the Jesuit Mercator actually describes the rock's circumference as 33 French miles, located at the magnetic North Pole, or at the North Pole itself. It purportedly explained why all compasses point at this location. End quote. Or is it Mecca? The Finnish Santa Claus, Joulupoke or Joulupoki, literally translates into Yule Goat. People will dress up as a goat to celebrate this, going door to door asking for Yule leftovers. And most people believe that this has something to do with Thor, which is the most popular explanation, but that's just a cover-up. Also in Finland, there are the Nuutipuki, as they are called, which are evil spirits who would go door to door demanding the gifts and leftovers from Yule Feast. The Finnish Santa is a blend of the Nuutipuki and modern Santa Claus, or the Coca-Cola Santa. Sometime in the 19th century, he became a benevolent figure, and rather than demanding gifts, began passing them out to children. In the film Rare Exports, we're shown modern illustrations of these Krampus-like beings capturing and cooking children. This may be a modern horror film, but many of these are based on oral legends and folklore. For example, with the Brothers Grimm, Hansel and Gretel, which is so weird that they tell us to children, and it's also associated with Christmas in certain situations, as a brother and sister get lost in a forest and find a cannibalistic witch who lives in a house made of gingerbread, cake, and candy. Many stories, including Roald Dahl's The Witches, speak of this exact same story. Evil witches who secretly rule the world and hate children. In Spain, Santa Claus or Christmas isn't really celebrated, but there are some very strange connections to be made. In Catalonia, families eagerly await Dio de Nadal, or a Yule log, which is a hollow log wearing the red Phrygian hat that is brought to life with a face and two legs. Starting from the 8th of December, children cover the log with a blanket to keep it warm and start feeding it. On Christmas Day, everyone sings songs and beats the log with a stick until all the sweets, nuts, and other small edibles come pouring out, similar to a piñata. Secretly, this is a defecation symbol. In the Basque region, you have Olentzero. He wears a sheepskin and smokes a pipe. He's said to have a dirty face because he's a charcoal maker. The Galician version of Santa is El Papador, a mythical coal miner who only gives gifts to children who have been eating well. Also, this is weird, but there's this tradition in Spain of these little figurines called Gaganed, which depicts a small man defecating in nativity scenes throughout Catalonia and southern France. No one knows when this tradition began, although you can see the same type of stuff in old French cartoons in the 1700s. It's believed to be around 300 years old. But look at this. These figures are wearing the Gatajan red cap, or the Barentina. We'll talk about this in a future video, but these were given out to the public in the early 1800s so that everyone could become a part of the club, even Salvador Dali. The excuses for these figurines is kind of insane, but it still ties into some type of fertilizing ritual. But really what they mean is that these are the same people who worship the fertility gods. It looks like they're shitting on the nativity scene, or sacrilege if you ask me. Let's not forget that Spain has an obsession with torturing bulls as literal professional sport that people watch on TV. It's kind of weird, people are proud of this bullfighting tradition, but these stem from ancient secret occult rituals, early Mithraic rites of sacrifice, in which they would sacrifice bulls in subterranean temples. Eastern countries also have Santa, China has Shengdan Laoren, an oriental man with a long white beard dressed in the same red royal attire. There's winter solstice folklore said that eating dumplings is in memory of Fairy Zhao. This is a very interesting legend. In the Liang dynasty, the emperor believed in Buddhism so much so that he forbade his people to eat meat and to sacrifice meat to the heavenly gods. The heavenly gods were so unhappy with this decision that they made the people suffer a 3-year drought. The cypress tree fairy couldn't bear to see her people suffering, and so she turned into a girl named Zhao on the winter solstice. She then taught people to wrap meat in dough and sacrifice the food as offerings to the gods. The gods were so moved by her action, so the rain came. Later, Zhao was murdered by the emperor.
Here we go. You just had to start something, didn't you, Kick?
Memorize the fairy Zhao and her good deeds. People name the food Zhao Zi, with similar pronunciation with Zhao's name, and have made and eaten dumplings since then on her birthday, the winter solstice. In Japan, we have a similar straw figure with a sickle, blatant Saturn symbolism, with these masked demons with horns who would go house to house exorcising evil spirits and admonishing lazy people. In India, you have Sai Baba, or Christmas Baba, which Sai Baba was an Indian spiritual master considered to be a saint that was then merged with the story of Saint Nicholas. In Russia, you have Ded Moroz, which is basically the White Witch of Narnia, as he was a dark sorcerer who had the ability to freeze people. He is a winter snow demon mixed with the Green Man and Wild Man of Druidic and English lore. Ded Moroz formed separate from Europe's tradition, yet it's the same story. At first, he stole children and brought them away in his gigantic sack. To ransom the kids, their parents had to give him presents. So originally, it was in reverse. Then with the lapse of time, everything turned upside down, or inverted. Under the influence of the Orthodox traditions, Father Frost reformed and became kind and started to give presents to kids. Then, he adopted certain traits from Saint Nicholas, the prototype of Western Santa Claus. Muslims celebrate Christmas, it's just not called that. The Persian festival Yalda, also a reference to the Gnostic Yaldabaoth, or Shab-e-Yalda, in other words, Saturn, is a celebration of the winter solstice in Iran and Turkey. Well, let's take a look at this Iranian or Persian Santa Claus. Haji Firuz, the fire starter, in reference to the ancient Zoroastrian mages who initially created this cult of the eternal flame, would dress up in red attire with a blackened face and perform street spectacles. A prominent Persian historian, Merdad Bahar, speculates that the name Sayawaxis might mean black man or dark-faced man, but then goes on to suggest that the term black in the name may be referenced either to the blackening of the faces of the participants in the aforementioned Mesopotamian ceremonies or to the black mask that they wore for the festivities. In Turkey, he's also known as Noel Baba. I also find it interesting that the folklore doesn't really exist here, yet they claim that Saint Nicholas comes from here. There's actually this Turkish article where the author is discussing the origins of Santa and even mentions the Crusades and that this man is coming for our children. Thought that was interesting for a Medium article, but he implies that the references of Saint Nicholas come from a different time and location. In Africa, modern Santa Claus is represented as a black woman, Mama Tinga Tinga, who wears the same red hat, carrying the entire city in her bowl, said to be the mother of all Africa. Now, ancient customs in Libya, where Santa is replaced by Old Man Beka or Old Man Beggar, which is a Christmas tradition in Sierra Leone and Guinea as well. These dancers would dress up as dancing devils with masks of the black goat. Many costumes have a similar straw appearance in comparison to Germanic tradition. They seem to be clear pagan rituals, and you can also see the red hat and red crown symbolism, the worship of the bull. They seem to be referring to the same thing. Father Christmas is also celebrated in Nigeria. The Nigerian Father Christmas is usually a tall, thin black man in an oversized red coat, sweating profusely from wearing the attire in humid weather. Father Christmas in Nigeria doesn't really go home to home, he only goes to parties. But interestingly, this resembles some voodoo priest, which is another topic on its own. But we're speaking of ancient death cults, which is said to have developed in the 16th century with these voodoo priests, and they are equated with the Roman Catholic saints. Quote, its main structure derives from the African traditional religions of West and Central Africa, which were brought to Haiti by enslaved Africans between the 16th and 19th centuries. On the island, these African religions mix with the iconography of the European-derived traditions such as Roman Catholicism and Freemasonry, taking the form of voodoo around the mid-18th century. In combining varied influences, voodoo has often been described as syncretic or a symbiosis, a religion exhibiting diverse cultural influences. End quote. Mexico does have a Santa Claus. It is Papa Noel, or Father Christmas, Baby Jesus, and Santa Claus himself. Also, the duendes have red pointed hats and or red top hats connecting with the gnomes. There's also the tradition of the piñatas and the destruction of the star, with the reward of candy or defecation as some strange Freemason blindfolded ritual taught to children.
I just want to say how awesome it is that we hit 23 at 1 hour and 33 minutes and 23 seconds on 12/23/2023. Oh, actually, it's 10 minutes past midnight here, so technically it's the 24th. But everywhere else west of the East Coast of the United Slave States. Shout out to the chat. Much love. Happy Saturnalia.
It is interesting that Spain doesn't really focus too much on St. Nicholas or Santa Claus. But Papa Noel is from the French Santa Claus, and this is where it gets crazy. Well,
alright, there you go. 24 on the 24th. Happy Ghost.
First, this is from the early 1880s to 1900s, just like the Cabbage Patch Kids. And they were also promoting this in France during this time to orphans. Many of these French postcards of Père Noël are very creepy and have a similar vibe of promoting something behind the scenes with hidden intentions. Père Noël with orphans. It's the same strange, old colorized, surreal, real photo postcards. Old postcards with illustrations constantly showing Papa Noel with dolls, bringing children toys and gifts. But as you keep looking at these, you start to see a trend. Many of these dolls have the red hats, or these children are given red hats. They are the jokers of folly, jesters, or perhaps this is Pinocchio. Some of these depictions show these dolls or early toy humans with life, as if they're tiny children or tiny humans. But then there are other depictions of these dolls being dropped through the chimney. And if we consider the reset population postcards of the Cabbage Patch Kids from the same era, is it possible that one of these gifts could have been babies? Here, we see a depiction of Papa Noel importing children. They literally call him Daddy Christmas. He also travels in a blimp, which in many depictions, you'll see the same strange lifeless dolls that he brings that seems to be referencing something else. Even one of them is a wrapped baby. You can see him traveling with Christkind, which is also the angel that we put on top of the tree, representing Jesus in Christmas. But it gets even stranger because specifically with the French Santa Claus, or Père Noël, he's followed by another character similar to Krampus and Swarthy Pete, Le Père Fouettard, who is a sinister figure dressed in black who spanks children who have been misbehaved. The first story of Père Fouettard was first told in 1252. Remember the 3 children in the butcher story? Well, this is an alternative version of the story with a different date. Apparently, it wasn't a butcher, it was an innkeeper who captures these 3 wealthy boys on their way to a religious boarding school. He kills the children, cuts them into pieces, and then stews them in a barrel. Now, Saint Nicholas, or Père Noël, found out about this in this version of the story. After he resurrects the 3 children,
point, Mr.
the
Cleveland.
butcher who killed the children is Père Fouettard, who literally was forced by Saint Nicholas to become his assistant as punishment for his crimes. Another story states that during the Siege of Metz, a city in eastern France, in 1552, an effigy of King Charles V was burned and dragged through the city. Meanwhile, an association of tanners created a grotesque character, also a tanner, armed with a whip and bound in chains, who punished children. After Metz was liberated, the charred effigy of Charles V and the character created by the tanners somehow assimilated into what is known as Père Fouettard. Events surrounding the city's liberation and the burning of the effigy coincided with the passage of Saint Nicholas. Hence, Père Fouettard became his bad cop counterpart. He was also promoted in the US as Father Flog or Spanky. Flogging is torture, and Mother Flog would cut the tongues out of lying children. Père Fouettard is a man with a sinister face with a long beard, armed with a whip, large stick, or bundle of witches. He is also seen wearing a wicker backpack in which children can be placed in and carried away. Just when you thought it couldn't get any crazier, while searching for Père Fouettard, a wiki was saying that this shouldn't be confused with another phenomena called Monsieur Croque-Mitaine. And this is just insane. There are French depictions of young children being taken, similar to Krampus, and it seems that there are references to turning the children into young dolls, mannequins, or mind-controlled minions with their red hats. There are many alchemy symbols. Croque-Mitaine would lock the children in their house, which is a toad and snake infested prison, spank them with birch rods and martinets, and then force them to wear donkey caps for shame. What's strange is that this name, Croque-Mitaine, is in reference to these boogeymen who would come in and punish children. Yet, some of them look like the witches and bugbears that we mentioned before. There are many different terms for this throughout history. Hans von Schotta, who was a German knight and marshal of the Palatinate, which is what I was saying with Santa actually being a Palatine, a Templar, or priest of Cybele. It would seem that most of these tales stem from around the Dark Age period, or early 1500s. In the Alsace region of France, Hans Trapp is the worst story of them all, yet not as well known as Père Fouettard. In the 15th century, there was no border between France and Germany at Wissembourg, which was part of the Holy Roman Empire. Hans Trapp, Hans Trott, or Hans von Schotta.
I'm sorry, we interrupt this program to just to say to all those listening, salute. All right, let's get back to it.
Whose coat of arms is the raven and red fox, was the German knight and marshal over this Palatinate or owned corporation of the Vatican. When he was given the title of Chevalier d'Ordre, he was enfiefed 2 castles from the Holy Emperor, so he was given ownership or property for his services, and the castles were part of his payment. The abbot of Wissembourg, the former owner of the site, protested that things had not been done correctly. He denounced the existence of the irregularities in the acquisition of Berwartstein Castle. In fact, when the monks learned that the castle had been given to an ambitious foreigner, they appealed to the elector in Heidelberg, the latter decided in favor of Hans van Trotta. So basically, a foreigner comes in and is just given this property. The previous owner is upset because he's being sued over irregularities in the building. Possibly it's already damaged. But even with all that, Van Trotta wins the case and he's still mad at these monks and then gets revenge on them. So what he does is he builds this artificial dam to reroute the water, eventually actually flooding the city and causing great economic damage. The monks protested, and so the abbot appealed several times to the Holy Roman Emperor, but nothing was done. He pleaded to Pope Innocent VIII and later found favor with Pope Alexander VI. They call Hans van Trotta to appear in the court, and in return, he wrote back saying that he refused to go, but that he was loyal to the church. He also threw a few insults at the Pope, accusing him of immorality. And so, he was banished from society. Now that's the historical side. The legends, however, share even more details. It is said that he was a bloodthirsty brute, power-hungry and violent, his sole purpose to terrorize the population by looting travelers and peasants. It is said that he gained his power and strength by making a pact with the devil. He is the original boogeyman, and was eventually said to have been punished by God by being turned into a scarecrow for the crime of eating the flesh of a young shepherd. He is the earliest German-French Santa Claus and is actually based off of a historical figure, this Palatine Knight, and he developed a taste for human flesh? He would actually disguise himself as a scarecrow, so it wasn't a punishment? Adorned with straw, he would wait for lonely young victims to come down the road. He stabbed a young shepherd specifically in the back while using this scarecrow costume. After he had cut the child into pieces and roasted his flesh,
creepers.
he was struck by a divine lightning bolt and killed. Children are still warned that Hans Trapp's spirit lingers on and may visit them, which is pretty horrifying as this Hans Trapp is also associated with Christ Child, which is essentially a young Lady Liberty with gifts. Strangely, he's actually referenced as the Black Knight in many legends. The idea is that because the Catholic Church was having a dispute with him, he went on a killing rampage. It's very interesting that we have documentation on this actual historical figure from the 15th century, yet
Thomas, I love you, brother.
this in retaliation? Or was it what he was serviced for? Hans Trapp also had a white beard, pointed hat. He was 6'5" or 2 meters. He dressed in a black coat and big black boots. He's a robber knight that appears on horseback. When he arrives, he asks the children if they've been good in order to scare them into good behavior. He approaches them with a cage full of trapped children screaming, "Free us! Help us!" So wait, this is Santa? Or at least, this is the figure with the most historical background. He's literally one of the oldest references for the orphans and orphan trains. It's the same thing. They just have to give us different stories to hint to these same horrifying events. Okay, so let's go back to the main French Papa Noel or Père Noël from the 1800s. Well, remember, so there are two. Papa Noel, which is the good Santa in red, and then Père Fouettard, which is the bad Santa. The older French-German Santa from the 1500s is actually just one figure. There are not two. But the good and bad Santa is both one figure who wears a big coat and punishes or steals children on orders of the Catholic Church. Well, these postcards make much more sense now, because some of these actually aren't Papa Noel. It's Père Fouettard, who's coming to capture the children. These are the exact same postcards, for the same era as the Cabbage Patch Kids. Père Fouettard is the butcher who originally killed the children in that 18th century story. He also has a big black coat, black boots, and wears a deer mask. Another name for this figure is La Père La Poquet, which means father bag in Old French, or even another term for scrotum. This Santa is a child thief, and the Templars, or elite Phoenician brotherhood who have created different layers or forms of this symbol in order to hide this secret, such as with the gift-giving ceremony, Christkind is really just there to lighten the mood. They took the values of Christ and Hans Van Trapp and merged it under one symbol of Santa Claus. He is a toy maker, specifically using elves to make human-like dolls, as with the story of the butcher. They were pickling human remains similar to the alchemist. Santa draws parallels to the Green Man and the Druids, but I believe we're dealing with the corrupted Canaanite Phoenician priesthood when some people reference these pagan symbols as the Druids, those of the yew tree, eventually becoming the Jews who stole the foundation of the Tree of Life, the priest of the Kabbalah. The Green Man can be seen in Christian churches and cathedrals from around the world. The connections with Christmas and the Druids are numerous, including the reference of mistletoe, which would be harvested by an ancient Druid priest with a golden sickle and was never allowed to touch the ground. Father Christmas in England originally was a depiction of the Green Man or a Druid wild man, crowned with the holy wreath, a staff, a wassail bowl, and Yule log. The Green Man is a reference for the true gift giver of not only life and nature, but the ancient priesthood in which the new Jesuit Vatican Church or Holy Roman Empire had received her knowledge from an already existing Church of Iesa. We're talking a hijack on an unbelievable scale. Santa Claus and its connection with children didn't come to England until the mid-19th century, when stories of Santa Claus and St. Nicholas were merged with the already existing Christmas figure. The Green Man is also an alchemical symbol for rebirth. Why would such a pagan symbol be found in these churches? The three-headed Christ? Is this connected with the 3 children who were killed and then revived by St. Nicholas? In order to understand Santa, we have to accept that this is not a reference to just one figure, but to some type of system of control using these Palatine families. St. Nicholas actually has a Greek cousin. St. Nicholas is not the only gift-giving bishop. There's St. Basil, St. Baal, which I think is no accident because Basil or Baal is also the origin of the Rosicrucians. He's also called St. Vasilios in Greek, and the St. Vasilios coat of arms is a double-headed phoenix. He also shares the same Templar symbols in his paintings. They also look exactly alike if you ask me. He too was in support of the new Holy Roman Church in the Nicene Creed. Known as St. Basil the Great, he was the bishop of Caesarea in Cappadocia, which is located in modern-day Turkey. He was an important theologian and one of the 3 Cappadocian fathers. There's not much on him other than that he was a contemporary of St. Nicholas during his time. The only difference is that St. Basil is for the Eastern churches, and that he was the patron of hospital administrators. In Romania, Moș Crăciun is a version of Santa who originated from legends of a shape-shifting demonic shepherd who refuses to receive the Virgin Mary to give birth in his stable. The wife of Crăciuna, Crăciuna or Crăciunisa, in the study of Pericles Papa Hagi, secretly receives and inherits Jesus, for which Crăciuna cuts off her hands, but then the Virgin Mary glues them back together? So we're back to the story of Befana and the nativity scene. This time, Santa Claus is there and doesn't want to help with the birth of Jesus, and actually cuts the hands of his wife off because she did this behind his back, which would make her 3 separate pieces and then glued back together. There's another witch-like Christmas figure that we didn't mention, Grilla from Icelandic legend, who is an ogre, troll, monster, or giantess typically associated with Christmas. She was mentioned as a giantess in the Prose Edda, but wasn't associated with Christmas until the 17th century. She specifically has an appetite for mischievous children who she cooks in a pot. It gets weirder, because she is the mother of the Yule lads, or the Icelandic Santas. There are 13 in total, and they all have their red Phrygian hat, along with the gnome symbolism.
Marina Abramovich vibes? Marina Abramovich optics?
they are troublemakers, thieves, and on each day, a different Santa or Yule lad will come into each with their own personality. Similar to Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, but kind of weirder, like a sheep thief, bowl, dishware lickers, sausage swipers, the window peeper. What kind of stuff is this? I mean, they would just spy on kids? So wait, this story is in reverse. The dwarves or Yule lads are the helpers, or swarthy Petes. But this time, they have the gnome Santa dress wear, and the Yule lad's mother, Grilla, is the one in charge of everything, because her husband is known to be lazy and is called the big-nosed man. So Grilla, or the female Santa, who birthed multiple red hat thieves, gets them to go and steal gifts and children who have been misbehaving so that she can eat them? Also, the house pet of Grilla and her husband is a black cat named Jólakötturinn, the Yule Cat of Iceland. A vicious hairy animal that actually hunts out poor children who didn't receive anything new to wear and then eats them. They still make these Christmas cats out of light in honor of this legend. So, another witch? Or Templar? The Templars Secret is everyone is worshipping the head of the goat, Mendes, the inseminator of Artemis, Diana of Ephesus, Santa being Mithras with his red Phrygian cap, the Bishop Eunuch, the highest ranking member of the order attempting to attain godhood through philanthropy, the androgynous Lady Liberty, or the Whore of Babylon. These symbols are multi-layered. Santa's workshops, or Saturn's workshop. Are we discussing the creation of artificial humans again? The depiction of Santa Claus at the North Pole subtly reflects people's impression of industrial progress after the Industrial Revolution in the 19th century. In the early 20th century, some images of Santa Claus had him making toys by hand, like artisans in small workshops. Later, the impression became that there were many elves under Santa Claus, and African-American black elves also appeared to make toys. There was a modern assembly line mass production type, but the toys were still handmade by each elf in the traditional way. A toy factory with Elohim-like workers, Saturn's reseeding operation, to feed children consumerism and materialism as they enter this new reset phase, but also a creation factory. Dwarves are the metal workers, the artisans, the fashioners, Vulcan. Interestingly, Templars, Catholics, Jesuits.
Please don't do that, Mr. Cleveland. We need you, sir. We need you, sir.
All had orphan homes and troubled children centers. This was another threat, that parents would leave their children, or even if they misbehaved, they would be shipped off to these troubled homes, which were just insane asylums for children. Saint Nicholas is a Templar, red and white with the Templar cross being the obvious symbolism. Templars owned many ancient churches and Mithraeums in Europe, many of which are questionably from a different era in which they stole, the one-eyed pirates seeking lost treasure. Well, now it gets even deeper. One of the most entrancing songs we know of Christmas, the 12 Days of Christmas, we've all heard it. Well, let's take a look at that again. And would you look at that? It's French in origin. Is this connected to the repopulation postcards? The first printed version of the song comes from an English children's book called Mirth Without Mischief, published in 1780. If you think this is a children's book, I'm not sure what to say. But we're going to take a look at it and some other stories that are mentioned. But this is a clear Freemason manual programming for children, as you'll soon see. Well, first, it seems that the author was anonymous.
Freemasons roasting on an open fire. I wouldn't say that. Someone would say that.
Which is no accident. But this is a manual for teaching orphans mind control games. In terms of the creator, all we really have is the front piece, which is a very strange occult looking illustration. But there seems to be no explanation on why the title is Mirth Without Mischief.
Jesuit Knights of Malta roasting on an open fire. Again, I wouldn't say that, but I'm sure someone would.
I believe it's a reference to Mithras and them promoting this without shame. We will also see some strange formations of letters using children. The origin of the YMCA? The first story is the Carol of the 12 Days of Christmas. The first day is the partridge, which is also an aphrodisiac. The pear being a male fertility symbol, which represents Jesus or the new sun.
Damn, them pears look good.
It's also represented as the alchemical peacock instead of a partridge in older versions. There's a Scottish version that gives an Arabian baboon. Then the second day, the doves, the lovers, Venus, the androgynous human, the formation of the Trinity. These engravings are very telling. Under this, we see a man with a pipe or trumpet, a group of orphans, and a small child playing with an excited dog. Then what's on the third day? 3 French hens getting ready for the hatcheries? 4 calling birds, or actually collie birds, which means blackbirds or ravens, the first order of the Mithraic cult. 5 golden rings, alchemical transmutation. From this point on, we start having an action sequence. The 6 geese who are laying, creation. The 7 swans who are swimming or delivering the babies. The 8 maids a milking, the caretakers, the midwives. 9 ladies dancing, the 9 fruits or multiple operations of Queen Bee Farms. The 10 lords a leaping, the Palatine rulers of the Holy Roman Church, the Santa Claus or Saint Nick's, the Yule lads who leap from house to house. The 11 pipers piping. This is when it gets dark. Then the 12 drummers drumming. Initiate the next phase and reset. Now before we discuss PiedPiper, there is more in this book. Some of these may need a further deep dive, but this children's book has multiple stories. It's not just the famous Christmas Carol, but there's also this very weird game called the Gaping Wide-Mouth Waddling Frog, which was supposed to be an entertaining game or something. All it is a list of questions and commands that the children would repeat. There are multiple Christmas themes in this book. Chained to a log, Phrygian hats, but it seems to be some weird game or reference to a frog that has been distorted by blowing air into it and leaving with a gaping mouth. So, they were teaching animal abuse to kids. You would repeat the question and answer as the lyrics continue. The next person would have to repeat the next line and all that was said before, and if you failed, you had to kiss the other person or cry. It's not really detailed, but it's a weird memory and forfeit game. So if you messed up, you actually had to give things away, which doesn't really make sense how the children are giving up sweetmeats. They have another game in this book called Love and Hatred, where you have to name a bunch of facts about a city or something you love, but specifically a person you loved and a person you hated. And you would pick a letter and then start from there and play these mental repetition games. Again, these are mind orphan games given to children. There was no real entertainment for them in these orphanages, so they would just do stuff like this, but he's giving examples in the book, and in these illustrations you start to realize that the author is hinting towards secret meanings behind these supposed figures he's using as examples. We see a man fishing, bull baiting, and throwing animals around. Seems to me like this is the way that the orphans can say their different masters who they hated or loved, and then they had to recall certain facts of the city depending on what they've been told. Miss Davis, who I love with a D, is diligent, but hate because is a dunce. I'll take him to Dover to the sign of the dragon and treat him with a duck. Again, Phrygian hat riding a horse. Even a blindfolded ritual. These are all occult, even Lady Liberty as the hanged man. Then, some of the examples include masters or bishops. Surprisingly, they have a Phoenician Astarte in these engravings, and even the depiction right under it is a man defecating while smoking a pipe in front of what seems to be pods. We do see the Statue of Liberty and Artemis in this mind game for children, but even pirates hijacking lighthouses, masked carnival and rituals, literal Rosicrucian symbols. And remember, this is the first printed recorded source for the 12 Days of Christmas song. It's a part of a strange old manual of multiple mind memory games, which were not games, but some type of secret programming by elite fraternities in control of these orphan homes. Right under this Rosicrucian symbol, which seems to be a vulture instead of a pelican, the symbol of Christ and rebirth. The pelican is the swan, the geese, the phoenix, the alchemical peacock, resurrection. Now under this blatant Rosicrucian symbol, in a child's book, we see two depictions. One is of a knighted man arriving in a city. Then right under this, we see Santa, the Statue of Liberty, the Shriner, the pirate. After finishing off with the Joker carrying a torch, there's a new section in the book that teaches the art of talking with fingers. Now of course, skeptics will say, well, this is just teaching kids sign language. Well, is it? Why is this included in the same book as these other weird stories and Christmas carols? Why is the title page Lady Liberty in a Phrygian hat shushing as to keep this a secret? I mean, how blatant can you be? You really think children are going to be reading this book? It's talking about ancient origins of this art and how it originated in Egypt. It says, quote, "The Egyptians had an idol such as the picture above, the fingers to the mouth to command silence to their worshippers." This has nothing to do with sign language and explains why in the same Mirth Without Mischief book that is supposed to be a children's book, it now makes sense why it's anonymous. Oh, and the last thing, there's more to cover, but at the end of the book, it shows children being distorted and morphed into letters. Something about it's just really creepy. But now we get to one of the most mind-blowing details. After a certain amount of time, there is no question. You'll begin to see a pattern. So the 12 Nights of Christmas, the famous Christmas carol, is actually a repopulation song, taught to children in the creation of the new church. In the Piper's piping? Who is PiedPiper? The PiedPiper of Hamelin is a famous German fairy tale, but it's rooted in historical fact. He was the Pan Piper, or Peter Pan, the stealer of children, the rat catcher. A man would dress up in jester clothing, but in some depictions, you can see the same hooked red hat, the Phrygian cap. There's no denying the similarities. There's even a painting in the Palace Hotel in San Francisco from 1909, and he clearly has a checkerboard cloth as he leads children into the wilderness. He would lure rats away with his magical pipe, and he was paid for this service, but if the citizens did not pay what he asked for in return, his pipe had the magical power to lure children and lead them away from the city. Some explanations include this being a method to save the town from epidemics. However, other scholars argue that this was a mass immigration, or really, the first instance of these orphans being moved around and transported. Quote, "It has been also suggested that one reason the immigration of the children was never documented was that the children were sold to a recruiter from the Baltic region of Eastern Europe, a practice that was not uncommon at that time." End quote. Emily Gerard reports in The Land Beyond the Frost, an element of the folktale, that, quote, "Popular tradition has averred the Germans who about that time made their appearance in Transylvania to be no other than the lost children of Hamelin, who, having performed their long journey by subterranean passages, reissued to the light of day through the opening of a cavern known as the Almischer Hole in the northeast of Transylvania." Among the various interpretations, reference to the colonization of East Europe starting from Low Germany is the most plausible one. The children of Hamelin would have been in those days citizens willing to emigrate being recruited by landowners to settle in Moravia, East Prussia, Pomerania, or in the Teutonic land. Just a brief note before we continue. This author and other mainstream explanations will use this word, emigration, several times because that's what they want you to believe, that they left their country of their own will. Historian Ursula Sauter, citing the work of linguist Jörgen Yudolf, quote, "After the defeat of the Danes at the Battle of Bornhoved in 1227, explains Yudolf, the region south of the Baltic Sea, which was then inhabited by Slavs, became available for colonization by the Germans. The bishop and dukes of Pomerania, Brandenburg, Uckermark, and Prignitz sent out glib locators, medieval recruitment officers, offering rich rewards to those who were willing to move to the new lands. Thousands of young adults from Lower Saxony and Westphalia headed east, and as evidenced, about a dozen Westphalian place names show up in this area. Indeed, there are 5 villages called Hindenburg running in a straight line from Westphalia to Pomerania, as well as 3 eastern Spiegelbergs in a trail of etymology from Beveringen, south of Hamelin, and Beveringen, northwest of Berlin, to Beringen in modern Poland." End quote. Yudolf favors the hypothesis that the Hamelin youths wound up in what is now Poland. Genealogist Dick Eastman cited Yudolf's research on Hamelin's surname that have shown up in Polish phone books. Linguistics professor Jürgen Yudolf says that 130 children did vanish on a June day in the year 1284 from the German village of Hamelin. Yudolf entered all the known family names in the village at that time and then started searching for matches everywhere. He found the same surnames occur with amazing frequency in the regions of Prignitz and Uckermark, both north of Berlin. He also found the same surnames in the former Pomeranian region, which is now part of Poland. Now, like I said, these scholars have their own explanations and conclusions for this. They say it's mass emigration, or that they were trying to give these kids jobs, or that children actually means the entire city. The amount of excuses is ridiculous, but we do know that this event happened. This is a process in which orphans were stolen, and a leading knight, dressed in bright colors, would take charge over a preceding land and assist in relocating certain children. The story of Christmas is the story of PiedPiper, the flute-playing hybrid goat god Pan, or Mendes the Ram, Baphomet, the Templars Reset, polarity with divide and conquer, the blur between good and evil, the stolen children on the night of Yule.
Schmiegelberg
Santa is the god of the witches, the god of the Templars, the god of the Masons, a multifaceted symbol representing both Lucifer and Saturn, a sexual symbol of rebirth that involves rites with young participants. The Phrygian cap is the hooked sword, the degree of Perseus, the sickle, but also the crescent moon. The Pied Piper is Peter Pan, leading the children to Netherland. And who does he have to watch out for? Captain Hook, the red hat, red coat, the sickle of Saturn, Jolly Roger flags, teraphims, skull and bones, secret societies. Is it all a conspiracy? Or is there something else going on? Or are we all being secretly initiated into an ancient order of the Whore of Babylon, or the Mother of Harlots, through this yearly ceremony of the man in the red coat and red hat who sneaks into our homes while we sleep on the winter solstice, the birth of the morning star? So how did this become a Christian holiday? Well, let's circle back around, because there are many groups who oppose this blatant day of secret symbolism and evil practices. The Puritans banned Christmas and made it illegal with a fine of 5 shillings in 1659 Boston. Even in England, it was banned by the Puritans and Protestants because they were suspicious that the traditions were too deeply associated with Catholicism. Many also felt that the Christmas festivities had simply become too drunken and debauched. Presbyterians in Scotland had outlawed Christmas in 1640. In 1647, there was a ballad sent to the king that was against the Christmas ban titled "The World Upside Down." or a brief description of the ridiculous fashions of these distracted times. Interestingly, it seems like the song is alluding to the eating of flesh from the soldiers fallen from the 1645 Civil War, where Christmas was also killed. Its origin is in scripture. Quote, "But the other Jews which believed not, moved with envy, took unto them certain lewd fellows of the baser sort, and gathered a company, and set all the city on an uproar, and assaulted the house of Jason, and sought to bring them out to the people. And when they found them not, they drew Jason and certain brethren unto the rulers of the city, crying, These that have turned the world upside down, and come hither also, whom Jason hath received, and these all do contrary to the decrees of Caesar, saying that there is another king, one Jesus." Acts 17, verse 5-7. It's basically a reset song that is played after civil wars. Jehovah's Witnesses are also very against Christmas. Quote, "Jesus commanded that we commemorate his death, not his birth." Luke 22, verse 19-20. There's no proof that Jesus was born on December 25th. The birthday is not recorded in the Bible. And Jehovah's Witnesses also believe that God does not approve of Christmas because it is based on pagan customs and rites, which is correct as we've learned with the celebration of Yule or the Black Goat. Although the Jehovah's Witnesses have their own problems and cult-like tendencies, they do have a point. Most Christians will just say that they don't celebrate Christmas because they don't believe in Jesus.
Sir, I'm sorry. I'm going to need you to get your own virtual vixen, sir. No disrespect. All right, we could share. I got, you're my brother. That's all.
But that's not true.
It's the holiday.
They just don't believe these events honor Jesus in any way and are actually pagan in origin, including Valentine's Day, Mother's Day, Easter, Halloween, and yes, even the birthdays. They are all astrotheological occult rituals that we participate in yearly. Which is correct. Santa is Saturn on the winter solstice, the black goat, the black sun, and his elves, El or Elohim, are the other planets, his minions from an esoteric and astrological context. It's all just secret Saturn worship. Yahweh or Baal, which Jehovah is just a Latinized version of Yahweh or the Demiurge, which also has a similarity to DMT, jesters, and clowns, the Nephilim, who can unzip reality and reveal the realm of machine elves. We didn't mention the worship of the mushroom, which deserves its own video, but knowing that Santa Claus is a Vatican Knight is good enough, as there are many secret symbols to cover when it comes to the different occult rites of the new Roman Church. The similarities are fascinating, and I remember this classic book on this by Jan Irving, and although I don't agree with everything he says, I am a fan of his work on the creation of the counterculture, the religious worship of the mushroom, and how psychedelics were reintroduced to the general population by modern alphabet agencies. Long story, but this goes back to Yule as well. Ancient druids or ancient shamans, and also these corrupted Phoenician priests of the Canaanites of the new Roman Church, would participate in these rituals using entheogens and suggestogens, used not only for achieving higher states of consciousness, but to also use as sedatives and for mental programming during these strange rites of the winter solstice. The Amanita muscaria is seen in many old church paintings. Jesus even worshipped the mushroom. In older Norse traditions, they would collect these mushrooms and leave them as gifts during the winter. Siberian reindeer actually eat these mushrooms, which could explain the tradition of leaving out food for reindeer and why they possess magical flying powers. Evergreens or where these shamans would actually find these psychedelic mushrooms. So, the Christmas tree is connected to this trance-like ritual that would be performed during the holidays, and this is another reference to the deliberate mind control operations being covertly presented to the masses under the guise of celebration. The most common response from Christians that say Christmas is not based on pagan holidays, they'll say it's based on Saint Nicholas of Myra. Well, as we discussed, he most likely was a made-up, embellished figure for the exact question of its origin. And we know he has a look-alike cousin that was at the Council of Nicaea, then 1,000 years pass by, and his bones are taken and worshipped by the Templars. The Templars get called out, and then they relocate to Scotland. The European folklore comes in around the 1500s, because this is the only historical evidence we have of this person. Hans van Trapp, or Hans van Trotha, an actual Palatine Knight of the Holy Roman Empire. The only reason we think it's a Christian holiday is because we have been given a history programmed to make us think that way, regardless of the oral and local traditions that contradict that new forced paradigm. We know that Coca-Cola created Santa, but how did we get to the tradition of associating St. Nicholas or Santa Claus with December 25th, or the supposed birth of Christ? Strangely, even though New York is Dutch in origin, for the first 150 years of the city, there's no reference to St. Nicholas or Santa Claus at all, and it's not until 1773 where an account mentions the celebration as an anniversary, meaning it had been practiced before, but no mention of when it started, just that many ancient Dutch families were present. Another 20 years passed by and no mention of Santa or Santa Claus. Also, shout out to Crimeo for pointing this out. Make sure you guys go check out his Christmas video as well. So look at this. 20 years later in 1793, a John Pintard, a businessman and descendant of a French Huguenot family who had arrived in New York in 1690. In his private papers, he helped create the New York Historical Society in 1804, and he was friends with a writer, Washington Irving, coincidentally, an Episcopalian minister of Walloon ancestry named Clement Clark Moore. In January 1808, Manhattanite Washington Irving wrote in his literary magazine Salamungande that, quote, the noted St. Nicholas, vulgarly called Santa Claus, of all the saints in the calendar, the most venerated by true Hollanders and their unsophisticated descendants. This may have given him the idea to expand on this story, and he did so in his satirical History of New York, which was published on St. Nicholas Day, December 6, 1809. In the book, Irving proclaimed that St. Nicholas was New Amsterdam's patron saint and that a jolly old Dutchman nicknamed Santa Claus, who parked his wagon on rooftops and slid down chimneys with gifts for sleeping children on his feast day. The creation of the Corporation of Christmas was actually created by the Black Dutch, Moorish Huguenot settler Palatine Shriners, who came into New York and assisted in the creation of the new holiday, Christmas, emerging of the Dutch Sinterklaas, celebrated on December 6th, and the celebration of Yule, December 25th, the winter solstice. Pintard is responsible for hiring and creating the illustrations of the stern St. Nicholas. They designed him specifically to look like the modern Santa. In 1823, Clement Clark Moore published an account of a visit from St. Nicholas, commonly known as "'Twas the Night Before Christmas." He intentionally shifted the arrival of Santa Claus from the evening before St. Nicholas Day, which few New Yorkers celebrated, to Christmas Eve in hopes of creating a family holiday. Of course, as everyone knows, 8 tiny reindeer pulled Santa in a sleigh, and Santa gave appropriate presents to children and adults. The poem has remained one of America's most popular poems for almost 2 centuries. Pintard's original image of Santa Claus was considered to be depressing, but as you can see, it's clearly Freemasonic. You have a depiction of St. Nicholas. Remember, this was commissioned by Pintard in 1810-1812, strangely. He's clearly seen to be black with the Templars cross, holding pine cones, a wand, a dog by his left side, and would you look at that, the beehive behind him? Is this another Diana of Ephesus symbol? We see 2 white children who seem to look like orphans, and below them there's a pot on fire with 2 black soldiers and a cat. So what they decided to do was make this more presentable, or really more commercial. This is when they changed the depiction of St. Nicholas into a large white jolly man. In 1850, Thomas Nast, a German immigrant who had just arrived in New York, created the modern image of Santa Claus based on Pintard's original idea. This was the transition of turning Santa Claus from a saint of the Catholic Church into the modern day Santa that we all know and love. Or maybe I should say used to. Santa is heavily associated with orphans, and even an elf with Will Ferrell, he accidentally steals a baby from an orphanage and just keeps him and raises him to be a human elf. Christmas Comes But Once a Year from 1936 is about orphans waking up on a Christmas from a licking dog only to find that their toys are old and falling apart. They're so traumatized that the head of the orphanage thinks of an idea. He dresses up as Santa, gives them new gifts and the illusion of Christmas. That should cheer them up. The Polar Express seems to be a reference to orphan trains taking the children to the North Pole or Neverland the night of Yule. The orphan trains are typically thought of as being an American event during the 1850s to 1920s. But these occurred earlier. They just weren't documented and kept secret through legend and allegory. Operation PiedPiper was a covert military operation on September 1st, 1939, during the Second World War, where they officially relocated 1.5 million people. The name of this event is in reference to the PiedPiper legend of old German heritage. This undeniably connects the orphan trains to not only PiedPiper, but to Santa, as they are the same knight with the Phrygian cap. The numbers of this event are not truly known. Over 4 million people were displaced, but what we do know is that PiedPiper came and took the children. But here's a detail they didn't mention on Wiki. They relocated 1.5 million people in just 3 days. The majority were children because the government decided that this would protect the children from threat of war and infectious diseases. 500,000 children were immediately evacuated, as explained in old British newspapers. They were taking the children, and the name of this operation was called PiedPiper. Think about this, this is back in the day before cell phones. How do you manage a system like this forced by the government? Some kids never saw their parents again. This is horrifying. There's this old documentary that talks about how children in their thousands leaving their parents so that they could go to new safe zones for protection under their Catholic teachers. Each of these children were wearing literal gas masks. I do want to shout out another channel that has a video on this. You can find it if you search Orphans of Operation PiedPiper. But other than that, I don't want to say any other key terms, and I'm sure you'll understand why. In the early 1900s, they promoted this event by manipulating the emotion of love, just as I was saying with Christmas. But interestingly, in that documentary, they said that the kids didn't mind at all leaving their parents, that they actually saw it as a holiday, a field trip. Because these kids were so programmed that they're constantly in school, they have no entertainment to the point where they're just repeating memory games, nesh into the fact that they're complicit in Freemasonic rituals. They wanted to leave their parents. That's how programmed these people were. And the parents probably had their own bit of programming, telling them this was the safest thing for their child. They were delivered to multiple European countries, and even Australia, where they were told all sorts of promises of sunshine and rainbows. But where did they end up? Why name a military operation after a fairy tale where children are taken away from their parents by a man in a red hat with a magical flute? It's the exact same story. A city is overrun by rats or disease. Then the knight, the Templar. There's even an old movie where you can see this blatant symbolism. The magical Pan Piper says, "I can remove all the disease, just pay the fee." Well, after playing a special tone that only rats can hear, they follow him into a cave where they'll never be seen again. He successfully removed the rats, and the disease is gone, so he goes to the mayor for payment, but there's a dispute, and he isn't fully compensated. That same night he returns, and plays a note that only the children can hear, and all but 3 follow him into a cave, which in older legends specifically lead to a subterranean tunnel that leads to different countries. Now the weird thing about this 1950 movie is that as they enter the cave, it actually turns into a candy land with candy canes, showing the symbolic connection with Santa and Christmas. In C.S. Lewis's famous supposedly Christian series of the Chronicles of Narnia, the beginning of the story starts at the exact same time frame, in the 1940s, at the beginning of the war. Their father was sent off for war, and so the children are saying goodbye to their mother and boarding what would seem to be an orphan train. They were to be relocated and to live under an unmarried professor in his manor. The orphans, as soon as they arrive, begin to explore the rooms of this grand mansion. Lucy, by no coincidence, is the youngest child who finds the magical wardrobe. So she goes through a dark tunnel, sees a light, and is transported to a land of snow. The first thing we're exposed to is a streetlight or lamp, symbolizing her initiation into a secret order. She walks up to the streetlight and says, "In the middle of the wood?" So this is a reference to Yule and pagan rituals in the woods. Then out of nowhere, where a fawn appears, and this is no accident, as it connects to the ancient symbolism of Pan and to PiedPiper or PanPiper. It's the same figure.
Om Shanti and Om Namah Shivaya, sir.
Leading children to get lost in the woods, not to mention the erotic Priapus cult, who's also the god of genitals and beekeeping. Lucy meets the fawn and then they go in for hot tea, and the fawn is literally naked, where in the beginning he was clothed. And even in the background you can see what looks to be fawn worship symbols. But it's weird, after feeding her tea, you can see he watches to make sure that she starts eating. After a few bites, he explains what he likes about Narnia. He pulls out a flute that's in the shape of a Freemason compass and begins playing a tune. As he watches the
Optics are extremely high right now, but I'll just say this, sir, okay? Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher kiddushanu b'mitzvotav v'tzivanu l'chad l'kner shel Hanukkah, even though Hanukkah's over. But yeah, so it is. I don't say amen.
The child slowly falls asleep. Interestingly, in the very next scene, it slowly dissolves into daylight, where now we can see two gnomes with the red Phrygian cap hanging out with female spirits or sirens. Now this is no accident. This directly connects this scene of Pan with PiedPiper. A Pegasus lands and drinks from the water, representing sexuality. Also, Pegasus is a hybrid creature, said to be an alchemical creation. As the scene is depicting a golden age in which Saturn ruled before Narnia was turned into ice. When she wakes up, she even says, "How long have I been asleep?"
Let me just say that I am planning a stream covering some of the Swindle stuff. I just stumbled upon him recently. I think I knew of him not too long ago, but started watching some of his stuff recently. And so I plan to show the Khazarian God Eaters or whatever, that video, or first that part 1 and 2, I think. And possibly there's another really good video, but his stuff's super good. And the book that I think I listened to, extremely informative and in-depth and descriptive and detailed. Loved it. So we'll get into that ASAP Rocky.
Which seems that she was actually drugged.
My fault.
And that this Pan is still asleep in ecstasy, lost in a mystical vision of symbolism. She says, "Mr. Tumnus, wake up, wake up." He wakes up and immediately starts crying in shame. She demands that he explains, and his words are, "I'm a very bad fawn." Some may think that this is overanalyzing, But are we truly observing this under the right context after everything that's been presented so far? He took service or pay under the White Witch, Lady Liberty? He says it's always winter, never Christmas specifically. The child, confused on who the witch is, still doesn't understand. The Pan or Fawn character then explains that he was paid by the White Witch to be a kidnapper. Quote, "Would you believe that I'm the kind of fawn that would meet a poor innocent human child in the woods, pretend to be friendly with it, then the scene cuts and the child Lucy is very concerned," the fawn continues, "and invite it home to my cave, lulling it to sleep, just for the sake of handing it over to the White Witch?" "Oh, I'm sure you wouldn't do anything like that," Lucy replies. He looks at her assuringly. "Yes, you are that child." So hold up, let me get this straight. He had orders from the White Witch that if he saw a daughter of Eve or a daughter of Adam, he was literally to kidnap them, fool them, bring them to his subterranean cave, and then deliver the children to the queen? This is the same story of PiedPiper, or Santa Claus, Krampus. The fawn even says that his flute was designed to put the children to sleep, so he has a magical flute, and he had planned this from the beginning, because he was afraid of being turned into stone. But after the child begs for freedom, he says, "Of course, I can't do that now that I know you." His whole character is deceptive from the beginning. The White Witch is Santa Claus from a pagan tradition. She rides in a sleigh pulled by two horned white horses that is also steered by a gnome in a red Phrygian hooked hat, while she wears the Statue of Liberty crown. She is the symbol of Satan, which again shows that this symbol can manifest in both male and female forms, Saturn and Venus. Don't skip Christmas or you're a Scrooge. That Christmas Carol movie with Jim Carrey? That's a really trippy movie from Disney. The light Lucifer leading him on an astral journey while he's wearing his nightgown or cap and gown, jester hat. You can even see this on the older depictions. The entire experience is some rite of rebirth where he meets Father Christmas holding the torch just like the Statue of Liberty. And this scene is really creepy. Actually, multiple scenes in this movie are really creepy. Even the faces when they start to morph. Interestingly, Father Christmas even says he's a part of a brotherhood. They even show the androgynous symbol with the human sins represented as the ignorance with the male and desire with the women. Charles Dickens, the author behind Christmas Carol, was also the writer behind Oliver Twist, another famous story about orphans. So Christmas is connected with orphans. Also, Charles Dickens has another story that's actually the inspiration for A Christmas Carol. It's called The Story of the Goblins Who Stole a Sexton. Gabriel Grubb, a mean misanthropic sexton or gravedigger, goes to dig a grave on Christmas Eve and beats up a little boy on the way. The work is hard, and when Grubb rests to take a drink, he meets the King of Goblins, who accuses him of being a nasty, spiteful fellow. This time, Santa is represented by a green king goblin, where they take this gravekeeper to some fairy court and he goes through some vision of torture. They say that Christmas Carol isn't a Freemasonry reference, and that Dickens was not a Mason, even though there's Freemasons writing articles breaking down the obvious symbolism, and a sextant is a compass as well. But one just can't help see the similarities, as it is a story of morality veiled in allegory, illustrated by symbols. Well, he's visited by 3 spirits, but it starts with him entering a door, the gatekeeper being his dead business partner. The first visit in older illustrations clearly seems to be Lucifer, the ghost of Christmas past. That's initiation. The second spirit is the ghost of Christmas present, which is the Green Man, the Yule Father, Father Christmas, mixed with the symbolism of Libertas and Baphomet. Again, this Father Christmas or Santa Claus presents 2 spirits, which are of man's. They are depicted as a poor boy and girl. This is the second degree, the passing, analyzing and letting go of the past. The third spirit, the ghost of Christmas to come, which is death. Then, he visits his tombstone, as he almost falls into the pit of hell. The third degree, death, rising from the dead. The ceremony is completed, the hanged man, achieving rebirth, the Trinity, the creation of a new human. I mean, don't get me wrong, I love Christmas, but you guys saw that I was pretty nonchalant about it at the beginning of the video, and although I knew most of this information, after seeing it all presented in the right context and finding new connections, it starts to become blatantly clear that something horribly dark and eerie is being referenced in the story of Christmas, and we teach this to our children. So, if I was to watch this whole thing and ask myself, would I teach my children this holiday and lie to them about this man? I don't really think so. It's a hard situation, again, because most of our culture and communities practice these holidays. I do think that Christians have found a way to alchemize or see the brighter side of this dark history. So, our intention is not to stop the spirit of spending time together or even sending gifts, but more so, to spread curiosity on the origins of some of the most fundamental aspects of our society and mental programming, such as Santa Claus and Christmas. Asking questions is our first step. Only then can we begin to view our realm in a new light. Hope you guys enjoyed that one, and if you can come support our work by visiting our website, message us on our socials, and or joining the Discord, it would really help us out. We hope you all have an amazing new year, and may Christmas be unveiled.
Let go of everything you think to be true. Relax the mind and ask the question, do I truly understand what this reality is?
Like, how do we even know what's real, brothers and sisters? Is this real? Is the question. Shout out to Mind Unveiled for quite the thought-provoking, deep and detailed video there. The decode of the holiday that is commonly known as CHRiSTMAS. But again, that was, as the title of the stream is, Christmas Unveiled, PiedPiper, Templars Secret, Saturn's Workshop, Giant Stealing Children. So I thought that that was just so great and attracted such a crowd. Why not just see if there are any other Mind Unveiled Christmas videos? Okay, well, this is a 10-hour one here. Actually, 9 hours and 54 minutes. Shout out to the 954. That's where I'm from, actually. Fort Lauderdale. Lottie Dottie. But Homunculus Unveiled. Jesus, Liber, Vacae. Which kind of sounds like Vax Liberation. Artificial Generation, Lost Esoteric Secrets. So we could watch this. It's only 10 hours. So, but see, this is what I don't really like so much about YouTube interface sometimes is I'm on this channel, I type in Christmas, and it shows me one Christmas thing with all their other videos. Why doesn't it just show me videos with Christmas in the title? Doesn't that make sense? Sports, Cabbage Patch Kids, cloning, Homunculus, Tartaria, fabricated history, U.S. Constitution, the lost art of bonsai children, Willy Wonka exposed. That's an interesting one. Pretty sure I watched that a while back. They cloned Tyrone. Is about turning white people black. Turning black people white, sorry. Secret eugenics and mind control programs. This, I think, is the most recent video here. I haven't checked it out yet. Ragamuffins and Cabbage Night, the original Halloween Lost Orphan holiday. Surprised he hasn't dropped a Christmas, or they haven't dropped a Christmas video. Here's the pigs are human. Pigs are humans. Human meat markets. Tainting ancient and modern civilizations. You hear that, Lubass? You hear that, sir? It's definitely a case worthy of study upon close examination. Indeed, I agree. Yeah, could be the same. Yeah, that's a good point, sir. And all this GMO technology now, oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. And this fucking stupid ad here in the corner. Let me get this out of the picture. Just, oh, it's not a Coca. Okay, I thought it was a Coca-Cola ad. It's not. That's good at least. Ancient cloning factories, Amazons, foundlings and incubators, test tube babies, Tartaria, Aegea.
Merry
Kids.
Christmas. Hope you all are having a wonderful time with your families, making memories.
Sir, my grandmother's in the hospital right now, so you can just get F. I'm just kidding, brother. I don't know why that happened. I love you.
Today, we wanted to discuss the secret dark origins of Christmas. And look, our intention isn't to ruin Christmas, like, enjoy your Christmas. But at the same time, we shouldn't just blindly celebrate holy days or holidays without knowing where they came from. Like, did you know that it was once illegal in the US to celebrate Christmas? Well, this is obviously a touchy subject for many families. And although it could be a dark history, I don't think this means we have to throw away Christmas or become the Grinch, even though he's kind of the good guy in this situation. But still, that's how they get us. They mix true values of the family and being generous so that you're labeled a Scrooge if you don't want to celebrate Christmas. However, that doesn't mean there aren't some strange hidden histories within this holiday, and it's worth to check them out, possibly even asking the question, why do we celebrate this holiday? Most of us raised on this corporate advertised version of Christmas, shiny Coca-Cola Santa, but where did this come from? And how did this become a Christian holiday? Well, no matter what, we all grew up on Christmas, made many memories, and at least for me, they've all been positive.
All right, so this is what we already watched.
Material desire fed to kids for wanting a big present at the end of each year because it was advertised to them on TV. That's the hard part, because there are some strange, dark associations in this Christmas story with children that I feel shouldn't even be a part of this special day. Yet, when we look back at history, it's quite shocking to realize what Christmas is truly based on. So with that, let's get started.
All right, so we'll watch Ignored Christian Origins, possibly part 1 to 4. That would be hour 15. That would be like an hour and a half. Hopefully the bandwidth's all right here, so I can just stream it and not have it downloaded. That's weird. Did I not add part 4? Okay. Thought if I zoom out, that would make more sense. There we go. All right, let's get into it. Ignored Origins. Ignored Christian Origins, part 1.
Ignored Christian Origins.
Oh, really? Gonna do that now? All right, it's gonna start over. It's all good. All right. Now I can put it in 1.5 speed, so that's nice. That's great.
Ignored Christian Origins. Introduction. The documentary Zeitgeist made waves upon the Christian community when it declared that Jesus was but another version of a pagan god. This video is not Zeitgeist. The goal of this video is to show the secret origins of Christianity, and our intention is not to discredit Jesus. Let me say it right away. I do believe Jesus could have existed. However,
isn't that the secret teachings of all ages right there? Is that not the cover for the secret teachings of all ages? What was it going to do? Oh, that's right. I think there was a Santa video linking Santa to the Manada Muscaria, of course. Let's see if I'm mistaken. See, it's not working. The stream feature, this search feature is terrible. Whatever.
Our intention is not to discredit Jesus. Let me say it right away.
I
do believe Jesus could have existed. However, I do not agree with King James Bible thumpers. Jesus is not the answer for everything, and you can't just constantly say,
he's an occultist,
to every author with a different perspective. The occult isn't, quote, bad. Most of the people who think this way are part of a conditioned way of thinking. Don't get me wrong, I understand the dangers of magic and the powers of the subconscious mind. I just don't think that's a good excuse. We can't just keep hiding from our shadows saying magic is evil, when most of you have no idea what it even is. Modern Christianity is making a large percentage of the population compliant and docile. Some would scoff and take offense, but humanity can no longer take the suppression of the occult with such ignorance. I have to say this because this type of thinking is a product of laziness. The modern Christian rejects the idea of any other god without first considering them, because even considering them could result in punishment by God, according to the King James Version. Yet, we have this quote here.
He that answereth a matter before he heareth it, it is folly and shame unto him. Proverbs chapter 18, verse 13.
And yet, many have openly admitted that they will only read the King James Bible, while telling all others of differing faiths that they simply are wrong. To dismiss the points in this presentation just because I cite someone like Manly P. Hall? That's unfair. Let me just address the issue here.
I guess I was right.
Consider this content Luciferian, occult, or satanic. To a Christian, those three words are synonymous. It's clear that this is due to a lack of understanding of semantics, and not understanding something causes people to react out of fear. Okay, Manly P. Hall was a Freemason. Big deal. So was Isaac Newton, Mozart, Ben Franklin, Louis Armstrong, Buzz Aldrin, Harry Houdini, Booker T. Washington, and John Wayne. It's not that complicated to go become a Freemason. Honestly, I think it's overhyped. It's even possible that the organization's popularity was inflated to gather and chaperone the average man who shows signs of deep curiosity. Okay, can we just consider Manly P. Hall in a general sense for a second? Let's just forget about his ideas on society and the idea of one world. Let's just say that's all true. Does that take away from the content that he wrote about? Sure, you could say there's an agenda, but here's my honest opinion. Knowledge is knowledge. Wisdom is wisdom. If you quiet your mind and allow yourself to absorb information, subconsciously you will take from it what you need. Manly P. Hall was a wise man whether you realize it or not, and anyone who has studied his work knows this without question. It comes from a complete misunderstanding of the occult. I mentioned astrotheology, and somehow people assumed that I was trying to discredit the Bible.
Hear this, O Job. Stop and consider the wondrous works of God. Can you bind the chains of the Pleiades, or loose the cords of Orion? Can you lead forth the Mazzaroth in their season, or can you guide the bear with its children?
God makes the zodiac move. He's telling Job, consider these great works, one of them being the secret of astrotheology.
Let there be lights in the expanse of the heavens to divide the day from the night, and let them be for signs and seasons, and for days and years.
The confusion lies in that astrotheology is technically the religion of the stars, or the worship of the stars. This is where it can become blasphemous to state that this is the origins of Christianity. But just give me a moment. The stellar cults were not the first religions. The first religions were nature-based religions, which were in sync with God and the earth. The zodiac is a gift given by God to be used as a calendar for our world, and for also mapping our minds. The ancients knew this. It wasn't until later in history that man figured out that he could worship individual bodies and gain power from it. This is where the problem lies. We have cults of Saturn, Jupiter, the moon, and many more, all worshiping everything with the intelligence that is the invisible creator. Just because certain groups misuse this knowledge doesn't mean that it's originally evil. We need to know about this information, and people are being lazy and think that the only book they need is the King James Bible. Well, I think we all need to become philosophers in a way. We all need to think. And if you want to know my honest opinion, the authorized version of the Bible teaches the opposite of that. It is blatantly mental mind programming that gives you a certain esoteric truth, which sets this mysterious overtone to the whole experience of reading the Bible. Once you're in that state, that's it. You're in a trance. Words are powerful. These words of the Bible connect directly with the imagination. The imagination is like a projector that projects the words into moving pictures onto the stage that sits within the depths of the human mind. This can be a very spiritual experience for the reader, as this book is claiming to have what they've been searching for, consciously or unconsciously. Something to tell them what to do in life and why they should do it. The reason usually being, you must follow.
So can I, sir. So can I.
Ironically, there are hundreds of different denominations, which undoubtedly all have their own individual perspective on how to live. This seems to be the basis of many age-old conflicts, despite the fact that no single religious doctrine successfully delivers all the answers. Now, there must be some grains of truth in the Bible. This is what I say. The Bible is based on esoteric wisdom. Jesus and everything he stands for is positive and wise, no denying that. And I also am not denying that he is based on a real figure. Was Jesus his name? That's up for debate. Overall, the Bible is an incredible outlook on history. However, the way that it is presented is completely distorted. The whole idea that just because you believe in Jesus, that you are in favor of God, or that you have been given grace, is BS. And if that offends you, you're the problem. You can't just be given a story and a name and all of a sudden now God favors you to other people who do not believe in the same thing. What kind of distorted belief system is that? The whole idea that we need to be forgiven for our sins is messed up. We were kicked out of the Garden of Eden because of curiosity. Sure, you can say Satan or the snake, but here's the honest truth. The snake didn't lie. Oh my God.
He's an occultist.
Seriously? Okay, look, sure. This is Luciferianism. That does not mean Satanism, and most of you are completely confused to the true meaning. The Gnostic texts say that this snake was Sophia, manifesting as wisdom in order to bring awareness to the beings living in this realm of nescience. We pride ourselves for living in houses, watching television, making money, or careers, but all this comes from the sciences that were given to us by the fallen ones, supposedly. We live in a world where by practicing knowledge or by the pursuit of your ego in any way, you are sinning. That is what the material world is. Most people don't even realize that the idea that God can be jealous or that he argues with his disciples is just ridiculous. It is just blatantly obvious that these are not the writings straight from the inspiration of God. This text is mystical, secretive, well-designed, and most of all, based on esoteric wisdom. That's the problem most KJV bumpers are not aware of, that many scriptures do not make it into the Bible. Yeah, I've heard the arguments for why the Gnostic text did not make it into the Bible, but the thing is, the King James Bible and modern Christians translate the text literally, whereas the Gnostic text, or the Foundations of Christianity, translated the text allegorically. The reason they were left out is because of the knowledge they contain, not because the Gnostic texts were from unofficial sources. I have a Bible in my room. I study it from time to time. For me, it's only one of many books I look to for wisdom. Don't get me wrong, I'm sure that there are many Christians out there reading more than just the Bible, but I simply do not agree with the whole King James only philosophy, or the hundreds of other denominations of Christianity, all focusing on one detail or interpretation and distorting it to their own perspective. This can't be the way. Approximately 33% of the world as we know it is Christian. If Christianity is the answer and a third of our population follow this Jesus Christ, then why do we have such high levels of depression and violence? Why is there a general lack of awareness, willingness, passion, and drive? It's obvious that, quote, turning to Jesus is most of the time a cookie-cutter way for people to bandage up their problems as opposed to learning and growing from them. There's nothing wrong with the idea of Christianity, but there is an issue of what it's become. We have to stop mental laziness. It's time to stop the suppression of magic and this whole idea of the devil and Satanism. It's a complete lack of knowledge of the psyche. That is our real problem. We don't actually understand ourselves. We started running before learning how to walk.
Examine yourself and understand who you are. Whosoever does not know self does not know anything, but whoever knows self has acquired the knowledge of the universe. Jesus, Book of Thomas, from the Gnostic Gospels. Those who know and realize the self are forever free. Katha Upanishad.
Christianity and paganism. It all begins with the Druids. According to Wikipedia, quote, a Druid was a member of the high-ranking professional class in ancient Celtic cultures. Perhaps best remembered as religious leaders, they were also legal authorities, adjudicators, lore keepers, medical professionals, and political advisors. The knowledge of the Druids has been suppressed in modern times. Find out for yourself. Go to your church and ask your reverend about the Druids. Oh, those savages? They practice ritual sacrifice, is a common answer. Quote, Dr. Smith thinks that Druids never offered any human or even animal sacrifice. Dr. Smith says that in the Gaelic language, customs, or traditions, there is not a hint allusive to the sacrifice of any living being, end quote. Quote, the Roman Church and State held the idea that all power should be centralized. All religious institutions which conflicted with this objective were to be destroyed. For this very reason, the mystery teachings, the Druids, were to be suppressed. The study and preparation necessary for those who were selected for initiation into the higher mysteries were such as to develop a highly philosophic and spiritual state of mind, a mind that did not comport with the object which the church rulers had in view, end quote. And not only Atlantis, in their great missionary pilgrimage, the Druids, they circled the globe in order to give religion and knowledge of God to the different races of mankind. They also established priesthoods and gave alphabets to the races who were unenlightened in such matters up to that time. Ireland is a country in which the arts and sciences were first discovered and developed. To this country, the Greeks apply the term ogia, a term which was never given but to the very ancient, and it is from the Irish, ancient Druids, that the Greeks trace their descent. The Druids are the ancient Aryan priests, the first shamans, the preservers of the sciences of old, who inhabited the ancient lands of Ireland. What we are told is the Celts originate in the east. This is false. The Druids come from the north, or beyond the north wind, Hyperborea. We will learn more about the Druids as we go along, but I would encourage anyone resisting to keep this in mind. Is it true that the Druids are in some way connected with Christianity? Let's keep it simple, starting with Stonehenge.
The Druids now, while arms are heard no more, old mysteries and horrid rites restore, a tribe whose singular religion love, and haunt the lonely coverts of the grove. To these and all of mankind alone, the gods are sure revealed or sure unknown. If dying mortals' dooms they sing all right, no ghosts descend to hell in dreadful night, no parting souls to grisly Pluto go, nor seek the dreary silent shades below, but forth they fly, immortal in their kind, and other bodies in new worlds they find. Thus the life forever runs its endless race, and like a line, death but divides the space. A stop which can but for a moment last, a point between the future and the past. Thrice happy they between the northern skies, who that worst fate, the fear of death, despise. Hence they no cares for this frail being feel, but rush undaunted on the pointed steel, provoke approaching fate, and bravely scorn to spare that life which must so soon return. Rose Lucan.
Most of us know about Stonehenge, right? If you don't know who the Druids are, they are the creators of Stonehenge. Most new to the subject already know this, they just need to remember. Let's think about Stonehenge for a moment, and then continue more with my presentation on the Druids. The ruins called Stonehenge is an assemblage of upright and prostrate stones on Salisbury Plain, England, and is generally supposed to be the remains of an ancient Druidic temple. I'm going to be interpreting material from academic and mythological sources. If you strictly follow one piece of work, you will never see the bigger picture. I'm about to say some things that are really far away from the mainstream perspective. For anyone new, I talk about many of these topics on my channel. We have two things going on. We have the depictions of Stonehenge being built in a very primitive way by some early proto-Celts. Then we have this concept that Stonehenge was created by the Druids. After my research and understanding of Tartaria, I've come to the following conclusions. The subject of the Druids has become quite confusing. We know the source of the Druidism to come from Ireland. However, most of what we accept into academic circles today are what the later Greek historians wrote about. I see this as propaganda after the reset. The whole idea that Druids were primitive, delusional madmen who practiced sacrifice became the administered narrative.
During the 20th century, Stonehenge began to revive as a place of religious significance, this time by adherents of neo-paganism and New Age beliefs, particularly the Neo-Druids. The historian Ronald Hutton would later remark that it was great and a potentially uncomfortable irony that modern Druids had arrived at Stonehenge just as archaeologists were evicting the ancient Druids from it. The first such neo-Druidic group to make use of this megalithic monument was the Ancient Order of Druids, who performed a mass initiation ceremony there in August 1905, in which they admitted 259 new members into their organization. This assembly was largely ridiculed in the press, who mocked the fact that neo-Druids were dressed up in costumes consisting of white robes and fake beards.
To understand what I'm going to say, you need to understand Tartaria and Irish lore. They want you to think that the Druids created Stonehenge, because when you look into the Druids, all you will find is the ancient Hebrew Druids who practiced sacrifice, ancient Celts who were savages and had no written language, and there isn't even one solid depiction of a Druid. We aren't taught in schools about Druids. Then what the hell is a Druid? I'm not ruling out that they built it, I'm just trying to question the traditional narrative. They were the Aryan priests of the Hyperborean age, the one nation that ruled the world. But what we consider Tartaria, or ancient Scythia, is just one of these nations of the world Aryan Irish Hyperborean Empire. I wouldn't really call it an empire, for this was something that we could never imagine. Now, I need to mention that these were not the only beings in this realm. It wasn't just the Aryans. Okay, so these Hyperboreans were the ancient Irish.
Speaking of Druid, shout out to whoever Druid is that sent that contribution. Again, I never found out who you were, unless you're Don Juan DeMarco or Friday. And either way, shout out to you. Appreciate it. Much love. Let's get back to it.
Or the Duwaha De Danann, and the Cimmerians are the Fomorian race. Look into Pindar. The Duwaha De Danann were an ancient race with blonde red hair, blue-green eyes, who were said to be quite large. The Fomorians were also a supernatural race of giants that had mastered psychic abilities and came from below the earth. In Irish legends we hear of many invasions into the motherland. The Fomorian legends are what I perceive to be ancient Cimmerians, or ancient Moors. See, the thing about calling them Moors is that it doesn't really do them justice. I have a video explaining on how these two god races exchanged knowledge, interbred, and created all the races that we know today. The Moors were from Lemuria, or Mu, and they came to Ireland. Okay, some of you will think I'm just reaching out, huh? Okay, let's look into Stonehenge on Wikipedia. Two myths that clearly hint to the answer.
A folktale relates The origin of the fire heels reference. The devil bought the stones from a woman in Ireland, wrapped them up, and brought them to Salisbury Plain. One of the stones fell into the Avon, and the rest were carried into the plain. The devil then cried out, "No one will ever find out how these stones came here." A friar replied, "That's what you think," whereupon the devil threw one of the stones at him and struck him on the heel. The stone stuck in the ground and is still there. According to Geoffrey, the rocks of Stonehenge were healing rocks called the Giant's Dance, which giants had brought from Africa to Ireland for their healing properties. The 5th century king Aurelius Ambrosius wished to erect a memorial to 3,000 nobles slain in the battle against the Saxons and buried at Salisbury, and at Merlin's advice chose Stonehenge. The king sent Merlin, Uther, Pendragon, King Arthur's father, and 15,000 knights to remove it from Ireland, where it had been constructed on Mount Kilorus by the giants. They slew 7,000 Irish, but as the knights tried to move the rocks with ropes and force, they failed. Then Merlin, using gear and skill, easily dismantled the stones and sent them over to Britain, where Stonehenge was dedicated. After it had been rebuilt near Amesbury, Geoffrey further narrates how Ambrosius, Aurelianus, then Uther Pendragon, and finally Constantine III were buried inside the giant's rings of Stonehenge.
Isn't it interesting that one of the top tourist attractions in Salisbury is the Salisbury Cathedral? This is clear Tartarian architecture. Notice that when you see Stonehenge, you mentally attribute Stonehenge with the Druids, which gives you a very primitive perspective of them. Yet, there's a bigger mystery at hand. A mere 7 miles away sits the Salisbury Cathedral, and you think, wow, how amazing is English architecture? Mainstream history tells us that this is post-Roman times. No one visiting would even consider that maybe the two have a connection. Maybe the Druids, the ancient priests of Hyperborea, were responsible for this Tartarian architecture, which is the true representation of their sciences. Could it be like the myths of Merlin that Stonehenge is but a massive set of stones set by the Fomorians? Was it with the instruction of the Druids? I don't know. However, when you take into consideration that there's been many different renovations than the idea that they were moved, it begins to become clear that some type of cover-up is happening. The official story of Stonehenge is presented as cavemen using ropes to pull up the rocks. If the Druids with 5,000 years ago erected Stonehenge as a calculator, then this conflicts with the theory that we come from an advanced civilization such as Atlantis or Hyperborea. We know that many monuments were systematically destroyed. Well, the question is, why did they leave Stonehenge? They being the Romans. Well, perhaps it has to do with their perception of our origins. Now, for some of you, you may be wondering, what does this have to do with Christianity? Everything. For what is being unveiled is the source in which your religion sprang. It's not just Christianity. We have
That's what I think,
everything
sir.
that there is to know about Egypt. We have biased thinking. People are not creative in the way they think anymore. Let me explain. Someone who is a Christian for 20 years will be very hesitant to look into information that leads to the idea that Christianity came from paganism. We have to stop with this if we are willing to move forward as spiritual beings. We have to look at our shadow. Quote, "The Great Pyramid in its original and dazzling splendor of light under the Egyptian sun was the object of wonderment and awe to all beholders. It surpassed in sublime grandeur any other monument or structure ever erected by man on this globe. It was considered the greatest of the 7 wonders of the ancient world. Its partial destruction and defacement by removing its upper part and capstone, and by stripping it of its outer casting of white stone, which gave to it an aspect of dazzling brightness, leaving it in outward appearance bare and nude, silent and mute as to its mission, as a milestone without a figure. This has been a great loss to mankind. At noonday, its lofty golden capstone seemed to be at one with the sun, uniting earth and heaven in eternal unity, a symbolic union of spirit and matter. To mar the sublime pillar, this grand masterpiece of the Irish Magian priest of Iessa was a part of a plot as selfish as any ever conceived. This plot was put into effect by the ruling spirits at the head of the Roman Church. They cherished the ambitions of nothing less than universal rule for their church and empire. We will begin to see how this project was advanced, for it was the idea held by the leaders of the Roman Church and state, they were practically one, that all power should be centralized in the head of the church, who was also the emperor of the state, and any and all religious institutions which in any way conflicted with this ideal were to be done away with. For this reason, the mystery cults were suppressed and the initiation into the ancient or esoteric mysteries were forbidden, so that no religious establishment, worship, or practice would exist which would draw and hold men to it other than the Roman state church. And besides, as the study and preparation necessary for those who were selected for initiation into the higher mysteries was such as to develop a highly philosophic and spiritual state of mind, such study and preparation did not comport with the object which church rulers had in view. Such minds would not yield adherence to a mere political and idolatrous church whose doctrines were, in the main, intended for the uninstructed multitude. Such minds could not be dominated by a political or mercenary priesthood. They were enlightened men and they stood in the way of the church project. Therefore, the institutions which produced such men were to be suppressed. Christianity has led the masses to becoming docile, and this was by intention, for all the ancient books of the past were destroyed, and as I will show, the languages were rearranged, vowels added, and then their origins suppressed. The Great Pyramid of Ayesa was used as a temple of initiation for inculcating the mysteries of nature and the occult powers of the soul. The decree of the church and the execution of its policy to close the Great Pyramid Temple and suppress its institution practically put an end to the development of the enlightened minds in the Nile Valley. Now, I'm not saying that the Great Pyramid was created by white people. I'm saying it was created under the Church of Ayesa, which, yes, is the Aryan race. However, if you wish to understand more of my perspective, I have a video on the Moors. The Aryan race, the Church of Ayesa, the Hyperborean race, mixed with many different cultures by exchanging knowledge. This is why we see so many similarities in religion and architecture from all around the world. The fingerprint is everywhere, especially in the Bible. Quote, however, the whole controversy served to arouse an intensified interest, such has been awakened among scholars and thinkers everywhere in the Great Pyramid. This companion piece of the Bible, the one art, the other in literature, the Bible is the word in script, the Great Pyramid is the word in stone, and both came from the same source, the Irish Magian priesthood of Ayesa. It was always known and in the possession of the ruling spirits of the Church of Rome and the high priest of the Church of England. The success of the former institution was dependent upon the suppression of this knowledge. But it was, and is up to this day, also one of the most jealously guarded secrets of the High Church of England. Otherwise, this knowledge could not be widely known, as the evidence is so plain that it is only through a studied and agreed upon silence that the facts have been kept from becoming common knowledge. The Great Pyramid, and the group of which it is the premier, together with the temples of the Nile Valley, are the most convincing witnesses and testimonials, offering no chance for contradiction or uncertainty as to the accomplishments and genius of the Irish, or as it is called in history, the Aryan race. There is no mistaking the monuments left by the Irish, who were once the rulers and masters of the whole earth. Their rule embraced all countries. It was worldwide. Ireland was the first mistress of the seas. It was the first and only worldwide empire which has ever been known, for it was spiritual. It was greater in extent than Persian, Greek, Roman, or Mogul ever attained to. The remains of their works, which, wherever they're found, bear an unmistakable similarity in shape and character. They are huge, immense, and conceived and carried out on a plan so extensive that it awes the mind of the man of today. These remains extend from Ireland along the Atlantic coast of Europe to Africa, along the Mediterranean Sea to Egypt, India, China, Java, Tahiti, and the Caroline Islands in the South Pacific Ocean. On the American continent, we find the Route Tower near Newport, RI, which bespeaks its Irish origin, and the great pyramidal mounds of the Ohio and Mississippi valleys. Also, the ruined temples of the Yucatan and Mexico, and similar remains of South America are all evidence of their handiwork. All owe their origin to the same source, and they establish beyond any doubt that the Irish were the first real discoverers of America, and that the very name of God among the Indians of our country was an Irish name derived from those missionaries and explorers centuries before Christopher Columbus or Eric the Red were born. One of the Irish names of God was Man, and Manitha is the Irish word for holy. The Indian name for God was Manitau, the Holy One. The Indians also had another name for God, and this again was Irish. It was Manabasha, the sun god. It is a compound word with the root word man, holy, and basha, of the cows, the bull, virtually the same as Baal, the Irish sun god. So the name signifies the holy life giver, or holy creator. Anyone who knows the Celtic tongue will recognize this fact at once, and so will all competent students of philology.
I just wanted to interrupt to say that, Enki, Enlil, and Flood, and Earth all equal 52. So there's that.
No one after reading this treatise on the Great Pyramid will ever have a doubt as to who its authors were, or as to whether the high personages in England, who always have assumed direction of the ship of state, have had a knowledge of who the builders of the Great Pyramid were. Nor will there be any doubt but that the ruling spirits of the Church of Rome have had this knowledge and that they still keep it a closed secret. This is from Connor McDarry's Irish Wisdom Preserved in Bible and Pyramids. This book alone will show you so much that you probably are unaware of. There's also no way you can say, oh, Luciferian media, as the passion and intention of this book are very clear. Okay, I may have went really far out there for some people. I know that this is a completely different worldview, so let's forget about all that for now. I want to show you some research that shows quite clearly the affinity between ancient languages. There is so much confusion in academic circles when it comes to which language is the predecessor. For example, Phoenician is said to be an Egyptian derivation, when this is not the case. Remember, quote, to this country, the Greeks apply the term ogia, a term which was never given but to the very ancient, and it is from the Irish, ancient Druids, that the Greeks trace their descent. From Celtic Druids, Godfrey Higgins, quote, it is the object of the author in the following work to show that the Druids of the British Isles were the priests of a very ancient nation called Celtae. That these Celtae were a colony from the first race of people, a learned and enlightened people, the descendants of the persons who escaped the effects of the deluge on the borders of the Caspian Sea. That they were the earliest occupiers of Greece, Italy, France, and Britain, arriving in those places by a route nearly along the 45th parallel of north latitude. That, in a similar manner, colonies advanced from the great nation by a southern line through Asia, peopling Syria and Africa, and arriving at last by sea through the Pillars of Hercules at Britain. In the course of the work, the mode in which the ancient patriarchal religions, as well as those of Greece and Italy, were founded will be pointed out, and the author flatters himself that he shall have much strength in the foundations of rational Christianity. He will show that all the languages of the Western world were the same, and that one system of letters, that of the ancient Irish Druids, pervaded the whole, was common to the British Isles and Gaul, to the inhabitants of Italy, Greece, Syria, Arabia, Persia, and Hindustan, and that one of the two alphabets of the same system in which the ancient Irish manuscripts are written, namely the Beth Lewisian, came by Gaul through Britain to Ireland, and that the other, the Boboloth, came through the Straits of Gibraltar. This is the story of Odysseus. This is also the story of the ancient Druids. After the cataclysm, they ventured out around the world and then returned back to Ireland. Consider the giants in the Odyssey. They could have been the Fomorians, or a mixed giant race. We don't think of the Druids sailing around the world because that is mostly credited to the Phoenicians.
The Phoenicians were indeed extraordinarily gifted men. They were one of the first races to devise and employ a sophisticated alphabet, construct great cities and temples, make paper for writing, and sail the seas of the world. The fact is that they were Arya, or adepts of the highest order. They were master architects, astrologers, shipwrights, mariners, healers, and scientists. We believe the Phoenicians were, like the Scythians, originally from the West. They preserved the secrets of megalithic construction and many other ancient arts. They may have been the original builders of many temples along the Nile. This is what the Old Testament hints, and what a great deal of miscellaneous Masonic literature suggests. Michael Tessarian, Irish Origins of Civilization, Volume 2.
Okay, if you've seen my other videos, I go more in depth on Plato's Timaeus, but in the story, Solon wants to learn more about ancient antiquity from the priest of Egypt. Solon is trying to impress the priest with his understanding of myth and its connection with ancient history. Solon was of the perception that the origins of the Greeks lie in the East, in Asia, in ancient Argos, but no, the priest of Egypt stated,
"You Hellenes are children. In mind, you are all young. There is no old opinion handed down among you by ancient tradition, nor any science which is hoary with age. In the first place, you remember a single deluge only, but there were many previous ones. In the next place, you do not know that there dwelt formerly in your land the fairest and noblest race of men which ever lived, and that you and your whole city are descended from a small seed or remnant of them which survived. And this was unknown to you because for many generations the survivors of that destruction died, leaving no written word."
This noble race of men is what Godfrey Higgins refers to as the Celtae. This is why we have no written alphabet of these ancient advanced peoples. The Phoenicians were obviously the most advanced after the most recent cataclysm. The Greeks stole everything. Does that sound like an overstatement? They were confused, lost, they came into these cities that were empty and desolate. They rewrote everything, changed the language, rewrote history. It's not just the Greeks. We can focus on three main groups: the Hebrews, the Greeks, and the Romans. I'm trying to do everything that I can to tie all this together with the Tartarian perspective, but we'll have to be patient until everything can be looked at collectively. I know it's been a while since we last posted, but we wanted to put our effort towards this Ignored Christian Origin series, and it became a little overwhelming. We have a lot more to say, but we decided to make this a 4-part series. Most of it's already done. This first chapter is primarily focused on the Druids, but it's unfinished in that part 1 and part 2 are actually just one chapter on the Irish. Keep in tune for next week on part 2, where we will go over more proof that the Bible is in fact Irish in origin.
Let go of everything you think to be true. Relax the mind and ask the question, do I truly understand what this reality is?
Wix is your platform to perform on.
Ignored Christian Origins. Welcome back to Ignored Christian Origins. In part 1, we started with a chapter on Christianity and paganism. Part 1 focused on the Druids. Now in part 2, we will continue to elaborate on the Irish connection. Let's begin with the ancient Hebrews, the creators of the Kabbalah, the special race, God's chosen people. But where did the Kabbalah come from? Something so complicated, its spiritual depth is unparalleled to any other system. Supposedly it came from the angels themselves. However, it becomes apparent that the Kabbalah is but another form of the tarot. The tarot originates with the Druids. Quote, "The language of the ancient Arya is now referred to as Aramaic and Hebrew. However, these languages have been fraudulently put before us by duplicitous linguists and other so-called experts. They are not Semitic and were not invented by early Jews or Canaanites. On the contrary, the 22 letters of the Hebrew alphabet are based on the ancient Irish or Aryan alphabet. Specifically, the so-called Hebrew alphabet was the sacred alphabet of the adepts ensconced in Britain and Egypt. It was a non-hieroglyphic hieratic script of hierophants, the sacerdotal alphabet of the Hebrew, who were not the ancestors of modern religious Jews. On the contrary, they were the original Judites, judges, and wise ones, the architects of high civilization eventually brought low by desecrators who appropriated, corrupted, and misrepresented their sacred leitmotifs. According to researcher Tony Bushby, the shapes of the 22 Hebrew letters are based on the serpentine shadows cast by sunlight passing through the now lost crystalline capstone on top of the Great Pyramid of Giza. These letters were assigned to the 22 cards of the tarot, which originated in Ireland, and the 22 paths of the Kabbalistic tree of life. Let us not doubt that the concept of a sacred tree was known to Western adepts, British, Nordic, and European, millennia before the rise of Judaism and Christianity. Quote, terms and names such as Israel, Israelite, Jew, Judite, Yehud, Jehovah, Adonai, Aton, Amen, Elohim, Christ, Jesus, Messiah, Joshua, Isaac, Jacob, David, Solomon, Moses, Hiram, Azal, and so on were originally Juridic or Aryan appellations. Some of these terms were titles denoting senior members of Juridic colleges. These terms were plagiarized and deliberately mistranslated and misassigned to obscure the facts about the origins of religion. The term Levite is a variation of Luvian, which refers to a group of adepts, the disciples of Lu, living in Mesopotamia. It is their customs, rites, and appellations that we find being later rescripted by the authors of the Old Testament. The term Levite is, as I show, also a reference to the Rowan tree, sacred to the ancient Western Arya. Trees such as the Rowan and yew, as well as others, were well-known insignias of the Arya. This knowledge was removed from society in Greek times, one perfect example being the Greek author Origen. He has a book called Origen, Contra Celsum, where he defends Christianity, and basically the book means Origen against Celsus. The whole objective is to refute earlier Greek writings by the author Celsus. But get this, we don't have any writings from Celsus, and all we have is what Origen says on him. Why is it that Origen is the accepted version? Well, it's because Celsus never supported the extraordinary assertion which he made respecting the learning of the Druids in answer to Origen, and it was merely because of this. He was in the grave 50 years before Origen wrote against him, and the fact various passages in Origen's work prove that he knew this very well. This was clearly devised so that the masses would think Celsus' arguments didn't hold up, when really he was incapable of responding. As soon as the Christian religion became dominant, the works of Celsus were prohibited under pain of death, and in consequence have all long since been destroyed. Basically, Celsus is trying to say that the Druids and their wisdom are older in antiquity than to that of the Jews. I don't see what's so crazy about the idea that ancient historians could just be made up. The name of the book is called Origin, or Origins Against Celsus, basically trying to prove that the Jews are the ancient source, this special race, when really something else is up. I think that makes it very clear with what is going on with what we know as the Greek, Roman, or Hebrew peoples. Some type of cover-up. Origin sounds like a fake name to discredit the writings of Celsus. Look, here's a quote from the book. Quote, I must express my surprise that Celsus should class the Odrysians and Samothracians and Eleusinians and Hyperboreans among the most ancient and learned nations, and should not deem the Jews worthy of a place among such, either for their learning or their antiquity, although there are many treatises in circulation among the Egyptians and Phoenicians and Greeks which testify to their existence as an ancient people. End quote. What Origen is completely ignorant of, or is purposely concealing, is the idea that the Greeks descend from the Irish, not the Jews. That is what our whole modern academia is based on, that civilization arose from Sumeria. Well, now it becomes clear where the source of propaganda comes from, religion. Before Christianity, they didn't have to fear looking into the truth of things. No real fear of paganism, for it wasn't defined as that way. This was the ancient esoteric truths, and that is what Celsus was after, the true history of his people. YouTube, there's nothing hateful about these statements. I'm simply quoting the writings of old authors and simply stating obvious conclusions. I have no intention on spreading hate towards any one group. There is a mystery here, and we deserve to speak about this. Now, I think the idea that the Greeks and the Hebrews manipulating history, and not just that, but language itself, becomes a little bit more probable or even understandable. You see, they pulled from the ancient languages and they added vowels and rearranged the letters, yet the source still could not be hidden. Quote, the reader will find in the ensuing work that the Hebrew language, which is of the first importance, is treated as a language of great simplicity, that its vowels are considered precisely the same as those of the English and of all other languages in the western part of the world. But he will observe that some words have no vowels, and that in almost every word consonants come together without them. The cause of this cannot at this day be certainly known, but it may have arisen either from a wish in the priest to conceal or render difficult the art of reading. The affinity between the Greek, the Roman, and the Celtic languages, observed by Mr. Huddleston, is perfectly consistent, as will be hereafter explained, with an idea which I entertain that a regular stream of emigration flowed from some great nation in the east to the west, irrigating, if I may use the expression, with small streamlets, the countries at the side of its course. Thus a branch was detached into Greece, where it founded the Oracle of Delphi, said by Pausanias to have been founded by the Hyperborean Olin. Panama says that a certain Olena, taken by him to be a Greek, but who was in reality a Celt, was the first of poets. I often smile at the vanity of these people. Long before the Greeks had a poet, Moses wrote his beautiful song on the passage of the Red Sea. Besides, what is the Book of Job? When was it written? They came into Greece from the east because after the deluge, the ancient Aryan Irish peoples spread east to spread knowledge. Then Greeks later labeled them as the Phoenicians, when really the Phoenicians were just one of the many different cultures started from this Hyperborean race. Remember what the priest of Egypt says to Solon? In Timaeus lies the answer.
From Connor McDowry, The so-called Hebrew Bible did not come from any people distinctly known in history as the Hebrews, for there never was such a people. The name Hebrew is derived from Heber, from Ea, fire, an Irish name of the sun. Melesius is the personified sun, the father of the Irish race in Irish history, and Heber is his brother. Therefore, he's also a personified attribute of the sun. So a Hebrew is a priest of fire and a disciple of the sun. Itis is a secret name for the ancient Irish priests of Iessa. It is one of the names by which the church conspirators have camouflaged the ancient Irish priesthood and by placing the theater of their history and existence over in Palestine. They have, up to this day, succeeded in making fools of investigators and scholars.
What are you going to say? Are you going to mock me when you have no understanding of what happened in the past either? We all rely on the writings that were passed down. It's up to us to translate that and connect the pieces. The Greeks, Romans, the first real historians, gave us falsities, and I showed this with Origin. So no, I'm not just making this stuff up.
The leaders of the Roman, as well as those of the English High Church, are yet conscious that the star Leviticus still sheds spiritual influence over the sacred isle, and that it is the homeland of the Bible, and that from the select of people were the Levites, from Lam, a hand, signifying the artificer, the disciple or priest of the sun. Hence the symbol, Lam Darag, pronounced Lavdarg, the red hand of Ulster. This was a spiritual symbol. It was used as an insignia of the House of Tyrone. It has never been compatible with the interests of the Roman papacy to act otherwise in our day than as a secret enemy, considering the part which it had taken in aiding Britain in destroying the first independence of the Irish nation as a political and commercial power, and second in her suppression and absorption of the National Irish Church, which up to that time, the year 1169 of our era, had never before been under the sway of Rome, but was itself the greatest church in the world, independent, and once the great mother church of all who worship the true living God. Connor McDarry.
I'm not going to go into the timeline theory right now, but if you're keeping up to date with Tartaria, you may have heard that there's missing time. I find it interesting that McDarry says, of our era. If this is all true, I think we'd be surprised to find when these events truly happened.
Up to the middle of the 1st century of our era, it was the most widespread church in all Europe and the Western world. The conquest and absorption of this great church was the constant aim and ambition of the Roman emperors. Under the lead of the papacy, it required centuries to bring it about. It was for this purpose that England was invaded by Roman arms in order to strike a vital blow at Ireland, which was the seat of power in those islands. England and Scotland had known no other ruler up until this time. The Irish Pope and King was a sovereign lord who ruled from his capital at Tara, and his rule had never been supplanted or displaced in those islands up until this event.
Interesting. Tara. From Wikipedia. Quote, the term Kingship of Tara was a title of authority in ancient Ireland. The title is closely associated with the archaeological complex at the Hill of Tara. The position was considered to be an eminent authority in medieval Irish literature and Irish mythology, although national kingship was never a historical reality in early Ireland. The term also represented a prehistoric and mythical ideal of sacred kingship in Ireland. End quote. My guess is that if you checked Wikipedia, you'd find that all the other Irish legends also were never a historical reality. Quote, the cause of these wars was said to have been due to the commercial rivalry between Rome and Carthage. This was only incidental to the major purpose stated above. After a struggle lasting for centuries, Rome finally, with the aid of England, succeeded in destroying the Irish church and papacy, but she has so far fallen short of ruling the entire world. This ambition of Rome came to a head and took on a new vigor when a council of churchmen was called by the Roman Emperor Constantine and assembled at Nicaea in the year 325 of our era, known in history as the Council of Nicaea. Those men knew what the Great Pyramid represented and what it was associated with, and our belief is that it was their purpose to destroy it as they did so many of the great temples and monuments of the earlier church. They did not want to leave standing so much visible evidence of the existence of a former religious institution which they were going to displace with a new one of their own making. So in every age since, the leaders of the Roman Church have had a conscious knowledge of the part played by their organization in the suppression of all knowledge concerning the history of the Great Pyramid, the purpose for which it was built and who the builders were. Those astute political priests knew that silence on such matters was the most efficacious way to have them forgotten, and by absorbing the older church and papacy, in a few generations there would be none left among the people who would know anything about such matters. Therefore, the clerical writers have left us an account that is full of falsehood and invention, such as the invasion of the Vandals in Europe, in order to account for the destruction of churches and monasteries, as well as the property of the outraged inhabitants who resisted despoliation and violence at the hands of the church forces. We believe that this destruction was carried out by the organized Vandals of the new church, worked up into a state of fanatical zeal by the clergy, and what property of the old church they spared was taken over and appropriated, the temples being given new names by the usurpers and used as churches. Through this campaign of destruction and silence bolstered up by a false history, Rome figured that none would ever know as a part she played in the undermining of this great Irish church or the religion of Iessa. Iessa was the Irish symbolical savior, crucified on the cross, and from him Rome got their savior Jesu, substituting the letter J for I. It translated into the English language as Jesus. It was the worship of Iessa, more than any other religion that prevailed among the people of Europe at the time of the Church of Rome, began her mission to plunge the world into ignorance and darkness, in order that mankind might forget all of the past. Her intention, no doubt, was to destroy all evidence, and she thought she had succeeded well in doing so, by which men in future ages might be able to refute the false and absurd statements which she has given out regarding the source from which she got her Savior Jesus and her Bible. She appropriated them from the Irish, and to cover up this fact, committed the most heinous and awful crimes against mankind. They were crimes which involved persecutions, slaughter, and untold suffering, the misery and effects which have remained with us to this day.
Ireland in those days was the mistress of the seas and the great commercial trading nation of the world. Her vessels and intrepid seamen visited the harbors and ports of every sea where trade and barter was carried on. See Dali's Atlantis. Atlantis is the name under which these plotters have sought to sink Ireland and bury her great past in the oblivion of the bed of the ocean. The name Atlantis was formulated for this very reason, and to secretly signify and commemorate her past. The word Atlantis signifies the illustrious land of wisdom. It is a compound Irish name based on 3 words and justifiably applied to Ireland. But it has been done secretly by the British priests of Rome, as one may infer from the fact that they have this Isle of Atlantis lying at the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean. At means illustrious, land means land or church, and tis means wisdom. It is a camouflage name for the sacred island and the great Magian priesthood which was established there, whose ruler was at the head of all organized religion and the leader of all who worshipped the supreme deity.
Where do we first hear of Atlantis? From Plato. Plato was well aware of all this. Remember what the priest of Egypt told Solon and Timaeus? Solon was clueless to his past ancestors, who were supposedly the finest, most noble race of men who ever lived.
Back up your savings with FPL. Get a $220 instant rebate on residential ceiling insulation and apply for up to $1,200.
Quote, I shall prove my explanations that our Bible is an Irish book of pre-Roman times, and out theft without acknowledgement from the Irish Church of Iessa. Any competent person who knows the Irish language cannot fail to recognize it. Our present version of the Bible then is an authorized adaptation from the original Irish scriptures with alterations and additions made from time to time by Roman and British churchmen in secrecy as they deemed it necessary and advisable to do so. The following agreement in the writings under the name Matthew, Mark, and Luke regarding the impression made upon the people by the teachings of Jesus is an example which shows plainly the work of the forging priest. It would be impossible for such agreement to have occurred in the original writings of any 3 men writing individually and independently on any subject whatsoever, but in fabrication from the older works and collaborating, the pre-scribes simply blundered and made each of the 3 witnesses write down and repeat the same identical expression in copy as to how Jesus impressed the people. Here is the forged testimony. Matthew says, they were astonished at his doctrine. Mark says, they were astonished at his doctrine. Luke says, they were astonished at his doctrine. Many authors and critics have commented upon and pointed out the inaccuracies and inconsistencies of the scriptures, and many of them have stated their firm beliefs that they were copied from older books. I will give 2 citations and more to follow. The first 2 citations are from Book of John, chapter 3, 23rd verse. Quote, and John was baptizing in the Aenon near to Salem because there was much water there, and they came and were baptized.
Notch getting spicy.
The doctors have altered the word Aenon and have made it Enon. In the older version, it is Aenon. This is a compound of 2 Irish words. Ain, meaning a circle of the sun, a year, and on, also a name of the sun. The complete word itself means the sun. The word on also signifies cause, reason, swiftness, fierceness, eagerness, excellent, noble good, also, wolf dog. These are qualities and attributes associated with and applied to the solar sun and to the sun god by the Aryan or Irish priest of Iessa. End quote. Their theology was based on the idea that the supreme deity never had nor has a name. He was only known by attributes, just like Kabbalah. This is the source of where the Hebrews got their knowledge. Quote, in short, the original Hebrews were Irish. The word Hebrew most likely comes from Iberu, or Iberu meaning yew tree. The word Yahweh, meaning Jehovah, comes from Yahu, or you. End quote. Quote, the Irish during their sojourn in Egypt gave the name of On to one of their cities in the Nile. The city of On, the city of the sun, was afterwards called Heliopolis by the Greeks and the Romans. Salem is a Hebrew word, but the basis of it is an Irish word solas, light, as Hebrew is a jargon of the Irish. It follows more or less closely the root it is taken from, as will be seen. So Salem means the city of God or light. The meaning of this myth is that John, Ain, the sun, was baptizing in the Aenon, the city of the sun, near to Salem, the city of God, in the realm of light, the celestial kingdom. Where else could such a being as the pure and perfected man be said to dwell? In this myth, John, Ain, Eon, or Ain, 3 forms of the word and all pronounced Ain, represents the redeemed and glorified man at the highest stage of spiritual attainment next to the messianic state, so that in his succeeding life or incarnation here again on earth, he will be the Messiah. In the Irish mythic narrative of the Bible, we see that after John, the prophet and holy man, comes the perfect man God, the Messiah, Iessa, Jesus. This is an example of the esoteric truth and wisdom which lies hidden beneath the veil of the scriptural allegory as formulated by those inspired Irish adepts. The second citation to prove that the Bible is Irish, purely and unmistakably so, and I defy contradiction, is taken from the books of Mark and Samuel. The Pharisees questioned Jesus because the disciples plucked ears of corn on the Sabbath. He said, Have ye never read what David did when he had need? How he went into the house of God in the days of Abiathar, the high priest, and did eat the shewbread, which is not lawful to eat but for the priest. The first book of Samuel contains this version of David and the shewbread. Then came David to Nob to Ahimelech the priest. So the priest gave him hollowed bread, for there was no other bread there but the shewbread, that was taken from before the Lord. The foregoing is but a cryptic allusion to the perfecting work of the initiate, who is engaged in the effort of eradicating from his nature all worldly ambitions and the desires of the flesh for the development of his higher self, the solar body, the God within himself. The word Abiathar, the name of the high priest, is such a plain and easily recognized Irish word that even the uneducated Irishman or Scotsman who is able to speak Gaelic can understand it, and will recognize it once as a word of Irish or Gaelic speech. It is a compound of two words. The word ab, meaning lord or father, and athar is also the word for father. The two words combined would literally be father, father. The literal sense of it would be head father, but the word ab is applied to the head of a monastery. But the esoteric sense of it is high father or God. The vowel letter I is introduced to connect the two words into one. The Roman British scribe in this instance gives us a compound Irish word, and of course, without the least suggestion that such is the case, makes a play on the name and presents it to us as the English version of the Bible as the name of the Hebrew high priest. It is a priestly deception, as we'll see readily, on the part of the transcriber of Mark, when we understand that the character David and the incident connected with him, but a story invented for the purpose of containing an idea as follows. Abiathar in this allegory alludes to the High Father God, manifesting spiritually through the solar sun. In this human counterpart, which is the solar or luminous spiritual body of the initiate David, who is on the upward path striving for the victory of spirit over matter, and the material body or flesh. This should be instructive to every wayfaring man who is traveling eastward towards the dawn from darkness to light, into whose hands these pages may come, as well as the general body of Bible readers. The copyist and transcriber who has given us the version ascribed to Samuel has David go to Nob to Ahimelech the priest. The word Nob is Irish and is spelled Noib, but is pronounced as if it was Naev, with the O having a short sound as O. If the word was written by the priest without the intent to deceive, they would have presented it to us in this form Nob, the dot over the B, making it V or BH, which, in the Irish, has the sound of V. They have taken advantage of the alphabetical features of the Irish language to perpetrate a fraud on the people of the world. The word Nob means heaven, sacred, or holy. The word Ahimelech means the heavenly king or solar sun, who is figuratively a champion, hero, or ruler. Melchizedek is another form of the word from the same root. The letter A is pronounced broad, as if it were awe. The letter H is added to it for an aspirate to soften it. Together they form a prefix. Melech is the Hebraized or jargonized form of the Irish word mile, or animal or ideal for the sun. As the sun moves swiftly, it is in imagination, mile, an animal. It is the figurative name given to the sun by the Irish priest of Iessa. Therefore the sun is called Mailcú, pronounced Melku, a greyhound. It is also called Onchu, a wolf. Hence, the terms applied to the sun, the swift one. The fierce one, the greyhound, and the wolfhound have ever been favorites with the Irish and figure in their legends and fables. We see the same deception practiced by the Irish Roman priesthood upon the Irish Catholics of our own day in the word Melko, a name of the personified sun. He is the fictitious person to whom, in the story, St. Patrick was sold as a slave, thus proving to us again that the lying and dishonest priest of Rome wrote a false and worthless history for the Irish people. They are the people who stole the ancient Irish Bible and palmed it off on the world as a Jewish book produced by a people over in Syria. It is an invention and an imposture on the world. The Irish word for wolf dog is on. Hence, the Irish priest of Iessa, during the sojourn of the Irish race in Egypt, gave the name to a city on the Nile. They also applied the name Anshu, the wolf, to the sun. Therefore, we have the heavenly wolf Osiris, meaning the high eastern sun, from Os high, and Sawyer, pronounced sir and meaning east, hence the morning sun. He is Horus, the risen from the Irish word or, aspirated to Hor, meaning a lord or savior, one to whom prayer is offered. The word also means from whom, in the sense of descent. Hence, we find that Horus is the son of Osiris. In the mythical idea, the sun is Osiris in the early morning, and he becomes Horus, the rising sun and savior, in the early forenoon. He is the wolf Horus at noon when his rays are hot and oppressive, also Typhon, the evil one. He is the lord and savior given to the Egyptian people to worship by the Irish priest of Iessa. Here are the facts that defy contradiction. The Irish language is the treasure house in which these indefutable proofs exist for everyone who wishes to view them. That was a lot of quotes, but it's essential to understand. If that didn't mean anything, then it's probably because you're not aware of the Gaelic language in its antiquity.
Thus, we may consider as proved the well-known historical fact that the common letters of the Greeks now in use came originally from the East. That at first they did not exceed 17 in number. That about the time of the Trojan War, 4 new letters were added to them by Palamedes, and after 4 more by Simonides. Originally, the numbers of the letters of the ancient Celtic alphabet did not exceed 17, and of those, 16 out of 17 were the identical 16 letters said have been brought from Phoenicia by Cadmus. A very little consideration of the table must convince anyone that the system of letters of the Samaritans, the Hebrews, the Greeks, and the Irish Celts must have been originally the same. It is quite impossible that their extraordinary and close coincidence can have been the effect of accident. Godfrey Higgins.
That is because the Irish originally created the alphabet. Then the Phoenicians, being the Aryan Irish priest, took that alphabet and spread the knowledge
We're
of
getting
language around the world.
spicy in chat today. I
They
love
added in
it.
combination with mixing the placement of older root words. There's a great
Saucy.
book that shows the affinity between Hebrew and Celtic languages by Thomas Stratton. The Celtic language has never received the attention its antiquity and importance merit. Ignorance of Celtic has always characterized nearly the whole of the Greek and Latin scholars of Great Britain and Ireland. This ignorance dates so far back that it may be called traditional. There are about 452 Hebrew words which, after being treated in this way, are like Gaelic words. End quote. This isn't just something I made up for Irish nationalism. This is not for my ego. This isn't to debunk Jesus. This is not some type of Luciferian manipulation either. I'm literally telling you to go think and discover for yourself. I'm not claiming to know any answers, but I will point out the falsities with passion. Quote, the greatest and most prolonged struggle in ancient times that we have any account of or reliable tradition of was the war between Rome and Ireland, whose name at that time was Ire. We are told by the priest that it was Scotia from Scoth, choice, select, which is only a mythical name alluding to her Magi in Adepts or Hebrew priest of the sun. It was only after she was sacked and destroyed and her sacred altars laid in ruins by the English invaders at the investigation of Rome that the English priests gave her name of Ireland, from the end or finish. So, when they finished their foul work of destruction, the English priest of Rome called her Ireland. The Irish Roman Catholic writers tell their people that was one of her old poetic names. That is rubbish and false. The above is the truth, and it stands. No more either did Tara, the most sacred place on this earth for thousands of years for the whole Aryan race, have its name changed to Newgrange, just for a whim. It was changed like so many other Irish names of places in order that, in the course of time, all memories of its great and important distinction of being the capital of the Lord of the Isles of the Western Sea, Earth's supreme pontiff, might be forgotten. See When the World Will End by Reverend Joseph Wilde. Even in faraway India, the island was known as Hirvanya, from Ire or Erin, the Isle of the Sun, that is implying the home of the sun worship and the seat of the great Magian pontiff, the sun's chief representative on Earth. Ireland is the great motherland of the Aryan race in the fictitious and fabled Atlantis of Plato. She has suffered too long from the scourge of the invading despoiler. Happily, there is a higher and more enlightened settlement prevailing in Britain today, which will bring about a better understanding between the two peoples. It is only when the two nations can meet on equal terms that a friendly and harmonious feeling can be cultivated and exist between them. The people of Ireland were not accustomed to contributing to the support of a foreign church or pope. Their own was the first and supreme Pope Universal. The Roman Pope was but a usurper. It is not my purpose now to relate more fully the history of those times, as it would be irrelevant to the subject at hand, but just so much as will show that Rome and England have had a great and fundamental reason for suppressing knowledge of the past concerning Ireland in the religious worship of its priests and people previous to the advent of Rome and the English invasion. The papacy wished to keep the world in ignorance also as to how it gained its foothold in that country, and for this purpose, St. Patrick was invented, and in the story was made to connect with Rome back in the 5th century, a story which was pure fiction. The Roman Church's connection with Ireland was brought about through the medium of the English sword, and in no other way. The writer, in discussing matters with a priest, happened to refer to Irish literature. He said, the Irish have no literature. When asked why, he answered, I cannot speak. My lips are sealed. We are satisfied that the Irish Roman Catholic priests have always been aware of this fraud. Church historians have let it be known that Rome merely disciplined the Irish Church in order to make it conform to the proper observance of Easter. But even Bishop Ussher in investigation refused to believe it, and was of the opinion that she had far weightier reasons. The Roman Church had thought herself secure from discovery and exposure from the fact that there was no written record allowed to come down to us, which described in detail particulars the history of that crime. But the evidence stands strong against her. She has preserved enough of the stolen goods, so easily recognized as such, to convict her. It did not suffice to destroy most priceless treasures of the Irish literature, which accumulated through centuries of learning and culture, and which she founded in Ireland, but she dealt a death blow to Irish liberty and freedom. That she destroyed so much literature in Ireland is not to be wondered at. Even if she did not destroy it all, that which she preserved, she has perverted and reconstructed, and some of it she has concealed by accrediting it to others. Her purpose was to hide the fact that works and knowledge were taken from Ireland and were the product of Irish genius and scholarship. To spread darkness and ignorance has been her mission from the beginning. There is something to the Irish that we're not told about in mainstream history, a major cover-up, and it has everything to do with our origins. Let me ask you this. Why is it that a large percentage of the Irish still speak Gaelic? All I have to say is consider which language is more ancient. The Greeks got their knowledge from the Irish, and they tell you this, until later historians came along and discredited all the Greek writers on Hyperborea. The legends of the Hyperboreans became myth. The Greek and Romans became the civilizers of mankind. The Hebrews before the Roman-Jewish wars were Druids, but think of them as later Druids, meaning it's possible that the teachings may have been corrupt. What we see is that the leader of these rebel Hebrews is Josephus, and he convinces the Romans to spare him, and that he would tell them the secrets of the Druids. He knew the ancient history. That is why everything we knew about this event comes from Josephus. Let's see what he had to say. If you've watched my other videos on Tartaria, this explains so much. From Josephus' Antiquities, Chapter 6, how every nation was denominated from their first inhabitants. Now, they were the first grandchildren of Noah, in honor of whom names were imposed on the nations by those that first seized upon them. Japhet, the son of Noah, had 7 sons. They inhabited so that, beginning at the mountains Taurus and Amanus, they proceeded along Asia, as far as the river Tansis, and along Europe to Cadiz, and settling themselves on the lands which they light upon, which none had inhabited before. They called the nations by their own names. For Gomer founded those whom the Greeks now call Galatians, Gauls, but were then called Gomerites. Magog founded those that from him were named Magogites, but who are by the Greeks called Scythians. This is where we get the idea that we came from the east. He seems to quickly comment that none of the lands were inhabited before. This is not true. Josephus is covering up his own history. Well, it's time to wake up. The story of Jesus as we know and how we are presented is simply not true. I'm sorry if that hurts you, but we have to face this. In order to understand who we are, we have to understand our past. I'm taking a different approach. I actually do believe Jesus existed. He had many disciples which wrote on him. Therefore, the many prophets of the world seem to be based on actual figures. Now, was he really called Jesus? I'm not sure. It's extremely probable that Jesus was a Druid. Quote, when Christianity preached Jesus as a god, it preached the most familiar name of its own deity to Druidism. And in the ancient British tongue, Jesus has never assumed its Greek, Latin, or Hebrew form, but remains pure Druidic, Yesu. And more, it was the sacred principle of Druidry that were to be studied as the senior Templars, Masons, Cardinals, priests, and Kabbalists of old. A number of factors led to the lack of knowledge concerning the Druids. Beginning in the 1st century AD, the Roman Empire and the Christian Church suppressed the Druid teachings. Later, the Saxon invasion of the Celtic lands eliminated the memory of the Druids. To preserve their knowledge, the Druids went underground and swore solemn oaths of secrecy. The Druids represented an absolute threat to the Roman state. Because their science and philosophy dangerously contradicted Roman orthodoxy, the Romans were materialistic. The Druids were spiritual. For the Romans, the state was a monolithic structure spread over territories deliberately organized into a hierarchy. With the Druids, it was a freely consented moral order with an entirely mythical central idea. The Irish Druidical rites manifested themselves principally in sun worship. Their chief god was Bel or Baal, the same worshipped by the Phoenicians, the god of the sun. His, a high Druid's ecclesiastical power being far greater than that of the papacy in its heyday, he claimed to speak with the direct authority of God as the Pope does yet on matters of doctrine. The Celtic hierarch called himself the living God, and pretending to divine power, ruled with all temporal and ecclesiastical control as he saw fit. Reed says of the Pontifex Maximus of Rome, the office was probably an imitation of the Archdruid, who had supreme power over secular as well as ecclesiastical affairs, and who was surrounded by a senate of the chief Druids, as the Pontifex Maximus was a Flamines and the Pope by cardinals. We have shown that the Hebrew language is derived from an older, more ancient source. If we are to take into consideration what we know about the Druids and the suppression of history that we do know happened, what are we to conclude? Are we to accept the official version of the most printed book in history? We have to be able to pinpoint propaganda in all forms. Propaganda does not allow you to think for yourself. The intention of propaganda is to implant you with a belief, subconsciously, so that you willingly accept it. I see this happening with so many people. We get confused, scared, lost, sad, we get distracted. It's hard to achieve our goals, and I think 70 to 80% of the people who become Christians, especially in modern day, are using Christianity as a way to condemn others and excuse their own sins. You're trying to convince me that megachurches are trying to enlighten the masses with wisdom from God? With concert-level Christian rock band performances? It doesn't make any sense. This whole materialistic worldview in society contradicts Christianity. In Zeitgeist, there was this overall atheistic intention to throw out Christianity and be like, yep, there is no God, just solar worship. That's not my intention. I understand that reality is a conscious creation. I understand that magic is real, and that reality is but a product of consciousness. Therefore, I don't want to throw away anything. There is an exoteric Christianity and an esoteric Christianity. People don't understand this. They just say,
he's an occultist.
Can't keep saying that. The Bible is an occult book. It's filled with magic, miracles, and fantastic events. Why can't we just take a look at what is attracted to us by means of intuition? If a book or video lands before you, who are you to question the necessity of its purpose? You're still watching this, right? Then that means you are meant to see this. This is a chain reaction. Everything is affected. Everything causes change. Therefore, if you're feeling emotion right now, I want you to think about this. You've made it this far. You're obviously very curious. Why does this hurt you? Sure, I understand the idea of sin and going to heaven or hell, but just forget about that for a second. How can we truly logically think if we are in fear? Fear suppresses true thought. Why do you feel emotional? If you can't accept the idea that Christianity comes from the Irish or paganism, then prove it wrong. What you'll find is that this controversy is not new. I'm not stating what you should believe, I'm simply stating what is not true. That's all I can do. Trust me, I've met many wise Christians, and I do understand the compassionate side of it, but to me, this is just another method of beating around the bush. We are stuck in habitual cycles of doing things in certain ways. Well, it's time to start asking questions. What were the Roman wars? How has history been manipulated? Who were the Phoenicians? Why do all religions share similar motifs? Why is it that knowledge in the ancient libraries of the world were destroyed? What was the true purpose of the Crusades? If mainstream history is predominantly misleading and knowledge has been suppressed, then what are we to believe about mainstream religion or exoteric Christianity? It's control of the mind and spiritual centers. You can only reach God through the church with their methods. Jesus, as we know him today, is a mimetic entity. There are people who insist that they've had an intervention with Jesus, that they've seen the light and now know the power in the name of Jesus. Look, I love everyone, and I don't want this to come off as offensive, but Jesus has become distorted, and now it's a symbol in our minds. That's why I believe people can literally have experiences of Jesus. It's the DMT in their brains. They're having a dream experience. I'm not saying that's not real, but it's similar to fairy experiences or alien experiences. Graham Hancock, Carl Jung, and Manly P. Hall each go over this. Or are you going to get me with,
he's an occultist?
You've heard the stories of people swearing that they've had an experience with Christ. It changed their lives. It was the experience that changed them for good. Let's explore this, because one of the main things that Christians hold on to is that they experienced Jesus. Well, I think they experienced a very real psycho-mental astral experience, but it's not like that it was literally Jesus speaking to you. This is an occult experience. It's the creation of an astral entity, and the Christians are doing this subconsciously. They are experiencing this archetype that has been programmed into their subconscious mind face to face, not physically, but astrally. I'm not saying it's not real. I'm saying it's not what you think it is. This can be very real for people and be the very reason they dedicate themselves passionately to such a philosophy of ignorance. In a way, it is real. Yet any person that blindly accuses people of being wrong but refuses to read any of their writings, any society that refuses to look at its own origins, any belief system that is overly taking part in the downfall of society is harmful. Most of the people who claim to have the experience aren't even having a real astral experience. I think they're just having their first visionary experience. I've always had the ability to visualize, and I remember I was sculpting one day in class and this older lady came up to me and was boggled to how I could imagine these things in my mind. I remember having this thought when I was younger. I was like, holy shit, could it be that others can't visualize like I can? And I'm not trying to be conceited or anything. I just think it's apparent that some people don't possess the faculty to the same degree. Therefore, I conclude that the people who claim they experienced Jesus are, one, having one of their first visions within their mind, or a dream astral event in which they had a one-on-one experience with a mimetic entity known as Jesus. What it boils down to is that there's multiple organizations whose sole purpose is to have control over the human connection with God by asserting themselves as viceroys of God himself. The God they represent is a creation, a composite character based on truths and fiction, like a well-doctored photograph. Ironically, there are other oppositional organizations that exist to exterminate the idea of such mystical concepts as prayers, priests, and gods. Of course, the same hand pulls both strings because they serve the same purpose: disconnect humanity from God and from themselves. We will end this chapter with an understanding that there's been a cover-up in terms of origin and language and religion. There's so much more I wanted to add, but in order to prove that the Bible's an Irish book, it would require multiple volumes. This isn't something I can just easily present. Go listen to Connor McDarry's book online. It explains everything. Leave this chapter with an open mind towards the idea that maybe Christianity isn't what we thought it was. I'm not saying that it doesn't mean anything, but I want to stimulate your curiosity into where these archetypal ideas come from. Astrotheology in the Bible is still not accepted in mainstream circles. This is by design, but we can bring this back into public awareness by a willingness just to look into these matters. Be willing to accept that there is indeed a mystery.
Let go of everything you think to be true. Relax the mind and ask the question, do I truly understand what this reality is?
I like that idea. Merry Pismas, my friend. 420. Good to see you, sir.
Exoteric Christianity. We will begin a new chapter that will bring light to what should be known and called exoteric Christianity, for that is what the majority of modern-day Christians are practicing. We will begin by questioning the King James Bible. Take this into consideration. Who wrote the King James Bible? This section will explore something that you may deny, you may even laugh. However, as we continue, it will become clear how much we don't know. If I can simplify this chapter right now, Shakespeare wrote the King James Bible.
Look at the top of his head!
Or at least did most of the final editing. But who is Shakespeare? I think we should start here, as the authorship is still in question. He is known to be the greatest writer in the English language and the world's greatest dramatist. It's key to note that Shakespeare produced most of his known works between 1589 and 1613. He wrote on comedies and histories, but no one can deny the wit behind the writings. If we can explore this idea that Shakespeare may have been a cover name, then some interesting connections begin to form. Here are some things to point out. 1. Many writings were published anonymously in Elizabethan England. 2. Some were published pseudo-anonymously, i.e. either with a pen name or under a borrowed name. The above details are well known to Elizabethan specialists, including those Stratfordians who concern themselves with the history of literature. It is important to begin with these because, while emphasizing the difference between the 16th and 21st literary practice, none of these give any reason to doubt William Shakespeare's authorship. However, we are immediately faced with the need for deeper background knowledge, especially when we discover that in 1597, when only 2 poems had been published under the name William Shakespeare and no plays at all, it was unambiguously hinted by poets Hall and Marston that the author was not Shakespeare, the actor, but the lawyer Francis Bacon. But who is Francis Bacon?
Bacon was an English philosopher and statesman who served as Attorney General and as Lord Chancellor of England. His works are credited with developing the scientific method and remained influential through the scientific revolution.
Bacon was the first recipient of the Queen's Counsel designation, which was conferred in 1597 when Queen Elizabeth reserved Bacon as her legal advisor. After the accession of King James I in 1603, Bacon was knighted. He was later created Baron Verulam in 1618 and Viscount St. Alban in 1621. Because he had no heirs, both titles became
Peace, Mr.
extinct upon his
Notch.
death
Peace
in
and blessings,
1626 to
sir.
65 years. Notice the
Peace
dates.
and pineal
From
power.
Wikipedia. Quote, the King James Bible is an English translation of the Christian Bible for the Church of England, begun in 1604 and completed as well as published in 1611.
Better English this side of Shakespeare than that in the King James translation. Charles Heston, 1992. 1611 King James Bible is ornamented with Bacon's symbols, and in my own special copy of the Record Edition, also dated 1611, these symbols are Rosicrucianally marked to call the attention of the initiated to them, and to tell them that the 1611 Bible is without possibility of doubt one of Bacon's books. When Bacon was born, English as a literary language did not exist, but once he died, he had succeeded in making the English language the noblest vehicle of thought ever possessed by mankind. This he accomplished merely in his Bible and his Shakespeare. Edwin D. Lawrence, author of Bacon is Shakespeare and the Shakespeare Myth, from a lecture, October 9, 1912. All of us read and admire from a literary point of view because of its peculiar and beautiful English was written in that form by Bacon, who invented and perfected the style of English expression. The first editions of the Bible were printed under the same guidance and in the same manner as were the Shakespeare plays, and the ornaments for the various pages were drawn in pen and ink on wood by artists engaged by Bacon who worked under his supervision. Every one of the ornaments contained some Rosicrucian emblem and occasionally a Masonic emblem or some initials that would reveal Bacon's name or the name of the Rosicrucians. Such ornaments were not only put in the Christian Bible that Bacon had rewritten, but Shakespearean plays, some of Bacon's own books, and a few other books that were typically Rosicrucian in spirit. Dr. H. Spencer Lewis, Imperator of the Rosicrucian Order during the 1920s and 30s, from the Rosicrucian Digest, April 1930.
From sirbacon.org, quote, I own a set of Encyclopedia Americana, 1941 latest edition, which is a counterpart of the Britannica in size and number of volumes. Under, quote, Bacon, I find a generous 4-page article by Frederick N. Robinson, professor of English, Harvard University, a mention of Bacon's full literary activities, but not a word on a Holy Bible. And under Holy Bible, dozens of pages by W.M. Barry Smith, and under King James Version, a record of the 47 translators, including 3 or 4 ancient engraved divines, who worked 7 years on the project. Again, no word of Bacon. May I, in reply to the inquiry, contribute a little light on the subject? Some years ago, I forgot how many, I came to the conclusion that Francis Bacon was mainly, if not entirely, responsible for a threefold undertaking. First, the Shakespearean plays. 2, the creation in its present form of Freemasonry. And third, the translation of the Holy Bible into the present well-known authorized version. The 3 were undoubtedly intermingled. All 3 had very largely the same foundation. The training Bacon received from his foster mother, Lady Anne Bacon, who was very devoted in her religious beliefs and practice. The young Francis would unquestionably be largely influenced by Lady Anne's guidance. It was in connection with that 46th Psalm, in which, in the authorized version, the 46th word from the beginning is shake, and that 46th from the end is sphere. Such an arrangement, especially in the 46th Psalm, would be a remarkable coincidence, if it were not intentionally so arranged. In order to satisfy myself on the question, I sought an opportunity of comparing the wording in the authorized version with that in one of the earlier versions. I have now been able to satisfy myself that it was not a coincidence at all, but was plainly the result of deliberate planning. I give below, side by side, the wording of the first 3 and last 3 verses in the Breeches Bible, and that in the authorized version. In the former, the 47 words up to the word shake and the 44 words from spear to the end of the psalm were altered to 46 in each case in the authorized version. 46th Psalm, Breeches Bible. Verse 1. God is our hope and strength and help in troubles ready to be found. Authorized version. God is our refuge and strength, a very present help in trouble. Verse 2. Breeches Bible. Therefore, will not we fear through the earth be moved and through the mountains fall into the midst of the sea? Authorized version. Therefore, will not we fear through the earth be removed and through the mountains be carried into the midst of the sea? Verse 3. Breeches Bible. Through the waters thereof rage and be troubled, at the mountains shake, at the surges of the same. Authorized version. Through the waters thereof roar and be troubled, through the mountains shake. Verse 9. Breeches Bible. He maketh waves to cease unto the end of the world, he breaketh the bow and cutteth the spear, and burneth the chariot with fire. Authorized version. He maketh wars to cease unto the end of the earth, he breaketh the bow and cutteth the spear, is under, he burneth the chariot in the fire. Verse 10, Breaches Bible. Be still and know that I am God. I will be exalted among the heathen, and I will be exalted in the earth. Authorized version. Be still and know that I am God. I will be exalted among the heathen, I will be exalted in the earth. Verse 11, Breaches Bible. The Lord of hosts is with us, the God of Jacob is our refuge. Authorized version. The Lord of hosts is with us, the God of Jacob is our refuge. Now there are thus 346 in the psalm, but it is possible, and I hope admissible, to count a fourth 46. It is recorded that there were 47 divines entrusted by King James with the work of translation. If Francis Bacon was counted as one, though he was probably only in charge of the whole undertaking from a literary standpoint, that would leave 46 as the actual divines entrusted with this translation work, with Bacon as the final editor. If this is true, and I feel one is justified in believing it, a very interesting light is thrown on the keen working of Bacon's mind. The trick would be one in which he would take a keen delight. Who else at the time could have been responsible for the authorship? As far back as 1598, the year that Shakespeare's name first appeared in one of the plays, Joseph Hall and John Marston had works in print showing they recognized Francis Bacon as the actual author of these works. Subsequently, various people adding to what has begun by Hall and Marston have amassed an imposing body of evidence for Bacon's authorship. The articles on the present site, sirbacon.org, alone are more than sufficient to demonstrate that Bacon was the actual author of the Shakespeare's work. Francis Bacon was trying to create a dichotomy of the brain. We are stuck in polarity. From birth, we're taught two major philosophies: God, heaven, and hell, which is right brain, and then we have science, school, Big Bang, which teaches atheism. This is by design. We must have the eyes to see this. Do you get why I keep using the video of he's an occultist? It doesn't make any sense. Your Bible was written by an occultist. The whole idea that magic, astrotheology, paganism is evil is pure ignorance. Anyone commenting on my channel talking about how something is satanic or evil because of magic is quite confused. First, magic is done on a daily basis. You can't not do magic. Magic is the process from thought to matter. Praying is even a form of magic. This is the problem. Contradiction beyond belief. We need to just admit we don't have a clue. You can't just say Jesus is the answer for everything. That's the issue with modern day Christianity. They are substituting esoteric knowledge and wisdom with the idea of grace, that by believing in Christ, God favors them, and therefore they are forgiven for their sins. This whole idea is completely whack. So God doesn't favor you if you don't accept Jesus? Just think about that for one moment. I don't believe that, and I don't accept that you need the church to communicate with God. That is why all these practices are considered evil, because they don't want you to communicate with God yourself, or in other words, they don't want you to know that you are God. That is right. Your mental, your mind is God. That's what imagination is. That statement's so simple, but think about it. Those with an understanding of the mystery schools will know of what I speak. When asked by Pharisees when the kingdom of God would come, Jesus replied, quote, "The kingdom of God will not come with observable signs, nor will people say, 'Look, here it is,' or 'There it is,' for you see, the kingdom of God is in your midst." Then he said to the disciples, "The time is coming when you will long to see one of the days of the Son of Man, but you will not see it. People will tell you, 'Look, there he is,' or 'Here he is.' Do not go out or chase after them. For, as the lightning flashes and lights up in the sky from one end to the other, so will be the Son of Man in his day. But first, he must suffer many things and be rejected by this generation." Let's take a look at the Rosicrucian symbolism on the first printed cover of the Authorized Bible. Here, we see the name of God. This is the Tetragrammaton. No Jewish priest would ever write God's name like this. This is Kabbalistic in nature. Then, we see the sun and moon. Why? What does that have to do with the Bible? Also, does this not look very familiar to other Masonic artworks? The swan is one of the most popular Rosicrucian scenes of all time. The mother bird with their young pecking at her breast, being showered from her blood from her self-inflicted wound. Three birds are used interchangeably. That is the phoenix, the pelican, and the swan. The swan represents one of the stages towards immortality for the Rosicrucian perfected man. Then, here are some other little secrets. You see the lion hiding in this little corner over here? Then we have the phoenix bird, then an ox or a bull, and then a man. But notice how this man is different from all the others. This is astrotheology, plain and simple, on the front page of the official authorized version of the Bible. This isn't new symbolism either. Also, notice how they put the lamb in the center. This is Aries. This is the start of the cycle in the sacred science. This is when the year truly should begin, but this is a secret. The reason astrotheology was such a highly regarded secret was because of the power it contained. This is the same reason it was kept secret in the Bible. They gave you an exoteric version of these ancient teachings. This isn't me trying to regurgitate other material. I'm honestly trying to present to you in a series of steps a way to understand the mysteries, or what we know as the occult. We are so confused about this term that the ancient sciences of old have been lost. We have yet as a society to accept that all modern religions are based on astrotheology.
Let go of everything you think to be true. Relax the mind and ask the question, do I truly understand what this reality is?
Astrotheology. Welcome to part 4. Now that we've established those building blocks, I feel that we can finally talk about astrotheology without the idea that I'm just repeating what Zeitgeist said. Well, now you can't say that. You won't be able to say, oh, that's been debunked. No, it hasn't. Remember, I'm not saying that Jesus isn't real. What I'm saying is that the origins of Christianity lie in paganism and astrotheology. We will never wake up as a race until we understand that last statement. It's so easy to get lost in semantics. I try my best to get my message across, but communication is two ways. If you're being emotional, judgmental, and critical, then there's no way that you're going to try and bridge the gap. For example, I said paganism. Now, all the connotations associated with that word get applied to that statement. The witch burnings, the superstition, yet, if you know more about the subject, or are genuinely curious, a bridge can be formed, in which you get the basic gist of what I'm trying to say. Anyone who is resistant, I'm going to need your help doing just this. Don't compare me to Zeitgeist. Look into what I'm about to present you and then form your own conclusions. In my video on astrology, I was connecting the similar connections between all religions, and people saw a similarity to the dark Zeitgeist and came to the assumption that our intentions are the same. See, here's what happened. Zeitgeist released the information of astrotheology with the intention to debunk Jesus and Christianity. Therefore, the both ideas got merged. Now, if anyone mentions astrotheology to a Christian, they immediately say, well, that's been debunked. No, it hasn't. I'm not trying to debunk Jesus. What I want to do is show how Christianity is based on astrotheology and paganism. See, there's a difference. I'm not saying Jesus is a pagan god, but that Christianity itself is based on paganism. There is no denying this. Okay, so what is astrotheology? Other names include sidereal mythology, astromancy, Sabianism, uranography, the religion of the stars, the secret esoteric wisdom of the ancients. This is the ancient science that, according to the Egyptians, is over 100,000 years old. Another proof that astrology is of the ancient ancestry is the fact that the ancients were aware of the precession of the equinox. If it takes 26,000 years, then they must have been observing it with keen detail for even longer. The mainstream definition is that the precession of the equinox is based on the tilt of the Earth. If the Earth is spinning and flying through space, then explain how the constellations have stayed the same. Why did the ancients think they possessed spiritual power? From Hermes, quote, "The power of all things below originated in the stars and constellations of the heavens, and that all these powers are poured down into all things below by the circle called Alar, which is, they said, the first circle of the constellations," end quote. Who knows? It could be that the precession of the equinox is a gradual offset of the entire celestial spheres. I'm not trying to dive deep into the exact model, however, I do want you to question your reality. Astrotheology does not make sense on a globe model, Big Bang, random universe model. Here's why. The idea that the cosmos and the personality are integrated, or that mind has some type of influence or superiority to matter, is not possible in the modern worldview. Scientism is telling us we live on a spinning globe. Scientism is telling us magic is for whack jobs. Scientism is telling us that we're flying through space and we came from a Big Bang. This is all connected with the belief that the Earth is a globe. Therefore, if you believe in magic or mind over matter, you are contrasting mainstream science. Mainstream science believes that consciousness came after matter, therefore contradicting the main teachings of the sacred mystery schools. Matter is but an aspect of mind, therefore magic is possible. That is how the science of astrology, or astrotheology, developed. For the planets created our material realm, and our mind. The planets are without, and within. That is what consciousness is, the different attributes of God playing on one another. Or this is the zodiac, but a journey through the human soul. There is no denying that every religion was influenced by this sacred teaching. Forget about the dates, forget about the idea of solar worship. There were all sorts of different cults. Just become aware of the idea that there was an ancient wisdom that led to the creation of the sciences, civilization, and our modern way of life. This is magic. Does man have an influence over the stars? Or is he lost to a destiny that is out of his control? Yet, isn't reality just a figment of our imaginations? Quote, "As long as you still experience the stars as something above the head, you lack the eye of knowledge." Quote, "Perhaps there is a pattern set up in the heavens for one who desires to see it, and having seen it, to find one in himself." Quote, "The early church fathers prohibited astrology, and the Great Council of Toledo banned it forever. Nevertheless, 600 years later, the dates of the Pope's coronation were determined by the zodiac. The church hierarchy employed their own astrologers, and signs of the zodiac appeared all over the church furnishings, tiles, doorways, manuscripts, and baptismal fonts. The Jesus mediated to us by the church is not the true Jesus. That is an artificial construction assembled from true and false fragments of his biography, from authentic and invalid statements, and based on a great deal of inventiveness on the part of the Christian writers." Quote, "The religious teaching presented in Paul's epistles is fundamentally different from what research has recognized as being authentic sayings of Jesus. What we know as Christianity today is not the teaching contained in these authentic sayings. It is the theology disseminated by Paul and the doctors of his epistles." Quote, "It was Rudolf Bultmann, the German biblical scholar, who cited certain passages in the Gospels as interpolations of Sophia herself, put into the mouth of Christ." Why was Gnostic literature removed from the Bible? The Anointed One. The word Christ means the anointed. Know and understand this. From the time the word goes out to restore and rebuild Jerusalem, and until the anointed one, the ruler, comes, there will be 7 sevens and 62 sevens. It will be rebuilt with streets and a trench, but in times of trouble. After the 62 sevens, the anointed one will be put to death and will have nothing. The people of the ruler who will come will destroy the city and the sanctuary. The end will come like a flood. War will continue until the end, and desolations have been decreed. In ancient Palestine tradition, it would seem kings, political, and military chiefs, village heads, and in fact any claimants to high office, were anointed and hence called the anointed ones. Some, after anointing, then became called Lord. Quote, Origen, Epiphanius, and Julian the Emperor all clearly reveal that John the Baptist, Judas, and Jesus' cousin was a Christ figure, but made no references to Jesus himself attaining that status. Bishop Theodoret, writing in the 5th century, provided further confirmation that Jesus was not one of the Christ personalities, although many others of his time were. The son of Poseidon and Medusa was called Christ, and the priests of Apollo were known as the Christes. In fact, the word Christo and its derivations, Christ, Christ, Christo, Kist, and Krishna, all appeared in every ancient religious system and showed the original Christo concept was believed to be the personal and invisible mediator and guide between God and everything spiritual in man. The Christ concept has been an ancient religious tradition continually suppressed by the Catholic Church through the centuries. Here are the 4 main ancient cults: the stellar, lunar, solar, and Saturnian cults. This is the reason that we're not aware of astrotheology. It's because of the ancient cults. All these cults are based on astrotheology, but they worship different bodies. This even ties in with shamanism and psychedelic cults. Each cult worshipped these bodies like a god. The Roman Empire gradually absorbed and adapted to its own ends the multitude of cults derived from all its parts, and over the ensuing centuries coupled them together as one, the Roman Universal Church. Today, it is called the Roman Catholic Church. Henceforth, much of the literature then written was aimed at propagating a fabricated faith to the world and ensuring Roman emperors were given places as heads of church and state. I don't want this to get controversial, so I'm not going to explain which religions belong to which cults. I just want to start up the topic for discussion. Just think about the days of the week. All the days of the week are astrotheology. Monday, day of the moon. Tuesday, translated to another language. In Spanish, Martes, day of Mars. Wednesday is Woden's day, Odin, or in Spanish, Mercules, Mercury. Thursday is Thor's day, or in Spanish, Jueves, or in Latin, Jove, day of Jupiter. Friday, Spanish, Viernes, or Latin, Veneris, Aphrodite, the day of Venus. Saturday, Saturn's day. Sunday, day of the sun. Here are more motifs. We have symbolism all over the state in government centers. You see it in the civic centers. Think about the flags, heraldry, police cars, military. It's everywhere. We reward children by giving them a star for matriculation. We have awards and competitions, different tiers that can be achieved. We have money, movie corporations, modern churches. You can't not see it. Our kids sing Twinkle Twinkle Little Star, not knowing the secrets contained within. We have birthdays that is basically a religious holiday in which we worship the day in which an individual was born. This as well as an astrotheological motif. We have the zodiacal birthday cake with the flaming candles representing stars. We have board games, casinos, car companies, and I could go on. This knowledge is known and practiced by the biggest corporations. They are channeling these occult forces using subconscious sigils. These archetypal forms connect with the aspect of consciousness associated with it. For example, a business that wants to be successful may want to channel the energies of Saturn, as many do. This doesn't have to be evil, this is based on a sacred science, and I've explored the possible origins. However, we can use this knowledge to better ourselves and to fight back against this flood of ignorance. You may have noticed that the picture from UNVEiLED is Thoth, or Mercury, also the symbol of an androgynous being. These energies have manifested clearly in the channel for all we wish is to teach and assist as messengers. Don't listen to the fearful part of your mind. There should be no reason why you're resistant to this material. It won't hurt you. I don't want anything from you. This is an attempt to make the knowledge easier to understand, more modern, up to date, a fresh perspective. Prove me wrong. This is not a new issue, and I don't suppose it will be going away anytime soon. Magic in the Bible. Occultism and magic is evil. I have to admit, I was pretty shocked to see the comments from mentioning Manly P. Hall. It became very apparent to me how successful anti-occult brainwashing has been. I'm sure there's much that Manly P. Hall wrote that I might not agree with, and I honestly think his stuff in terms of the New World Order is just another version of Socrates' form of government. Quote, if you were heading out on a journey to sea, who would you ideally want to decide who's in charge of the vessel? Just anyone, or people educated in the rules and demands of seafaring? The latter, of course, says Adiamantus. So why then, responds Socrates, do we keep thinking that any old person should be in charge of deciding who's in charge of the country? Socrates was not an elitist in the normal sense. He didn't think that an elite few should only ever vote. He proposed that only those who had inwardly considered issues rationally and deeply should be eligible to vote. We have conveniently forgotten the difference between intellectual democracy and a democracy by birthright. We now all have the right to vote without having been first taught wisdom. Socrates foresaw this would lead to a system that the Greeks feared above all, demagoguery. I'm not saying I know what the best form of government is. Some of the greatest minds have pondered upon this and spoken their thoughts on it. To me, it's not enough of a reason to stop yourself from reading Manly P. Hall's work. It's not enough just to say Aleister Crowley was a Satanist, or CIA, or Manly P. Hall, Luciferian, blah blah. Look, who cares? Many modern Christians think they can read one book and somehow gain wisdom because all they need is Jesus. Well, that is distorted and the root of many problems. We have sickness, poverty, depression, and many people lacking in drive and motivation. I'm insisting this is because we have lost our knowledge.
Who cares, you say?
The true understanding of our world and its contents. But here's the problem. We aren't curious anymore. Millions of people go to sleep every night with their authorized King James Bible on their nightstands without a question of its origins or its authenticity. In the modern Christian's understanding, all occult teachings and other religious texts from other cultures are said to be false doctrines and deceptions of the devil. I think it's a misunderstanding, and so I'm going to try and set it straight. First of all, the Bible is an occult book. In the literalist interpretation of the Bible, the three wise kings were supposedly astrologers. The Magi are popularly referred to as the wise men and kings. The word Magi is the plural of Latin magus, borrowed from Greek, magos, as used in the original Greek text of the Gospel of Matthew. Greek magos itself is derived from the Old Persian magus, from the Avestan Moguano, i.e. the religious caste into which Zoroaster was born. The term refers to the Persian priestly caste of Zoroastrianism. As part of their religion, these priests paid particular attention to the stars and gained an international reputation for astrology, which was at the time highly regarded as a science. It seems that the god of the Bible takes sacrifices, something that is seen as pagan tradition. Some pagan gods take only vegetation and incenses, but others are known to take blood. Abel's sacrifice was a bloody sacrifice, but Cain offered only vegetation. Exodus, chapter 22, verse 29. For thou shalt not delay to offer the first of thy ripe fruits, and of thy liquors, the firstborn of thy sons shalt thou give unto me. In the Bible, belief in the mortality of the soul is a second crucial presupposition necessary for occultism. Spiritism and necromancy is founded on a conviction that the living may contact the souls or spirits of the dead person. Sorcery, killing with magic in the name of God, smiting. In Samuel, quote, Thus saith the Lord, now go and smite Amalek, and utterly destroy all that they have, and spare them not, but slay both man and women, infant and suckling, ox and sheep, camel and ass. And Saul smote the Amalekites, and utterly destroyed all the people with the edge of the sword. From Wikipedia. In the Hebrew Bible, the Witch of Endor is a woman Saul consulted to summon the spirit of prophet Samuel in the 20th chapter of the first book of Samuel, in order to receive advice against the Philistines in battle after his prior attempts to consult God through sacred lots and prophets had failed. Samuel's spirit appears to Saul. However, the witch screams and is frightened by Saul's appearance because God is the one who summons his spirit in order to confront him for his disobedience against Yahweh. The witch is absent from the version of that event recounted in the Deuterocanonical book of Sirach. Later Christian theology found trouble with this passage as it appeared to imply that the witch had summoned the spirit of Samuel and therefore necromancy and magic were possible. There are miracles in the Bible: healing the blind and deaf, raising the dead, expulsion of demons, talking animals, temporary localized suspension of laws of nature, fantastical events, parting the sea, staffs that can turn into snakes, born of a virgin, water to wine, water to blood, frogs falling from the sky, and I could continue. Manly P. Hall wrote on many subjects, and every one of his topics are extremely beneficial. He wrote on magnetism and the occult properties of the human body. The difference with his occult books is at the end, you will have done a lot of critical thinking, not fearful thinking. Big difference, because, you see, I think Christians are special people. They believe in more than what is presented before us. They believe in an afterlife, miracles, love, and most of all, that Christ is their savior. And there isn't anything wrong with that, but we cannot ignore the origins of Christianity, and Jesus is not the answer to every problem. We can't continue to ignore authors simply because they are occultists. That is just ignorance. Much of modern Christianity keeps people's minds in a submissive state. Many of them are constantly fearful or fearing God. Rejecting esoteric understandings is part of the reason why our society is falling apart. Many of the people who do not understand magic are now using it against us on a daily basis. Remember, it's all about controlling the mental. Between the common man and the elite man, there's a drastic imbalance in knowledge, thus a drastic imbalance in power. We lack an understanding of the self. Science tells us that the occult is just a bunch of woohoos, and Christianity tells us that the occult is evil. And in this polarized society, you're either a member of an organized religion or an atheist. Anything in between is misguided nonsense to both dichotomies. I don't expect anyone to just go flip a switch and change their minds on these topics overnight. The idea that magic is evil, or even the creation of fantasy novels, is too prevalent among our society to just be washed away with one presentation. While talking about magic may no longer result in death, it often results in what can be described as social suicide. In a society where social politics rule, it's important to choose your faction. To me, magic is much more natural and can often be as mundane as anything else. It's simply the process from mind to matter. It's the aspect of creation from mental to physical. When you think of something and then you go and do it, you're basically doing magic. Words are magic. Speech is magic. Our whole society is magic. If you're a Christian, the whole idea of creating a business or a corporation or a corporeal spirit entity is that you are creating a magical symbol that will generate you money. Yep, that's a cult. Business is influenced by Saturn. Magic is everywhere, so it doesn't make sense. Why are you so afraid to look inside your mind? Is it evil? Wisdom is not evil, and in order to gain wisdom, you must be open to everything. If you are closed-minded and in fear, the spirit of wisdom cannot enter. To end this chapter, magic's not bad. And even Nikola Tesla said if that man was to focus on non-physical matter, we would see improvement within a decade. Magic is a way to understanding the other side of reality that science has yet to touch. Consciousness. Science can only chart the material world, but magic is the way to exploring mental, astral worlds. Conclusion. I want to take the time to thank everyone who's watched the series. I'm very appreciative of all our supporters, and it really means a lot to hear from your perspective. I hope that this didn't come off as too offensive. That was never my intention. I wanted to make my point, but I wouldn't want to hurt anybody or to take away their way of life. We will end this chapter with a conclusion. We have shown the affinity between languages. It's up to you to decide the source upon which they are derived. Don't take my word for anything. Do your own research. The Phoenicians are descendants of the ancient Druids, or was but a cover name created by the Greeks to suppress their origins. The Hebrews manipulated the ancient alphabets. The Hebrews came after the ancient Druids, taking their knowledge and converting it for their own use. This is the source for Kabbalah, esoteric wisdom, Hermeticism. It comes from the ancient tarot, or symbolic archetypes of God. The Roman wars became the method in which the knowledge of the Hebrew priest became integrated with their plan for rule and power. This is where Christianity begins. They took the knowledge from the Hebrews, from the Druids, and with the deep esoteric symbolic truth, they created an exoteric system of control that was based on universal truth. They seek to destroy any establishment that would contradict this system of control. This is why the libraries of the world were destroyed, to destroy the old church. Christianity is paganism, or in other words, the ancient Irish or Aryan church. The Gaelic language is Hebrew, Korean, Sumerian, Dravidic, Ainu, Northern American Indian, Vedic, Greek, Latin, and more. The ancient Druids are the true source of language, the arts, sciences, and civilization. Let's not get confused in semantics. The ancient Druids, the ancient inhabitants of Ireland, the Hyperboreans, they are the true source of Christianity. Begin your research, and falsities shall be unveiled.
Let go of everything you think to be true. Relax the mind and ask the question, do I truly understand what this reality is?
All right. Shout out to the chat. So that was a 4-part series, Ignored Christian Origins by Mind Unveiled, after watching the Christmas Unveiled video. So let me see here. I'm not sure if that's a reaction to my sound, my audio, sir, but give me a minute.
Ignored Christian origins. Astrotheology. Welcome to part 4. Now that we've established those building blocks, I feel that we can finally talk about astrotheology without the idea that I'm just repeating what Zeitgeist said. Well, now you can't say that. You won't be able to say, oh, that's been debunked. No, it hasn't. Remember, I'm not saying that Jesus isn't real. What I'm saying is that the origins of Christianity lie in paganism and astrotheology. We will never wake up as a race until we understand that last statement. It's so easy to get lost in semantics. I try my best to get my message across, but communication is two ways. If you're being emotional, judgmental, and critical, then there's no way that you're going to try and bridge the gap. For example, I said paganism. Now, all the connotations associated with that word get applied to that statement. The witch burnings, the superstition, yet, if you know more about the subject or are genuinely curious, a bridge can be formed in which you get the basic gist of what I'm trying to say. Anyone who is resistant, I'm going to need your help doing just this. Don't compare me to Zeitgeist. Look into what I'm about to present you and then form your own conclusions. In my video on astrology, I was connecting the similar connections between all religions, and people saw a similarity to the dark Zeitgeist and came to the assumption that our intentions were the same. See, here's what happened. Zeitgeist released the information of astrotheology with the intention to debunk Jesus and Christianity. Therefore, the both ideas got merged. Now, if anyone mentions astrotheology to a Christian, they immediately say, well, that's been debunked.
All right, let's get into it. Another
introducing the hide and seek from Belroy,
Mind Unveiled.
a traditional.
Today, we have an occult video that's going to talk about some matters involving higher planes. Our modern language does not have the words that truly describe this phenomena accurately, so it may be beneficial to connect multiple different topics together to try and understand these spiritual realities. Now, I know there will be people who think what we're about to mention has to do with demons because we mentioned Jinn, and there will be those who truly think that anything having to do with the occult is evil. This is what primitive and superstitious propaganda spread by the church in order to scare people from investigating these matters. If you haven't seen the video Influencing the Genius, I highly recommend taking the time to listen to the whole experience, then come back and listen to this one. First, we must ask ourselves, what is a mind? Well, according to mainstream definitions, the mind is a set of faculties including cognitive aspects such as consciousness, imagination, perception, thinking, intelligence, judgment, language, and memory, as well as non-cognitive aspects such as emotion and instinct. But this is simply stating that the mind is a faculty or some type of sense that an ego or individual holds some type of ability. Is this true, or is this a misunderstanding? In ancient Greek, there was this concept of the logos. Quote, the Greek philosopher Heraclitus appears to be the first to have used the word logos to refer to a rational divine intelligence, which today is sometimes referred to in scientific discourse as the mind of God. The early Greek philosophical tradition known as Stoicism, which held that every human participates in a universal and divinely ordained community. To break this down, logos basically refers to the mind of God, but it's also an esoteric secret. There was a time in our past where our minds weren't so ego-based. We had a voice of God that we could hear and interact with as if it was normal. It connected us with nature, and we had the ability to speak and communicate with the logos. This is a time before we lost this connection, a time before we lost ourselves to our lower natures of thinking and ego. To be clear, this makes an indication that the minds of the ancients were far different than what we now consider to be a mind. Therefore, we will aim to write a new definition of mind and explore whether there is any validity to the statement of the logos. First, we must understand that the Greeks defined psyche as a mind or a soul, an invisible animating entity that occupies the physical body. Now we begin to question what a soul is, we will find that the Greek word is anima, or the movement of spiritual matters. It is the quality of air or life, that which moves. Therefore, what we call the mind is the experience of a hierarchy of spiritual forces that are encapsulated into multiple higher spiritual bodies known as the soul. Now, to consider this further, we must have an understanding of what is known in the occult as planes and bodies that then become synonymous with each other. This is the cosmology known as a hierarchy of spiritual planes, the top being the Godhead, or pure consciousness, and this primary force trickles down into these lower planes in a way which the higher realms are creating the lower realms as they pass down through the causal mental planes, higher and lower astral, and etheric realms, finally passing down to the experience that we call the physical plane. Furthermore, what we call spirit is this pure consciousness or Godhead, and this spirit is what we all share, the universal life force that connects us all. Now, we must divide the soul into two sections, higher and lower souls, or oversouls and temporary souls. Oversouls are the bodies on the higher planes that exist through multiple lifetimes. They collect the karma data from our experiences over generations and exist on the higher astral planes of existence. These can be developed through good deeds and training through skill over time. As you reincarnate, this part of yourself can be accessed for making your new reincarnation more natural since you are more familiar with these realms you're going down to. Many do not have developed oversouls and therefore walk around in a sleep state, having to build their karma from scratch. Jesus mentions this in the Gnostic Gospels that there was something done by these higher beings that rearranged this mechanism to cause confusion in the lower realms from those being reincarnated. New souls would have to start all over and be stuck in a constant loop cycle without having anything to build upon. Our lower souls are more temporary and have to do with our astral bodies. This is actually what we refer to as the astral realm. We actually know of these things as thoughts, emotions, and beliefs are all connected to these higher realms. They're not physical, and furthermore, many of these thoughts are not what we think they are. Our ego is but a construction, a structure of thoughts, a barrier that leads us to believe that we are indeed our own minds. But as we've mentioned, physical definitions for the mind do not suffice, and to explain it as a mere faculty is to say that it's just like the physical sense of sight or touch. But there's something much deeper to this concept that takes the skill and understanding of a mystic to perceive. We are not our minds.
I'm riding the waves of the caffeine crash.
Coffee.
Coffee. Coffee.
Coffee.
Coffee. I can't perform my best work while I'm drinking a bunch of coffee.
Crashes crash.
In fact, what you call your own thoughts and emotions are not even your own, but they belong to multiple spiritual beings that reside within your own soul bodies on the higher planes. Keep in mind when we speak of higher matters that the noun body applied to these bodies does not mean the same thing as it does when it's applied to the physical body. But there's no really other good word to use except centers of consciousness, which is true, but then there's also a certain kind of organization about these centers, and for that reason, they can also be called bodies. These centers of consciousness are also realities in which multiple beings, both negative and positive, inhabit. These invisible forces are what are actually doing the thinking for you, and they have convinced you to think that it's your own thinking, but it's not. All any one individual is doing at any moment is simply channeling higher forces down into the lower realms. Now, this may be confusing to the beginner, but this should be enough as an introductory explanation. We can come to further understanding as we progress forward with the topic of Genii. Now we're going to dissect a book from the 1700s called A Treatise of Spirits by John Beaumont. As mentioned in the introduction, many will immediately assume this has to do with witchcraft only, and the dealing of devils and demons, which, sure, you can be closed-minded and assume that that's all there is to this. However, I think if we investigate, we will find that there's something else going on, and this actually begins the journey of discovering what our minds truly are. Chapter 1. What the ancients understood the genii that are said to attend men to be as to their nature and offices. Censorinus tells us that genius is a god, under whose tuition each man is born and lives, and whether it be that he takes care of our generation, or is engineered with us, or takes upon our guardianship after we're begotten, he says he is called genius from geno, an ancient Latin word signifying to beget, in lieu of which the word gigno is now used. Genius is said to be the son of Jupiter and the earth, as being held to be the middle nature betwixt gods and men, or for that he somewhat partakes of body. Some have thought our genius to be the symmetry of the elements, which preserves humane bodies and all living creatures. Others, the secret power of the celestial bodies, by which we are impelled to do all things, and these were called geruli, from gero or ingero, that is, from supporting us or suggesting good or bad thoughts into our minds. Notice how he says that these things support us. They give us good or bad thoughts, meaning they can be guardian angels or demonic parasites. What the Latins call genius, the Greeks call daemon, which word, to pass by other significations, according to its etymology, signifies prudent, knowing, skillful in affairs, and foreseeing things, they giving answers to those that have consulted them. In which sense Socrates thought famous men after death, for reward of their virtue, were made daemons of a middle nature, mediating betwixt gods and men. Now, keep in mind, as he's explaining the huge difference between daemons and what we now call demons, The point is that we've associated all these genii and higher forces as negative demonic occurrences. Ludovicus Vives says it's a wonder to see how differing the opinions of the Gentiles were concerning the gods and daemons. As for the genii, some think them to be our own souls, some our inclinations, some a certain light attending us. Apuleius, a Latin Platonist philosopher, writes thus, in a certain sense the mind of man, even while it is in the body, it's called a daemon. And therefore, a good desire of man is a good god, whence some think those are called blessed, eudaemons, whose daemons is good, that is, whose mind is perfect with virtue, which, I think, you may properly call a genius, because that god, which is in each man's mind, though it be immortal, yet in some sort is engendered within us. Famous occult author Cornelius Agrippa says that each man has a threefold genius to guard him, one sacred, another of the geniture, and the third of the profession a man follows. The first is not derived from the stars or planets, but given by God, it being universal and above nature. This directs the soul, still suggesting good thoughts, and enlightens us, though it be not always observed. But when we are purified and live in a calm, then it's perceived by us. Then it speaks, as it were, with us and communicates its voice, being present before in silence, and labors continually to bring us to sacred perfection. The genius or daemon of the geniture descends to us from the deposition of the world and the circuits of the stars that are concerned in our generation. This is the sustainer and guardian of life. It procures it to the body and takes care of it afterwards, and aids the person from performing that office for which the heavens deputed him at birth. Those therefore have received a fortunate genius and are rendered strong, powerful, efficacious, and prosperous in their works. As to each man is given a good spirit, so there is an evil one, both which seek a union with our spirit and endeavor to draw it to them and so mix themselves with it. Okay, so let's break that down. So basically, we're given these demons and genii by God, and it's all based on our good works, or if you pursue a profession in high virtue, you're communicating and associating with the genie of good. But if you pick a profession that is sinful and not productive to the self, you're associating with demons that are bad spirits. This, of course, is of the third class. The others are kind of assigned to you based off your karmic and based on what God thinks is best for you. These beings are not like us humans in that they are spiritual forces or parasites. Not all parasites are evil, but they depend on our consciousness to thrive. In doing so, they try to merge themselves with our identity, making us believe that we are actually thinking our own individual thoughts. We continue, the good by good works conformable to him changes us into angels by union, as he that adheres to God is made one spirit with him. The evil daemon, by bad works, endeavors to make us conformable and united to him, and this is what Hermes says. When a daemon flows into a humane soul, he sprinkles in seeds of his own notions. Hence, such a soul sprinkled with seeds, raised in a fury, brings forth wonderful things, and such as are the performances of daemons. For a good daemon, when he passes into a holy soul, he raises it to the light of wisdom. But an evil daemon, transfused into a wicked soul, incites it to thefts, murders, and lust, and whatsoever are the performances of evil daemons. Natalis Gomez, Italian mythographer, poet, and historian, says, the genii, or daemons, present us with the species or images of those things which they persuade to us, as in a glass, on which images when our soul privately looks, those things come into our mind, which, if considered with reason, gives us a right determination of mind. But if a man, setting reason aside, be carried away with the guidance of evil species, or images, he will of necessity incur many errors, especially if the images are presented to us by evil daemons. Erasmus, in his Adages, Dutch philosopher and Christian scholar, thinks Christian divines have ascribed to each person two angels, a good and a bad, though I think he says it with little reason, a communion with angels being so usual with the patriarchs from whom, in all probability, the Gentiles took their doctrine of the genii. The genii were drawn under several forms, as of a serpent, a boy, a girl, a youth, or an old man. As Cebes in his tables, Censorinus and many of the ancients tell us, the layers in the genii were the same. And there are countless other references to this phenomena from hundreds of different authors, but I think the point is made. At birth, we are assigned specific genii or higher spiritual consciousnesses that become our mind or genius. This gets deeper because it also is based on past lives and karmic credit that has gone to our oversoul, and if you did bad deeds in the past, you may be prescribed an evil spirit that causes you misfortune. But I think the key note to take from this chapter is that these beings are what really form our minds. We're not doing the thinking, it's these genii or daemons or guardian angels, good or bad, that are actually doing the thinking and creating what we call genius or the mind.
Which is best, avocado or olive oil?
Avocado oil or extra virgin olive oil?
An avocado a day can help keep weight gain at bay, but when you squeeze the oil from the avocado, you're losing the fiber and mostly getting the heart-healthy fatty acid oleic acid, which is also found in olive oil. So in that regard, the two oils are head-to-head, but here's where extra virgin olive oil
Now, Jinn are just a later derivation of this thought stream of Genii, and focuses on the negative, more evil spirits, but the main definition is an intelligent spirit of lower rank than the angels, able to appear in human and animal forms and to possess humans. This is very popular in Arabian and Muslim mythology, but again, this is kind of the polarization of this actual phenomena similar to demons and devils, but these beings do exist, but we just need to understand that Jinn is a reference to Genii, who are necessary spiritual forces that are responsible for manifesting what we call mind. Yes, there are many demons, but if we break down what Jinn actually means, it can shed some light. Jinn is an Arabic collective noun deriving from the Semitic root Jan, whose primary meaning is to hide or to adapt. Some authors interpret the word to mean literally beings that are concealed from the senses. In ancient texts, they're not always referenced as evil, even though this concept has developed through the ages to mean that they're inherently evil. But interestingly, these beings were used by Solomon to construct his famous temple. Noted by Surah al-Rahman in the Quran, they are invisible entities who roamed the earth before Adam, created by God out of fire and air. They are believed to resemble humans in that they eat and drink, have children and die, and are subject to judgment, being sent to either heaven or hell according to their deeds. There are also references saying the opposite, referring to any object that cannot be detected by human sensory organs, including angels, devils, and the interior of human beings. Accordingly, every devil and every angel is also a Jinn, but not every Jinn is an angel or a devil. We also have the famous story of Aladdin. Aladdin finds himself trapped in a cave. He's wearing a magic ring that a sorcerer has lent him when he rubs his hands in despair. He inadvertently rubs the ring, and a Genii, or Genie, appears and releases him from the cave, allowing him to return to his mother while in possession of the lamp. When his mother tries to clean the lamp so that they can sell it to buy food or for their supper, a second, far more powerful Genie appears who is bound to do the bidding of the person holding the lamp. This idea that these Genii can perform tasks or wishes for the user or magician is a constant theme, most likely the reason why they've been associated with evil because of greedy individuals using these beings for their own selfish purposes. However, before moving on, we must note that the ancient magicians weren't only summoning Genii or jinns of evil for material desires, but they would communicate with nature spirits, like Solomon did, and be able to communicate with higher, more positive, invisible beings or Genii that could influence positive, higher attributes such as wisdom. Now we bring it all together to explain how we go through different cycles, ages, and generations where we rise and fall. As we mentioned in the past, the ancient Greeks had a different mind, always referenced as a logos. There was no ego barrier, and they could directly hear the voice of God. But another clue is that our reality itself wasn't so physical. These are the times of Atlantis, where magicians and magic took reign. All sorts of magical beings existed that no longer exist, and due to groups of evil dark magicians taking advantage of this knowledge, it is said that this wisdom was abused, and that was the reason for the flood and the destruction of Atlantis. But there is no avoiding this process, as it is the fundamental nature of consciousness. We can either be aware of it, or be flooded in ignorance. Both can be negative. We're currently experiencing the negative aspects of ignorance of our spiritual bodies right now. So even though you may feel that magic and understanding these higher matters are what causing us to sin, it's more so the corruption of the ego that has caused this negativity, not the process of reality or consciousness itself. You just can't avoid magic, as we have shown that the mind is not even yours. If you don't become aware of these Genii, then they can influence you. Now, of course, many of us have learned to navigate with these beings in a positive light as if it was natural. We just follow our intuition and trust that we act in accordance with good. But many do not and become persuaded by these evil spirits easily, and much worse, they aren't even aware that it's not them. They are tricked into doing things through the internal voice or thoughts that occur in their heads. Depending on the virtues you pursue, it changes the effect of how powerful each voice is. Just think about the common trope of the angel on one shoulder and the devil on the other. We've gone through different ages of being, starting from the Godhead, then we began to manifest into different spiritual categories, otherwise known as the Sephiroths, or fallen ones, or planets. These are the essential God divided into simple categories. As these different forces unite in active and passive dichotomies, we get a myriad of unique and individual forms that begin to create all that we know in reality. This can be seen as the legions of angels under the archangels, or the tetragrammaton, or the four-polar magnet: fire, water, air, and earth. These forces came after spirit, and so they inhabit within the spirit, or our spirit, slowly creating all forms that we now comprehend today through the different generations. Our reality that we know now first began on the astral, and it was much more malleable in the past. Thoughts had no lag. As soon as consciousness thought something, it was manifested into existence. It's not until slowly, through corruption and the creation of more dense forms, and the creation of what we call the material realm, which was done by these archons or beings that trick us, that we begin to fall for the illusion of the physical plane and ego. And so they became higher beings, but don't get it twisted. These beings reside within us, or within our pure consciousness spirit. Therefore, they can be controlled and influenced, hence the influence of the genius. We must reclimb this generational ladder and reclaim our true bodies, or true centers of consciousness, for only then can we truly be unaffected by negative external influences. It's also important to keep in mind that there are beneficial spirits or guardian angels that are assigned to us or have been connected with us through generations of different lifetimes that assist in this process of reawakening. Only by understanding what our mind is and by inspection can we confirm these statements. Until then, all we can hope is that our minds may be unveiled.
Let go of everything you think to be true. Relax the mind and ask the question, do I truly understand what this reality is?
Hey. Hey, Moon here. Today I wanted to take some time to talk about media. So what is media? At its core, it's simply communication. Media can be spoken word, podcast on a screen or a radio, or just words on a page. There are tons of different kinds of media, from TV shows and commercials to movies, streaming services, video games, digital printed magazines, newspapers, books. Communication is undoubtedly the most powerful tool we possess. This means that mass media is a very powerful force in today's society, especially in more developed areas of the world. Sociologists call this mediated culture. And mediated has two primary definitions, which is to bring about a result such as a physiological effect and to serve as an intermediary or indirectly connect two or more parties together. This to me means that the media is being used as a conduit to connect people as opposed to people connecting with people. When we consider that culture is created through connection, it starts to seem like different facets of media create their own cultures or subcultures. It's nearly impossible to go anywhere in the developed world without seeing a television, billboard, magazine, or a book. This media doesn't only exist to sell a physical product, but also sells us on specific moods or attitudes. The most important product, though, is surely consensus on what is and what isn't significant or valid. Media tells us what is and isn't appropriate in the subculture that it's supporting. Without mass media, the concept of celebrities or influencers would be much less important. I'm sure in a local area there would still be some well-known local celebrities, but they'd most likely be people with high political or financial standing. Perhaps there would be some well-known outlaws or artists, but not nearly the way that it is now. It's only recently that actors, singers, and social influencers have become household names and achieved stardom. Humans being subjected to large amounts of media intake is seemingly a recent phenomena. It wasn't too long ago that the television only had maybe 3 stations, public broadcasting, and a few local or independent stations. Compared to the 500 plus television channels we have now, not to mention all the options for online streaming, choices are innumerable. Like any tool, though, it can be used to commit wicked deeds. Lately, it seems like someone or something is utilizing the media to subtly sow despondency in the minds and hearts of so many. The wide reach of this tool is a slippery slope because there will be those who take advantage of the power in such a cunning and elusive manner that even suggesting that just maybe some, if not all, mass media outlets have ulterior motives is a cultural faux pas, to say the least. Nowadays, instead of having just a few channels and shows that target a small demographic, we have countless options tailored to all ages, backgrounds, incomes, attitudes, and belief systems. This wider reach of the media makes TV, cell phones, computers the focus or distraction of all different types of people. When it's not television or smartphones, it's books, magazines, or video games. Just as people sink themselves into adventure stories, people fall into news stories, and the dedication to the cause being incited by the media outlets can also render people incapable of communicating with those outside of their subculture. Personally, I think it's never a good sign when a cult mentality breeds fear, disagreement, and suspicion against our own neighbors, friends, and family. I wanted to say that this is prevalent in every subculture. Even in the so-called conspiracy circles, there are instances of canceling. When you listen to something somebody says and you disagree with it, you lose respect for them, which I suppose is a given, considering the whole basis of the subculture is, be suspicious and seek the truth. I can't say I'm not guilty of feeling that way myself. I definitely used to feel that way when someone whose work I respected, someone I watched all the time, did or said something I really disagreed with. And I think that's the case for a lot of people. I think that it's very common to admire people in the media, whether big media or independent media. However, and this is key, if we set expectations for anyone but ourselves, we will end up disappointed. No one else on this earth is ever going to have the same exact point of view as you. All of us make some percentage of our choices based on personal experience, and the amount of just one single human's personal experience is incalculable. So the chances that anyone else is going to totally agree with you, even on your most basic values, is very unlikely. Does this mean that people who do horrible things should be left alone? Of course not. But it's more common that we judge someone very harshly based on something that they said or did, usually out of context, not based on their character, because that's something you can only really experience through face-to-face interaction over a period of time. Nowadays, many of us think we know something or someone based on photos with words underneath them. It's good to listen to where others are coming from because a lot of us do have things in common, just as many things as we don't have in common, probably. It's really up to the individual to decide which things to focus on and how to apply what we learn from others. There are a lot of people that I listen to that I do not agree with on their lifestyle or attitude, but I still really enjoy their content and respect them and learn from them. Do I judge them sometimes? I mean, yeah, a little, but I don't go write it on their page because it's just a fleeting thought in the grand scheme of my life. What I learn from them holds a much higher value than what I don't like about them. I think it's important to remember that, as far as I know, these are just people we're talking about. I think that the disconnect happens when we view a person through a screen and we don't attach it to a real human or even suspect that it's not a human. And sometimes we deify people we don't know, and once the idea that we've built of them changes or is shattered, we get irritated or feel betrayed. Especially when it comes to people who are rich or even remotely famous. I noticed that the general consensus is that all rich people are evil or controlled by something beyond our understanding. I do think that it's true that there are rich people who are unfortunately very sick and evil and twisted, but there are people of all incomes, ethnicities, heights, weights, whatever, that fall into this category. Anyone can be aligned with evil. Evil is not picky and will take anyone. But I do think there are more good people in the world, and grouping any amount of people together based on a narrow set of qualities is just unreasonable. We could get deep and say that there are robots or secret agents on the other side of the screen intentionally trying to mislead people. I can't deny that that's a possibility for literally anyone you don't know on the internet, so I think the lesson here is do not connect yourself so deeply to a media outlet, influencer, or independent media channel to the point where you're hurt or upset by something they say. Putting that much emotional stock into people and stories that we don't actually experience can be fun because there's no commitment, but it can also become damaging if it's too much of a crutch. We could instead just try to have confidence in ourselves and learn from others objectively. It's crazy to think that the masses are now a part of the mass media, making media at an all-time massive. So how big is the role of mass media in our society today? This has been a hotly contested topic since the invention or reinvention of the printing press. There are a few well-known perspectives on this question: limited effects theory, class dominant theory, and culturalist theory. The limited effect theory argues that because people generally choose what to watch or read based on what they already believe, the media exerts a negligible influence. This theory originated and was tested in the 1940s and 50s. Studies that examined the ability of media to influence voting found that well-informed people relied more on personal experience, prior knowledge, and their own reasoning. However, media experts more likely swayed those who were less informed. Critics point to two problems with this perspective. First, they claim that the limited effects theory ignores the media's role in framing and limiting the discussion of the debate of issues. How media frames the debate and what questions the members of the media ask change the outcome of the discussion and the possible conclusions people may draw. Okay, so to me, this is basic communication failure. We have person A in a conversation who's trying to make a point, and then person B is asking questions that do not pertain to the point the person A is trying to make, or asking, person A questions they've already answered on many occasions, proposing explosive accusations, twisting words to frame the speaker in a mediated light. The second criticism is that this theory came into existence when the available and dominance of media was far less widespread. The class dominant theory argues that the media reflects and projects the views of a minority elite which controls it. Those people who own and control the corporations that produce media comprise this elite. Advocates of this view concern themselves particularly with the massive corporate mergers of media organizations, which limit competition and put big business at the reins of media, especially news media. Their concern is that when ownership is restricted, a few people then have the ability to manipulate what people can see or hear. For example, owners can easily avoid or silence stories that expose unethical corporate behavior or hold corporations responsible for their actions. The issue of sponsorship adds to this problem. Advertising dollars fund most media. Networks aim at programming at the largest possible audience because the broader the appeal, the greater the potential purchasing audience, and the easier selling airtime to advertisers becomes. Thus, new organizations may shy away from the negative stories about corporations, and especially parent corporations that finance large advertising campaigns in their newspaper or on their stations. Television networks receive millions of dollars in advertising from companies like Nike and other textile manufacturers were slow to run stories on their news about possible human rights violations by these companies in foreign countries. Critics of this theory counter these arguments by saying that local control of news media largely lies beyond the reach of large corporate offices elsewhere, and that the quality of news depends upon good journalists. They contend that those less powerful and not in control of media have often received full media coverage and subsequent support. As examples, they name numerous environmental causes. While most people argue that a corporate elite controls media, a variation on this approach argues that a politically liberal elite controls the media. They point to the fact that journalists, being more highly educated than the general population, hold more liberal political views, consider themselves left of center, and are more likely to register as Democrats. They further point to examples from the media itself and the statistical reality that the media, more often than not, labels conservative commenters or politicians as conservatives and liberals as liberals. I think that by not labeling liberals, this is a way to make this way of thought seem like the consensus or majority, or to favor one side by framing them as more humane. I noticed that the media only shows evidence of one side's message being framed as wholly loving and urgent, and the radical members of the side are rarely ever filmed or mentioned or broadcast live to the public by media outlets. And oftentimes, a radical left behavior is commended by people with similar desires. When it comes to the conservatives, they are often framed in the position that they are everything but accepting or loving. There are, of course, some not so friendly members of that community, and wouldn't you know, these are the people that the media chooses to interview and give attention to, despite there being plenty of non-problematic people who would gladly answer anything the interviewer or media person asked. Some more compassionate leftists might argue that the sane ones are few and far between, but that's based on the assumption that statistically they are hateful and all the phobics you can think of. Now, to even be sympathetic towards conservatives is borderline a criminal offense. As it stands, the social norm seems to be that we're just supposed to judge the worth of a group of strangers broadcast to us through a screen in the span of a 10-minute segment. That's how we're encouraged to treat others lately. So no, it's not a lie that there are plenty of radicals on both sides, but the way in which it's presented, how it's presented, and how much is a conscious manipulation of the whole truth in order to support a mediated outcome. It's similar to taking a picture of someone from a certain angle or dressing someone up to make them look taller or have a larger bottom. So it's really like that person in the picture, just not all of them at every angle. Media language can be revealing too. Media uses terms such as arch or ultra conservative, but rarely ever uses the term arch or ultra liberal. Those who argue that a political elite controls media also point out that the movements that have gained media attention generally support liberal political issues. Predominantly conservative political issues have yet to gain prominent media attention or have been opposed by the media. The culturalist theory, developed in the 1980s and 1990s, combines the other two theories and claims that people interact with the media to create their own meanings out of the images and messages they receive. This theory sees audiences as playing an active rather than passive role in relation to mass media. One strand of research focuses on the audience and how they interact with the media. The other strand of research focuses on those who produce the media, particularly the news. Theorists emphasize that audiences choose what to watch among a wide range of options, choose how much to watch, and may choose the mute button or the VCR remote over the programming selected by the network or cable station. Studies of mass media done by sociologists parallel text reading and interpretation research completed by linguists. Both groups of researchers find that when people approach material, whether written, text, or media images and messages, they interpret that material based on their own knowledge and experience. Thus, when researchers asked different groups to explain the meaning of a particular song or video, the groups produced widely divergent interpretations based on age, gender, race, ethnicity, religious background. Therefore, culturalist theorists explain that while a few elite corporations may exert significant control over what information media produces and distributes, personal perspective plays a more powerful role in how the audience members interpret those messages. So all this time, the media has used these studies to protect themselves from being held responsible for events that may have occurred as a result of their broadcasts. The concept I mostly agree with. I'm sure we've all heard the tale of the first broadcast of War of the Worlds, in which countless people took the broadcast for fact, lost their minds as a result. This is now considered to be nothing more than a myth, despite it being taught in school as a factual event. This event, true or not, acted as a sort of cautionary tale to not always trust what's being put on the airways. So yeah, I guess it sort of rustles my jimmies that now independent content creators are not sheltered by the same studies that mass media uses to protect itself and are penalized by a program that claims to protect people from dangerous, misleading content, silencing millions. Thankfully, this behavior is not going unnoticed and will not go unpunished. The way the media has been operating cannot be sustained. It will be destroyed or die out on its own. As addicting as it is, the human spirit will eventually grow tired of it and strive for the relative peace and quiet that it once had. While I don't have any allegiances to any politician specifically, it's obvious to me that there's some subterfuge happening. What's the goal? I can't say for sure. I think that the future is very malleable and constantly subject to change. There's such a high information flow these days that deciphering legitimate claims is no easy task. Muddying the waters is a very powerful and manipulative tactic to steer perception. Even the name media is a tribute to a figure from mythology who was very manipulative and cunning. Medea is a character from Greek mythology who's known to be tricky, powerful, and vindictive. Credit of the story is given to an ancient Greek author named Euripides, who is thought of now as a very influential teacher in Hellenistic culture.
Friends would walk up to me and just be like, "What the f*** is in your mug?"
Shout out to Mudwater. Fucking delicious.
And told him how to defeat this foe. Before an army, there was a part of this section who is thought of now as a very influential teacher in Hellenistic culture. There was a part of this section of the story that caught my attention. So I'm just going to put the whole paragraph on the screen because a lot of these names are very hard to say. So I'm just going to read the little part that stuck out. So, the teeth sprouted into an army of warriors. Medea had previously warned Jason of this and told him how to defeat this foe. Before they attacked him, he threw a rock into the crowd. Unable to discover where the rock had come from, the soldiers attacked and defeated one another. There is, of course, much more to the story, but that part reminded me of the current entity with the same name who uses the same clever tactics. Here are some more interesting traits that Medea possesses in this story. She can be manipulative, murderous, self-destructive, devious, vengeful, and downright evil. She even goes as far to murder her own children in order to get back at the father. Now, I'm not saying that Jason was a perfect gentleman or anything, because he definitely wasn't, but Medea got vengeance beyond what any, even insane person would consider just. Her obsession with what she considered justice paints her spirits in the eyes of humanity. Although Jason calls Medea the most hateful to gods and men, the fact that the chariot is given to her by Helios indicates that she still has the gods on her side. Just like these gods, Medea interrupts and puts a stop to the violent action of the human beings on the lower level, justifies her savage revenge on the grounds that she has been treated with disrespect and mockery, takes measures and gives orders for the burial of the dead, prophesies the future, and announces the foundation of a cult. The story continues that Medeus, son of Medea, conquers the Iranian plateau and renames it Medes. The Medes were a diverse people but are usually generalized into 6 tribes. Among those tribes were the Magi, a word familiar to us all by now. These people were said to be shamans who were proficient at talismans and spells and were hired by kings and leaders who failed at obtaining victory through battle or communication to eliminate their enemies in a way that was imperceptible to most. I say hired, but it's possible that some of these Medes could have been forced or manipulated into doing the bidding of their client. I also find it interesting that the Medes lived on a plateau, and we've covered in some older videos how it's the history of some cultures that these plateaus or mountains are the remains of giant trees, which not only provided food for their ancestors, but were considered portals to other realms. To me, this implies that their understanding of this world was likely heightened by their location and upbringing, the possibility that their services were taken advantage of, It's also possible that there was a group of them who branched off and partnered with power-hungry people and used their God-given abilities solely for personal gain. It's no secret that the media casts spells and enchantments. Their methods just ooze trickery and duplicity, vengeance and guile, tit for tat and all that. It doesn't make it any easier to decipher trickery from simply enjoying art, which is at its core deception. The nature of the current zodiacal age is known as both the age of deception and the age of the arts. This is the dualistic outcome of the overarching energy that is illusion, and it manifests in many different ways. Art, music, film. In a way, they're all lies, illusions created by humans, carefully constructed vignettes of thoughts, stories, or feelings, created in a multitude of ways with an endless array of tools. It truly is a beautiful time to be alive, but it's also a very confusing time to be alive. As it stands now, it seems like we are at the end of an age. Whether there will be some dramatic showdown of good and evil, a gradual crawl into some new normal, or the spiritual equivalent of a system reboot, who's to say? Maybe it's all set up like some of us like to think, and maybe it's all the work of aliens, robots, or ancient beings. That's an understandable point of view, but even if that's the case in some roundabout way, I don't think that it would mean doom. It's just another challenge. We can still learn about all these troubling and disturbing things and remain confident. If you really just don't have any hope at all, then why are you even watching this channel? Why look into something if you genuinely believe it's not going to change anything, just to sit around and scoff at how immature and powerless we are? Speak for yourself. Overstanding is power, and sure, getting information from the true source these days is tough. But it's because we've allowed ourselves to be manipulated into disconnecting ourselves from that source. I think it's clear that the true source is something internal that we all possess and have access to. There's just some baggage that we've picked up along the way that keeps getting in the way. All we have to do is decide to move it from our path. To me, media or any information that doesn't come from inside isn't necessarily evil, because we exist inside and outside of ourselves. The obvious solution is, balance and moderate intake of media. Don't take things at face value. Take everything with a grain of salt. So much information that we can learn from objectively without getting too emotionally connected to it. So that's the gist of my thoughts. This was kind of a mix between just me kind of like saying what I think and then showing some information. If you like this style of video, let me know. And I'd love to hear what you guys think in the comments. As always, a big thank you to anybody who made it this far, subscriber or not. I really appreciate your ear and your time. I realize that these are very confusing and seemingly dark times, but I just want to remind everybody to keep your chin up and keep going, because we never know what's going to happen. Thank you.
Let go of everything you think to be true. Relax the mind and ask the question, do I truly understand what this reality is?
Have you ever wondered what this could be? Sure, it looks like a table, but how did it become a table? We have two explanations: lava flow or rain. When both of these theories fail, what are we left with? If it rained, it would affect the surrounding areas and certainly not leave a stump shape. Lava must have come out in one complete extrusion. And sure, not every stump has to be a tree, but is this tree theory really as crazy as it sounds? Wood can petrify into stone, and some who have looked into this objectively might conclude that these pillars are of basalt, but that still doesn't explain how they're made. Science can't explain everything. Here's an explanation of the theory. The plateaus and mesas of the world are stumps of these great almighty trees of the past. They were cut down by the Nephilim as they served a certain purpose ages ago for our Mother Earth and humanity. As these trees were cut, the Earth became a completely different environment. We shouldn't even call them trees, as they could have been something like a large antenna of sorts, a portal to another world. Like we hear in Jack and the Beanstalk, he climbed up into the clouds and entered the land of giants. If you believe in the idea of giants, then the idea of giant trees isn't that far off. Genesis chapter 6, verse 4 says, "There were giants in the earth in those days." This is something we all have known since children. It's ingrained in our subconscious minds. You'd be surprised how many different cultures share the story of a world tree in the center of the world. A Chaldean inscription describes such a tree as growing at the center of the world. Its branches of crystal form the sky and droop to the sea. The Phoenicians thought the world like a revolving tree, over which was spread a vast tapestry of blue embroidered with stars. This main theme continues on in later ages to come. It would account for a story in Apollonius of Tyana that the people of Sardis doubted if the trees were not created before the earth, and the idea parallel to the controversy in the Talmud. Which came first? Heaven or earth? One arguing that the object was made first and then the pedestal, other that the foundation is laid before the building is erected. All the East knew of such a tree. In Japan, the gods broke their swords against it in vain. In the Norse system, a vast tree, the world ash, rises in the center of the earth. its branches forming the several heavens of God, its roots strike deep into hell. Maori science still represents such a tree as rising to the heavens, that dark nocturnal canopy which like a forest spreads its shade, its mighty growth first forced asunder heaven and earth. It becomes apparent that this concept is monumental in the development of an early civilization. Roraima is a giant plateau in Venezuela. There are also many others in this area, but Roraima is a very famous one. The natives that live here are called the Pemon and Capon. In their culture, they see Mount Roraima as a stump of a mighty tree that once held all the fruits and tuberous vegetables of the world. Felled by Makonema, their mythical trickster, the tree crashed to the ground, unleashing a terrible flood. Ardoi in Pemon language means blue, green, and Ma means great. They even mentioned that this was just thousands of years ago. Do you know what this means? What if Roraima is like one of those trees from Avatar? Wouldn't you see the world in a different way? Now, it mentions felled by Makonema, their mythical trickster. Someone made the tree fall, some type of deity. Okay, let's keep reading. Also, keep in mind that Roraima is known for its incredibly high frequency of UFO sightings both atop and around the plateau. The Pemon people were the descendants of the mythic hero Makonema. While exploring the primordial world, Makonema came across the Wasaka tree, tree of life, in whose branches grew all types of cultivated and wild plants eaten by the people. Makonema therefore chopped down the trunk, of the Wasaka tree, which leaned towards the northeast. Hence, all the edible plants found today fell in this direction, especially in the areas covered in the jungle. From the trunk of the Wasaka tree spouted a torrent of water, which caused a great flood during this primordial period. According to the myth, this trunk remains still. This is Mount Roraima, whence flow the rivers that pass through the traditional territory of these peoples. This also gives insight into the meaning of Angel Falls, which cascades from Roraima summit. Mount Roraima is a sacred place and is a portal into other realms. These myths can tell us about a different side to reality that science can't seem to answer. Experiments and data are a necessity for advancement, but science can't have a 100% answer for everything. This reality can be extremely hard for many to take in because, here's the truth, whether you want to believe it or not, science can't prove what I'm saying to you. If you're operating completely from the left side of your brain, then I can't really move you forward because, you're right, there's little evidence. Just like there's little evidence for how consciousness came to be, or how nothing becomes something. And sure, you can be a theoretical physicist and come up with some gibberish, but ultimately what I'm saying is we don't know. But there are these suppressed collective memories that we all have and that we all can tap into. But even more so, there's a body of oral myths and legends that have been passed on to us. We just refuse to look at it. We know about Hercules, the story of David and Goliath, but here's what we're getting to, the myths on the origin of our species. You know, the whole thing with giants and demigods, aka the angels mating with humans. The creation of our current consciousness is something that modern science is not willing to rationalize, arguing that there is no way to rationalize it. But I disagree. It just takes more of a creative intelligence, the ability to think abstractly, or in other words, to think symbolically. That is what this reality is. A symbol of 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 a symbol. But anyways, in order to understand all of this, we have to stop rationalizing everything based on our fantasy for space travel. This is how mainstream explains it all, that we're just hybrids of an alien god. This type of thinking still is based on the belief that we came from nothing and that the world has no meaning. Angel means spirit, and spirit means air. So these beings are some type of etheric matter. The whole idea that aliens are demons are a little bit closer to the truth. We also must consider the spiritual concepts when discussing the idea of great trees. Why are all the demons after these trees? What are these trees? Are these trees a part of creation? Do they have a connection with different realms? In Kabbalah, which is also based on the concept of a tree, it is the attempt to categorize God into different sections, different forces, that then gets funneled down into all of existence. Isn't it interesting that each planet, or Nephilim, fallen one, has its own individual rule over a Sephiroth? These trees could be the spiritual forces that dictate a chain of metaphysical and physical realities after its secession. These hidden forces are as to branches in the way they rule. Each of the fallen ones control different aspects to reality, the different gods of many different cultures. So why go over this? Well, in order to believe in giant trees, some type of giant deity must have cut it down, as this says in many legends. This does not work on our current model of evolution, cosmology, or perception of the world. So this is one of the reasons why this idea is getting suppressed, because it doesn't matter if you believe it. As long as you understand that this has something to do with consciousness, God, magic, it really is still a fantasy at the back of your mind, because, I mean, let's face it, if you saw a giant, you wouldn't believe it. Let's look at some other examples. This is the well-known Devil's Tower in Wyoming, USA. Now, compared to Roraima, you can tell that the erosion is much different than Roraima. Different climates, maybe different cataclysms, different energy sources, whatever the case, it looks like a stump. The mainstream definition is that it was formed by igneous intrusion, that molten magma rose from the depth of the earth and stood in the form of elegant columns. It's also said to be the remains of what was once a giant volcano. Maybe that's the case, but these theories are formed because of our unwillingness to explore unconventional theories. We are blind to accepting such simple explanations. This is what we normally see with lava. It dries like this. Where do we see hexagonal patterns? In nature, in spirit. It's such a powerful symbol of harmony and balance. It has deep roots in esoteric philosophy, religion, and our human origins. You find this with bees, and this is because the hexagon has the smallest perimeter among equal area figures. This form is the most effective for construction. Okay, let's take a look at the stem of flax. We see a similar pattern. Flax fiber stems have a hexagonal shape which keeps its shape vertically. Now come on, we can't just keep saying lava is the explanation for all these hexagonal shapes. The theory really starts to fall apart. Well, then what's the problem with the tree theory then? Well, you see, most of these pillars are columnar basalt, but the real issue is that science is steeped in uniformitarianism. The world could have been a much different place in the past. We still don't understand how consciousness came to be, so anything goes. And if science will look into the past and stop saying that the alchemists of old were simply misinformed, then maybe they could see the issue at hand. Physical reality is a creation of the subconscious and collective unconscious. The world was once more dreamlike, and we have slowly become more physical through the ages. In mainstream history, we can thank Aristotle for creating this type of modern consciousness. This over-analytical, if I can't prove it, it's not real. I understand it's a necessity to a degree in making progress, but as with all things, there must be balance, and we have completely forgotten about this.
This mistake is costing Amazon Prime shoppers big. Are you still using Prime? Because at this
Many of you are willing to look into these matters, but we have to agree, in general, many would scoff at this material. Take into consideration the myths of a flood from every culture. Let's suggest there was a worldwide flood, and that the minerals that we find in what we call basalt rocks were distributed as particles of soil. The heavy floodwaters would have pushed these minerals into any submerged object. Also, consider that the minerals are being compressed by a vast body of water together with underwater volcanoes. This could solidify very quickly. The problem is, science loves to solve problems from within a box, specifically when it comes to our origins. I just think that it becomes insufficient when it comes to consciousness, the history of how our world was formed, and what this reality even is. Science won't even accept giants, even though it becomes clear that there's some type of cover-up going on with the Smithsonian Institute, especially now that they fund the History Channel to literally teach everything but history. Just another cash cow. Anyways, basically what I'm saying is stop trying to get a 100% answer for everything. Most of these people who can't accept these ideas or respond with mocking are atheist or agnostic. So if you're willing to say, I don't know, then can we just meet at, sure, I don't know how these mesas are formed, but hey, I'll keep an open mind. Okay, because now we can learn to use our eyes and let our mind attract the answer. Yes, that is possible, to a degree. Reality can speak to you, and then you can come to your own conclusions. What if in the past reality was like Avatar, the movie? There was magic. We lived on the giant trees, till one day the gods became angry. Giant gods came down and destroyed the great trees of the earth, desolating the landscape and leaving it barren. Ages passed and the old pillars that connected the realms had been destroyed. The earth was cut off from spirit. Daniel chapter 4, verse 10 through 15. Thus were the visions of mine head in my bed. I saw and behold a tree in the midst of the earth, and the height thereof was great. The tree grew and was strong, and the height thereof reached into the heaven, and the sight thereof to the end of all the earth. The leaves thereof were fair, and the fruit thereof much, and in it was a meat for all. The beasts of the field had shadow under it, and the fowls of the heaven dwelt in the boughs thereof, and all flesh was fed of it. I saw in the visions of my head upon my bed, and behold, a watcher and an holy one came down from heaven. He cried aloud and said thus, Hew down the tree, and cut off his branches, shake off his leaves, and scatter his fruit. Let the beast get away from under it, and the fowls from his branches. Nevertheless, leave the stump of his roots in the earth, even with a band of iron and brass, and the tender grass of the field, and let it be wet with the dew of heaven, and let his portion be with the beast in the grass of the earth. So in the Bible, Nebuchadnezzar is retelling his dream, and a watcher, or an angel, came and cut down the tree, or at least wanted to leave the stump in the earth. Now, interestingly, in the book of Enoch, one of the many scriptures not included in the Bible, has something very interesting to say about giant trees. Chapter 66, verse 2 through 3. Now then shall the angels labor at the trees, but when they proceed to do this, I will put my hand upon it and preserve it. So the angels are striving at the trees, and God wants to continue to preserve it, maybe through some event that petrified the stump immediately, keeping the roots intact. The seed of life shall arise from it, And a change shall take place, that the dry land may not be left empty. I will establish thy seed before me forever and ever, and thy seed of those who dwell with thee on the surface of the earth. It shall be blessed and multiplied in the presence of the earth, in the name of the Lord. It's the seed of these giant trees that give life to the barren lands, the connection with all things. Chapter 82, A Vision, verse 5 through 6. And falling to the earth, I saw likewise the earth absorbed by a great abyss, and mountains suspended over mountains. Hills were sinking upon hills. Lofty trees were gliding off from their trunks, and were in the act of being projected, and of sinking into the abyss. If we combine both verses, we start to realize that the angels, who were after the trees, had something to do with the sinking of these great trees, or as it says, gliding off their trunks. They were projected, and landed into the abyss or hell, or even the waters. The word Nephilim is now being portrayed by History Channel as meaning aliens. I want to make it very clear that the way that they're presenting it is complete BS. Aliens are metaphysical, not terrestrial beings from other rocks in the sky. If anything, they may be other physical beings from inside of our Earth, but that can be for another video. Sitchin assumed the word Nephilim comes from the Hebrew word nephal, which usually means to fall, to come down, creating the translation, to come down from above. The form Nephilim can't mean fallen ones. The spelling would be Nephilim. Likewise, Nephilim does not mean those who fall away. That would be Nophilim. The only way in Hebrew to get Nephilim from Nephal, by the rules of Hebrew morphology, word formation, would be to presume a noun spelled Nephil and then pluralize it. I say presume since this noun does not exist in biblical Hebrew. In Aramaic, the noun Nephil does exist. It means giant, making it easy to see why the Septuagint, the ancient Greek translation of the Hebrew Bible, translated Nephilim as gigantus, giant. Sitchin wants to argue the term Nephilim means those who came down from heaven, so he can make the Nephilim sound like ancient astronauts. Not to mention he low-key was working for the CIA. So there were giants in the past. If you haven't seen my other video on giants, check it out, as there's a lot to cover, and I can't really fit it all into this video. Also, it gets into cosmology and our origins. Yes, we have the Titans, the great giants that had to do with the creation of our realm. The Archons, if you want to get metaphysical. But there's also the concept that we humans were larger in the past as well, and have slowly become smaller in size. H.P. Blavatsky goes over this. She says the first root race were androgynous blue beings that were called the Polarians. The human body in this age was much larger, and it makes so much sense now. The movie Avatar is real. Where are those blue beings? That's the best way we can imagine it right now. Although, like I said, that these pillars could be beyond trees as they're connecting this plane of reality to other planes or dimensions. These trees could also be energy devices for the Earth. Are the crystal caves the remnants of these ancient root systems? This is because crystals form under these antennae that are charged with immense energy. This is where all the gems of the world come from. Caves that go within the roots of these ancient trees. It makes sense now why crystals have a metaphysical nature. Everything is connected. The largest tree in the world is called Hyperion, interestingly enough, and underneath, of course, there's a crystal cave. Now maybe when we look, we can see with different eyes, and who knows, maybe we can now make new discoveries that lead us to a new understanding of the world. How do you think the mesas of the world were formed? Is it aliens? How about the Nephilim, giants, or the fallen ones? Or is it giant trees?
Let go of everything you think to be true. Relax the mind and ask the question, do I truly understand what this reality is?
Wait a minute, that wasn't it. There was another one. Hold on a second here. What's going on?
This is a subject that I haven't seen much info on. Is it possible that there's a link between demonic entities and the negative parasitic beings that live in our bodies? There's some really intriguing connections that we think deserve to be explored. Many of you, even those who actually like this channel, will likely be dismissive of this information or label this as pseudoscience. The truly curious and ambitious, though, will undoubtedly see the value in the message and personal stories shared with this presentation. When we talk about demons, what are we talking about? Evil spiritual entities? Or are they just a figment of our imagination? Well, I would say they are very real, and not only are they spiritual beings, but they can manifest into this world in many ways, and one of those ways is through parasitic organisms. Let's start with, what are the common symptoms of demon possession? 1. They have the power to influence your mind and to fill it with destructive thoughts. 2. They can have an influence on the dream realm, manifesting as shadow beings during sleep paralysis. 3. Possession usually involves becoming sick and constantly tired. 4. Your spiritual powers and ambition begin to diminish. 5. Over-extreme sexual desires that can never be fulfilled. 6. Material and egotistical desires that end up driving the person possessed and mad. And that's just a start. I'm sure I could go on, but I want you to think about the connection between demons and the infestation of parasites in the body. Now, before I continue, I just want to say that I'm sure there are specific cases of demon possession that go into its own, like the foaming from the mouth, the deep evil voices, or speaking in tongue and whatnot, but that's not what I'm talking about. While it is possible that there could be some cases where that happens, it's mostly a Hollywood dramatization in order to separate demon possession from disease. What we're about to cover is really deep, but hang on and channel that inner light. There's no reason to be afraid. I'm basically implying that we are always possessed by multiple different demons to one degree or another. This is also connected to the other video that we've made on the Nephilim and Archons, but this has more to do with our modern lifestyles and what we digest, physically and mentally.
Are you going to let the greedy heating companies and their crazy high prices decide if your family is allowed to stay warm this winter? Here's how a former NASA engineer from Michigan is taking on the billion-dollar heating industry with an invention that's helping families around the country stay warm and
Most humans are not aware of how many parasites they really have. I'll throw myself on that boat.
Damn ads,
For most
man.
of my life growing up, I thought that was something that only happened in third world countries. Boy, was I wrong. I think most Americans share this silly way of thinking, not knowing that almost all of our eating habits result in parasitic beings finding a home in the waste that fills our body. If you eat meat, let me just let you know, you are filled with parasites. Not only are high-protein diets extremely acidic, but the body doesn't know what to do with all this excess protein. What ends up happening is our sewage system gets backed up. Also, most of us are completely enzyme deficient, and there's no way that our bodies can actually digest this meat. So you know what happens? It literally stays in your body and rots. If only you knew what your colon really looked like inside. Oh, but you're vegan. You think you're an exception? Think again. Most vegans consume an extreme amount of protein in order to compensate for not eating meat. Most of them cook all of their foods. Again, enzyme deficient, and top that with genetic deficiencies, we end up having issues removing toxins from our body. All of this cooked food is dead, and your body has no idea what to do with all this toxicity. The only way to protect itself is by forming mucus. This mucus is what's saving your body. What tends to happen is this hardens and stays in our body for a very long time. That's the point I'm trying to drive home. If you eat 3 times a day, you're cooking your foods, and you're not taking extra measures to cleanse your body, then you are most likely infested with parasites, meat or no meat. Most of you are probably saying to yourself or in the comment section, well, I feel fine. I'm doing great. Yeah, okay, that's what you think. Or is that what the parasites are thinking for you? I think most of us can't imagine the amount of energy that we could have if we remove these parasites from the body. It's not just that. Most people don't even realize that their thoughts are not even their own. This also explains why it's so difficult to silence the mind.
It's not really that crazy to think that if there is something inside of us that wanted to thrive, like a parasite, that they could influence their host and make decisions that create a more hospitable environment for their kind. These microbial organisms absolutely have the ability to steer the thoughts, emotions, and actions of their host. Sounds an awful lot like possession to me. When you get cravings for unhealthy foods, that isn't you. It's the parasites. Fast on juices for a week and you'll see what I'm talking about. You won't be able to think straight at first, just like a drug withdrawal.
If this is your first time hearing any of this, then I would take it slow. Research real people who've succeeded with fasting. Starting a detox too fast will shock your system. And when these parasites start dying, it's going to make you very sick. This is the key reason why some medical experts will vehemently claim that it's unhealthy. True, if done too quickly and incorrectly, it can create something akin to the Herxheimer reaction that happens when people take antibiotics, though that's never been reason enough for them to stop prescribing them. The difference is, with juice fasting, you aren't bombing your stomach and killing off every organism, good or bad. Still, it's best to take it slow, as the dead organisms need time to clear out. The enzymes and bacteria in fruit will eventually take over and allow the gut to reach a state of balance. Let me just put it this way. You have beings inside of you that just sit and demand what to eat They feast all day long, and then they poop inside of you all day and night. You still don't see the connection? Then let me make it very clear. Parasites have the ability to affect your mind. This isn't just conspiracy talk either. Do you guys remember Osmosis Jones? The bacteria were directly influencing his mind. It had access to his most personal deep memories. This is exactly the case in the real world. It's not just food either. The tendency to over-masturbate is controlled by these parasites. When you release an orgasm, not only is this a huge release of spiritual etheric energy, but this ends up creating a hormonal disbalance, and it also causes adrenal fatigue. The parasites can benefit from all of this because what tends to happen is your kidneys will be overworking, and eventually, you're not filtering out your blood so that you become more and more toxic to the point where most of your endocrine system fails to operate as it should. You might say, well, my blood tests show up fine. Yeah, I wouldn't rely on that. One of the most important functions of the body is to keep the blood alkaline. All this toxicity and waste is being removed by the lymphatic system. You will only see problems in the blood once it becomes very serious. That goes back to people thinking they're just fine. Well, we usually don't become aware of disease in our body until it manifests as a serious issue. Most people don't consider that maybe most of their tiny symptoms like tiredness, headaches, bad odor, depression, and itchiness are the first signs that something isn't right. What do most people do? They go to the doctor and get these symptoms suppressed with what they assume will be a quick fix. These chemical medicines do not solve the issue, they just suppress it. Eventually, it will come back, and when it does, it will be a full-on disease. That's the scariest thing, is that these parasites will give you the impression that everything is okay. If you were trying to tell me this stuff a year ago, I wouldn't buy it. I'm one of those people who literally never get sick. I'm always very positive, so I just attributed it to that maybe my immune system was strong, but I was wrong. I have had symptoms my whole life, and I have never had the eyes and awareness to realize that it wasn't normal. I was in denial. So don't get scared. But there is a truth to this that I know many are not ready for, because what this all has to do with is a complete change in how we live our lives and perceive reality. And I realize change is scary to most of us. I understand that we can't all be Buddhists and just remove ourselves from all desires. We've been born into this modern way of life, not realizing that in order to coexist in this modern age, one must fall into sin to one degree or another. I know that might sound strange, but if you're on a computer, then technically you're sinning. But that's the thing, we all have to balance. We can't just completely remove ourselves from society. We can take it step by step. And maybe one day, a change will take place in this realm. And as we grow spiritually, this process will become easier and easier. This video is not a solution video, but more of a discussion, a challenge to question everything we know about every facet of life. If we can accept that we have parasites, we can start to see why this would be connected to demons. Parasites are beings of death. They thrive off of death and rotting. They too can have an influence on your dreams. Here's an example. One evening, I went to bed feeling pretty good until I woke up from a very strange dream. In the dream, there were these white spiders inside of my body coming out of my mouth. They were white fuzzy spiders. I woke up and I felt absolutely horrible. My throat hurt extremely bad. I go to look in the mirror, open my mouth, and all I could see were these white fuzzy dots on the back of my throat. I had strep, and I swear that I had no feeling of a sore throat before going to bed, so it had nothing to do with like my subconscious picking up small details or something. No, this was a dream about parasites in my body right before I got sick. Luckily, I recovered in one day from drinking apple cider and eating plenty of fruits.
When I was young, I was diagnosed with ADD and then schizophrenia, though my mother debated it with the doctor until the schizophrenia was downgraded to tinnitus. So they put me on Ritalin, but it didn't help. I suffered from visual hallucinations in school, making it impossible to concentrate. The doctors and specialists admitted that they didn't know what the root of the problem was or how to fix it. I was only instructed to go purchase expensive pills that caused ulcers in my stomach, which they then prescribed even more medicine for. It was a vicious cycle. On top of it all, I was always hearing these nasty voices in my head. It sounded like static from a radio or manifested in my own voice, telling me that I was worthless and life was pointless, so why not just do whatever? I think a common misconception is that freedom of being an adult is getting to drink booze and eat as much pizza and ice cream as you want, but I have to disagree. Those are drugs pushed on us as kids, and when we become adults, we think that we're choosing to eat those things, but all that's really happening is we're becoming slaves to our cravings. Much like a thrall is a slave to a demon. It's exactly like drug addiction. It's called the Food and Drug Administration for a reason. Why would food and drugs be lumped together if they didn't serve the same purpose? Alcohol is even called spirits. When someone has an addiction problem, they call it demons. It's also common knowledge that addiction is a disease. So if addiction is a disease, as well as a demon, then what makes any other disease not a form of demon? Typically, parasites are these long worm-like things or fibrous beings that inhabit our guts, and they resemble antennae or fiber optics. Begs the question, if parasites can influence our thoughts, and they can influence our dreams, and they can influence our desires, then could it be possible that parasites are antenna for demonic entities to manifest in the body? Para, prefix. A prefix with many meanings, including alongside of, beside, near, resembling, beyond, apart from, and abnormal. Site, an area of ground in which a town, building, or monument is constructed. So if we imagine our bodies as temples, this word begins to make a lot of sense. Something that is inside your body that shouldn't be. Almost all religions attribute worms and parasites as being evil or the work of Satan. Is it influenza? Or is it the influence of demonic entities? The word influenza even sounds like influence, so what do people say when you sneeze? They bless you. Why would they do that? The average answer, of course, is that people in the olden days were just dumb Christian zealots who attributed everything to Jesus and blessings, because the general idea is that they were stupider in the past. However, I expect that the perpetuation of that idea is to cause confusion and mistrust in all things spiritual.
Even schizophrenia, where many people see and hear evil voices from all around, could be caused by a disharmony of the body and an infestation of parasites. From Science Daily, quote, recent studies have found evidence of worrisome impacts, including an association with schizophrenia because of the parasite T. gondii. It's found in the brain as well in the muscles. In addition, field and laboratory studies in mice, rats, and people have shown that infection with T. gondii triggers change in behavior and personality. There's a study that goes over this same exact thing. A growing body of evidence suggests a correlation between schizophrenia and exposure to infectious agents. The majority of studied cases concerns the infection caused by T. gondii, an obligatory intracellular parasite that infects about 1/3 of the entire human population, according to the available data. Quote, numerous epidemiological case control studies show a higher prevalence of T. gondii infestation in individuals with various psychiatric and behavior disorders, including schizophrenia. A lot of these studies are just focusing on one parasite alone, but really, they have no clue what's actually going on in the body. That's another thing I've always accepted growing up, that the medical establishment actually knows what they're doing. I have no idea why we think this. Doctors do not heal anyone. Allopathic medicine fails at solving any issues, and most of the time, it just makes it worse. Again, why do we assume that these people actually know what these chemicals are doing in our body? I'm sure they understand it from a very boxed-in perspective, but they have no idea how it affects our body as a whole. The parasites love antibacterials. It doesn't kill them all, by the way. It just completely destroys your gut flora and kills all the good bacteria. You have parasites in your brain, in your heart, and when you take these medications, it destroys what you have left of good bacteria, just making it easier for the parasites to thrive. The only way to get rid of them is through awareness and diet. This video is not about that, in time. For the most part, the goal of this video is to connect two different subjects that normally aren't associated with each other. For many, spiritual realities are very hard to understand and experience. Most humans have completely lost a sense of feeling within their body. An animal knows when they eat something that they're not supposed to, and then they'll never eat it again. Not humans, though. We just stuff ourselves all day long with mostly indigestible foods that just sit in our body and rot, while our body overworks and tires itself trying to get rid of all this waste that never ends. If this has touched you and you feel inspired to make a change, start by taking a breath. Start with silence. Start by shutting down ego, for this too is controlled by parasites. Just 5 minutes of relaxation can completely restart your system. We intend on continuing with health subjects, so if you're interested, please let us know what you think. Thank you for watching. May our minds be unveiled.
Let go of everything you think to be true. Relax the mind and ask the question, do I truly understand what this reality is?
Don't keep yourself in the dark like this guy. Lumen, brilliant men's skincare solutions. In the dark when it comes to solutions.
Video and repopulation postcards seem to really strike a chord with many of you. We have already moved on and are preparing some new videos for you guys, but we were looking through the comments and we discovered some very interesting things about this rabbit hole that weren't really mentioned in the previous video. Many began having deep memories of the past. Comments mentioning how their grandparents were orphans. Grandparents speaking of coming from a cabbage patch. Even stories of them having to work in mines. Very interesting comments, and I highly suggest that you guys go check them out. And thank you for everyone who shared their thoughts. We see them all, and it truly assists us in our research. There are also many comments concerned with the legitimacy of these photos. How do we know that these postcards are even real? Yet, as referenced in the first video, there is a there is a book on this subject, Babylon Surreal Babies. And on top of that, we will see further proof in this video that this indeed was what they were advertising in the early 1890s. There was someone on the Discord claiming that we actually came in and photoshopped these postcards, which couldn't be further from the truth. Then we saw a comment that posted a link in a title, and it caught my interest. Come to find out that this rabbit hole gets even deeper. Yes, even deeper than the fact that they were literally shipping and delivering babies legally in 1913, and they would even put stamps on the children's clothing. Even crazier than that, supposedly, the world's first narrative film, the first real movie ever, is called La Fée aux Choux, or The Cabbage Patch Fairy, from 1896. Now that was the 1900s version. There's some controversy on the film outside of the entire Cabbage Patch repopulation subject because the director was a woman named Alice Guy and later was named Alice Guy Blanchet, which creepily is the same exact woman from the postcards. The 1896 film La Fée aux Choux, The Fairy of the Cabbages, is a lost film directed by Alice Guy, and so supposedly they recreated this film multiple times. You will see this happen with many lost films, and that's its own subject that there may be something else going on with all these early films and we're not really told about it. Quote, many films of the silent era have been lost. The Library of Congress estimates 75% of all silent films are lost forever. About 10,000 American silent films were produced, but only 2,700 of them still exist in some complete form.
Have you ever heard of Alice Guy Blanchet?
I'm a filmmaker. I've never even heard of that.
I've never heard of Alice. I've heard of her no, I've never heard of her.
I think people will think you're making it up.
1895, the Lumières present the first public demonstration of their new invention, the cinématographe, the first reliable method to project motion pictures. Among those invited, a young secretary, she thought, why not use film to tell stories? Alice Guy writes, directs, and produces one of the first narrative films ever made. Alice is one of the first to utilize many film techniques, including close-ups, hand-tinted color, and synchronized sound. Alice founds her own company, where she directs and manages all aspects of production. Following a 2-decade career comprised of 1,000 films that she wrote, directed, or produced, Alice disappears from filmmaking.
How could such an important figure in the birth of cinema not be known?
Many original footages that were completely lost, and then they came in and just replaced the missing footage? Very strange. But the 1896 version of the Cabbage Patch Fairy had a completely different story, involving a honeymoon couple, a farmer, pictures of babies glued to cardboard, and a live baby. We will cover this in detail later, but we only know of this because that's what the supposed Alice Guy character left us with. But how do we know? I mean, did you see the way she was treating those babies? The big question is, why is this the first idea for a movie? It's all very strange. And on top of that, this 1896 version is a lost film, so we don't even have the original. There are most likely many more. But arguably, this is the first movie ever made. Then she remakes this film twice with the 1900 and 1902 versions. Now, the reason that we know there was an earlier lost film is because in 1922, the director Etienne Arnaud wrote in his memoirs that Alice Guy, quote, was the first to have the idea of staging a dramatic scene in front of the cinematographic lens, end quote. The controversy started here because he supposedly, according to the mainstream narrative, wrote the wrong film. The film he was talking about, directed by Alice Guy, was not The Cabbage Patch Fairy, but another film, Les Méfaits Domptés de Veau, or The Misadventures of the Veal Head? So calf head? Baby cows? What's with all this dark humor early film stuff? I mean, all of it is very eerie. These are the first films being made? This film is about a baby cow's head that escapes from a butcher's plate, and then somehow the head combines with the butcher to produce a hybrid human. Which, if you look it up, it will say it was directed by another director called Ferdinand Zecca. Now this gets deeper because these first movies were created by the oldest French film company in the world, the Gaumont Film Company, or the Society of Establishments. So the first films were done by production companies, but strangely many of their first films involve very macabre themes, and it makes you question if any of this has to do with Alice Guy and the Cabbage Patch Kids. Well, I would say so, because why would the first films be promoting the selling of babies? Well, they created this first Cabbage Patch Fairy movie in 1896, specifically for the Paris World Fair and the baby incubators. This movie is proof that the baby postcards are real. As we were looking into Alice Guy, we found a very fascinating page on this exact subject. And at first, it just came from clicking on a Google image and we were looking for older screenshots of the film. Come to find out that this page from 3 years ago was putting this all together as well. They're not necessarily promoting the orphan train stuff or anything, but this is a massive library of these old postcards, and she connects it with Alice Guy. Then she translated them as well, so shout out to this page. But before we continue, I just wanted to make sure we're all on the same page that these are real postcards and what they are. Two really stuck out to me in this collection, because they made it clear that these postcards had to do with repopulation without any question. In this depiction, we can see that there are cabbage and rose seeds being mixed into a device that then produces babies in mass while the woman in the red dress catches the baby, then they fall out of her dress, and then on top of that, she's holding the clock weight signifying changing time. There's another illustration that translates to repopulation tank or center, and we see a giant woman, the one in the dress, being the symbol for the Cabbage Patch Kids, generating many kids that go flying in the air as the man with the top hat begins pumping to fuel the operation. Then you can even see that they're maids to take care of them, and new people coming in to take home babies. Now many seem to think that somehow these could be photoshopped or fake in the sense that they were done in the modern day. Well, take a look at even more of these that were not in the first video.
I'm riding the waves of the caffeine crash.
Coffee. 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 I can't perform my best work while I'm drinking a bunch of coffee.
Crashes. Crash. Crashing.
Jitters.
Jitters. Jitters.
Jitters.
I used to be an avid coffee drinker, but I hated how it made me feel.
I really need to start to think long term. Coffee wasn't cutting it.
I switched one of my cups of coffee a day with mud water, and I immediately...
There are so many that it's mind-blowing.
Again, if anybody wants to send me some mud water, I'd be greatly, infinitely grateful. Piz the season. I would love mud water. I've never tried it. Always wanted to. So, Pineal Power 92 or 23. Pineal Power 23 or Pineal Power 92 at gmail.com. Much love. Let's get back.
Hello, I'm Patrick Stewart. Did you know that right now over 70 million people have had to leave their homes due to war and disaster? That's roughly the size of the United Kingdom.
All of this was to promote the incubators that were happening at the World Fairs, which were, quote, a boutique of fully operational baby incubators filled with live premature infants. Why premature? And why are they creating Art Nouveau posters? One done by Adolfo Hohenstein, which is not a postcard, but this is a poster from 1896, and you can see that there's a snake going around the stem, but also that there are babies being grown from the flower buds. There is no denying it. These Cabbage Patch references, these growing babies depictions found on these old postcards, real postcards, posters, and now the first film are all depicting babies being sold at incubators at the World's Fair. And we're not going to ask any questions? Is it not interesting that the first film, the first real movie that was not a short, was right out of this period of 1896? Are we possibly dealing with some strange remnants of this art and film that were a part of a transitional phase after the reset? Think about it. What if this footage of the Cabbage Patch Fairy is what was given to the orphans? We only know what was given to us about the original film. And what's with all this remaking film stuff? Seems like there might be something else going on. Could there have been footage in the first film that someone didn't want us to see? Or did they make some mistake and decide that they were being too blatant in their symbolism? We also must consider that during this repopulation process, there would be people in charge or overseeing this process. And what if that's what these first film studios were doing? Getting ready to repopulate the world with entertainment and distraction, which would explain why many of these old films are so weird and scary. What if these films are some kind of trolling from elite groups that had not only taken over newly renovated cities, but were also re-engineering found technologies such as the camera? Just like dating on historical events and photographs can be incorrect, the same goes for these early films. Not only do many disagreements and controversies exist on the origin and creators of these lost films, but many aren't even certain of who directed which and what date it was created on. So is it impossible to consider that some of these films may not be from an older civilization, but from some type of transitional phase in which these secret societies moved into taken over cities and were going through this repopulation program when they decided to make these films to leave the new inhabitants that were freshly plucked from the fields? It does seem like they were playing with this technology at the time, as if it was some joke. Is this really the true origin of movies? No, there are more details on this original film. First off, there's even more confusion because in 1935, Leon Gaumont, the guy who literally created the studio that was hiring Alice and the other director, Ferdinand, who made the Baby Cowhead film, well, he corrected the matter in 1935 that he himself directed the first film that was trying to tell a story to the audience in front of a painted canvas that naively represented the Rue de Belleville. His feminine star was Alice Guy, and two mechanics from the studio were the first screen actors. He also claimed that this first film was called Le Méfait dont le vous. So there you have it. The creator of the French studio, which was started in 1895, stated that he was the original director of the first movie ever made, and that the feminine actress was actually Alice Guy, and that this first film was not the Cabbage Patch Fairy, but the Misadventures of the Calf Head. This is the real controversy. They don't want it to be known that the earliest movie was some weird dark film involving a butcher cutting off a baby calf's head and serving it as a dish.
This mistake is costing Amazon Prime shoppers big. Are you still using Prime? Because at this point, it's the dinosaur bomb.
I've looked everywhere for the film and it doesn't seem to exist online. Strangely, as we searched, we found that there's an actual kids book called The Misadventures of Cowhead. Maybe it's nothing, but still strange that this came up when searching for the translated film. So it seems, for some reason, this Cowhead movie was removed from the spotlight so that the first film became The Cabbage Patch Fairy, and that throughout the century, there is enough evidence to confirm there were indeed 3 versions of the film. However, a lot of this new information comes from a book in 1976, translated Autobiography of a Film Pioneer. The multiple authors discuss all this information on how a report was started by Leon Gaumont in 1907, then later corrected in 1945. But it seems that this is just some information coming out in 1976 used to change the history of the subject. As we mentioned, Gaumont made it clear a decade earlier in 1935 what the earliest film was, and that Alice Guy was the actress in it. So there's a lot of back and forth when it comes to the history of a lot of these lost films. Lots of different opinions, but after 80 years go by, and we just forget all about it and just go with the new mainstream explanation. Well, what if Alice Guy, who in the 1902 version specifically has a midwife, not a fairy, used to assist the honeymoon couple with their child? So they changed the film from the Cabbage Patch Fairy to Midwife First Class, which is strange. So midwives are involved in all of this? Helpers for having babies? Is this the fairy? The woman in the postcards? There are even more details to the 1896 version. It starts with a pair of newlyweds walking in the fields during their honeymoon. They come upon a field of cabbages where a farmer is working. So this first film was far more advanced as they had multiple scenes. The young man asked her wife if she would like to have a baby. So they go through the field and find a baby made of cardboard. But both he and his bride are disappointed by it. Then they hear a cooing behind a more distant cabbage. She discovers a beautiful live baby. Then they compensate the farmer and leave excitedly, and the farmer just shrugs and returns to the fields. Now, the confusion becomes greater because in the original film, there was no fairy, yet they still called it the 1896 version of La Fée aux Choux. Or is it something else? Why was it lost? Why would you even make a film like that in 1896 when you're just discovering film for the first time? Seems more like some type of play on occulted knowledge, as we see with many of these early films. All we have are memoirs from her which I suspect have been edited. But in her memoirs, she specifically says that her first film was called La Fée aux Choux, which doesn't make any sense. They make the excuse that because the baby was screaming, that the mother jumped in, and that's the reason there's no fairy in the original film. That's what they leave us with. That this film was made because of the French legend that boys come from cabbages and the girls from roses. But where does this legend come from? And why was it used to promote incubators with occult symbolism? Why is this first film dealing with screaming babies in a cabbage patch and some woman picking them up and putting them down on the ground with little care? More contradictions with these old films include Alice Guy stating in her memoirs that in the photo of La Fée aux Choux are my friends, Germaine, Yvonne, and myself, and that this Yvonne is the actress for the fairy. Yet the photo she was referencing isn't even from the film, it's from the 1902 film Sage Femme, which leads me to believe it's not just a coincidence that they have so many mistakes. Someone came in and started adding information that just didn't add up. Also, her descriptions of the movie described that there was a woman running or jumping into the field of focus. Yet neither the 1900 or 1902 version have this bride running into the cabbage field, which suggests that the 1896 version was shot on a larger format film, such as the 58mm, which allowed for widescreen. That would support there actually being a much larger and longer film originally, and perhaps what we are left with are the fragments. Sort of like Metropolis, which that movie deserves its own video. But the same thing happened with this film. They had an older version, and then they came in and edited certain portions. You'll notice it if you go and rewatch it. But again, what's with all this strange occult symbolism? And also very advanced visuals. They say that this was all painted in backdrops, but I think there's something else going on with these old films. Since people are curious whether any of this is legitimate info, well, all we know is what we're left with in early catalogs and memoirs that do confirm that these 3 movies were made by Alice Guy and that they existed for all 3 versions. The strange thing is, many of these descriptions in these catalogs that come from Alice don't even accurately match the movie. So she must be talking about other films. How could she mistake her own films? Her first description was a loving couple walks through a vegetable garden in search of a baby. A fairy deposits live babies, which she then removes from the cabbages to the delight of the young couple who are overjoyed. This early catalog has been lost, but there is one from 1901, and this description from Alice Guy accurately describes the 1900 version and says it was a huge success. Also, in 1902, Sage Femme was released and was in the September 1903 Gaumont catalog. So they say this first movie was a huge success. But how? It was only a minute long, very creepy, and the babies are screaming and crying. How was it a huge success? And then just a year later, they remake the same movie, but this time with dolls? It's still very creepy. Look at this.
Fucking games, man.
There are only 1 or 2 films in the 1900s that have subtitles, and The Cabbage Patch Fairy is one of them. The longer name of the film is actually The Cabbage Patch Fairy and the Birth of Infants. So it's interesting because in this film, it shows the subtitle, The Birth of Infants, which you would think would be the title. But they say that these titles were purely descriptive and that there were no artistic titles for early films, and that she thought of this name with the 1900 version, but I'm not sure if I buy all that because she says multiple times in her memoirs that her first film was La Fée aux Choux. There's more evidence that these may very well be all connected to the same film. The evidence for the 1896 lost film is found in 7 extant Gaumont films. They say that when the painted panels of these films are put together, the size, at least 40 feet long, indicated that it was prepared for a larger format film on 58mm that was only used at Gaumont during 1896 to 1897. These original 1896 backdrops from the lost film are supposedly reused in the 1900 and 1902 versions. Some of these panels connected along their edges, and some are connected by specifics in the painting. And that there was even a witness that claims that one of the painted backdrops from the 1896 film was used in the dark misadventures of the Calfhead film. Now what if these are all connected and there's a reason that they are lost films? I mean, how do you just lose the footage? Well, think about it. What if it was once one large film on Cabbage Patch Kids, like a feature widescreen film in 1896, but they decided to remove it? Or was it possible that this was during some transitional reset time, while orphans were currently being populated? These societies, or the societies of establishments, or Gaumont, had begun playing with the technology that had been left from a prior age. They performed these occult shows and plays on film in a very dark and comedic way, just to leave behind for the orphans. And they were heavily symbolic, combining symbols of cabbage patches or genetic engineering with the symbols of sacrifice and the butchering of the calf head, the baby cow's head. Well, these early films were actually done using a different technology. One of the Gaumont studio's other major achievements include Vie Passion de Christ, which was also directed by Ferdinand Zecca, who directed the calf head movie. Well, this is one of the earliest examples of colored film using a stencil color pathochrome process. This is quite the achievement for its time, and there are a variety of other manipulation and compositing techniques used. It hints towards there being an older origin to this art form. Alice Guy has other movies as well, many of which that are very strange. She was also involved in what is called trick films, where they would show someone doing magic tricks with the purpose of selling compositing tricks as real. There's animal magnetism, where a hypnotist woman in France, a man in a dress, undresses her, and so it would seem that they do know of many occult topics.
Friends would walk up to me and just be like, "What the f is in your mug?" And I would just tell them, "It's mud." I was drinking tons of coffee. I was jittery, I was anxious. It became really obvious to me that my coffee addiction was more.
What's even stranger is that from 1896 to 1920, she has over 450 films. Around 1910, her name was changed to Elise Blanchet. And sure, many of these videos are shorter in length, but I just don't see the proof that she made all of these. Because they left us a title in the movie, or a description, that's it? She has over 100 lost films. Is that not suspicious? Or is there something else going on? Another ploy by a massive industry trying to portray a new technology and art form as being created by a single person or inventor. And in this case, it's Alice Guy, or it's spelled Alice Guy? Or was she just the face of this Gaumont film company? She was also the director of a film on feminism that showed a world where gender roles are reversed. If so, are we not going to question why there's so much controversy with these early lost films? And what was the purpose of promoting the selling of babies as the idea for the first film? Also, in the last video we never mentioned, but a similar character is R.L. Stine, who most likely is another figure that is just a face for a larger corporation. But they were promoting in the 80s Garbage Pail Kids, which was a series of sticker trading cards that came with gum. But some of these illustrations are truly horrifying and then were used to make stories for R.L. Stine. Peepin' Tom, depictions of malformed children, eating disgusting junk food. They're not exactly funny as they are disturbing. We have these vivid illustrations of Cabbage Patch-looking child characters that are put in these strange and extreme scenarios. Whether they're obese, suffering from terrible rashes, being tortured by faceless adults, and even smushed into the tire of a car. Some children are depicted in different stages of neglect, and others are shown with exposed blood and organs. Seems strange that they would be promoting such gruesome content to minors. But why? Especially if this is a reference to Cabbage Patch Kids. Is it because there's something in horror that points to a dark truth? Is that what makes these stories so interesting? The legend of the Cabbage Patch? Well, what do you think? Are these just pictures of babies on postcards? Or is there actually something deeper to this that hints to a suppressed and dark past? What's up with these lost films? And is there a reason that they would promote Cabbage Patch Babies as the true first film? All we can hope is that our minds may be unveiled.
Let go of everything you think to be true. Relax the mind and ask the question, do I truly understand what this reality is?
This presentation will be focused on the connection between giants and the conspiracy that we know as Tartaria. I want to be very clear in that I'm not just speaking about Tartaria as a past Russian civilization. I'm kind of digging deeper here when I say Tartaria, and I'm really referencing the past Aryan global empire. The goal of this video, let's get started. False cosmology. In order to begin, we must first address what our cosmology is. I know I'm speaking to a variety of different people here. We have people that are deep down the rabbit hole, then we have the beginners, which are in two states. One, we have the curious beginner, and then we have the beginner that doesn't think they're a beginner, meaning they went to school, studied mainstream history and the Bible, and literally if anything contrasts their belief system, they respond in fear, saying, "What BS?" These people are as well beginners because they have yet to start their journey of discovering the true nature of reality, which is only discovered by true and genuine curiosity. In order for everyone in the audience to accept the material I'm about to present, I need you to let go of your cosmology. Just for one moment, can we just assume that maybe the human mind is incapable of truly grasping the nature of this reality or the nature of God? If that's the case, then forget about what you know to be true, including those of you who are very resistant to this material.
Step into Wix Studio, where creative freedom meets
I need you to let go of your cosmology. Just for one moment, can we just assume that maybe the human mind is incapable of truly grasping the nature of this reality or the nature of God? If that's the case, then forget about what you know to be true, including those of you who are very resistant to this material.
More bombs were dropped on the plain of Jars in northern Laos than anywhere else on Earth. Before the war, some 50,000 people lived here. Many of them were members of the Hmong people, an ethnic hill tribe. According to ancient local legend, these jars were created by a race of giants who used them to brew rice wine for the celebration of an arduous but victorious battle.
Perhaps the most famous of all was Goliath, the Philistine, one of 5 giant brothers. Vendell Jones is an archaeologist with a style of his own. He spent a lifetime tracking down Goliath and the Ark of the Covenant, with which the Jewish holy book of the Midrash tells us the giant made off.
Goliath thrashed his way through the Israeli soldiers,
ran over and scooped the ark up on his shoulder, slew Pinchas and Hopha, and took the ark back to the camp of the Philistines.
In 1912, ranchers started coming to this isolated cave near Lovelock, Nevada, to dig out bat guano for fertilizer. Inside, a surprise was waiting for them.
They began excavating the 10 to 15 feet of guano that was here in this cave. They started discovering some unusual artifacts. They found duck decoys and baskets, other things for hunting and fishing in the nearby lake that's now drying up. But then they made some very unusual discoveries, and those were of red-haired giants that were mummified. These giants were 6.5 to 7 feet tall. In many cases, they were mummified, wrapped up like Egyptian mummies, and they had long red hair going down to their shoulders. The ranchers couldn't explain it. It was the strangest thing they'd ever seen. But the Paiute Indians who lived around here knew all about it. In fact, back in 1883, Sarah Winnemucca, a Paiute Indian princess, had written a book called Life Among the Paiutes. In that book, she talked all about the giant, red-haired people who used to live around this lake and live in this cave. She claimed they were cannibals.
That tribe would eat the dead. They would make war on my people. My people went to work and gathered wood to fill up the mouth of the cave. At last, my people set it on fire and called out to them, "Give up or you will die." But no answer came.
The legends of giants have haunted mankind since storytellers first told tales.
You can find giant stories in almost every culture. And there's kind of a base myth that links these stories together. And that's the idea that there was an older race in a time before time. The world was populated by a race of giants. And that when the human race came, they had to do battle with the giants to find their own place in the world.
What you're looking at is a redhead, as you can see. But not just any redhead. This is an elongated skull in the Paracas History Museum in Peru. As you can see, the hair color is not Indian. Indian hair is black. Native American people have black hair. This person doesn't.
Giants in myth and legend. Myths from around the world speak of a race of giants. The most famous quote is from the Bible. The Nephilim were in the earth in those days, and also after that, when the sons of God came into the daughters of men, and they bore children to them, the same were the mighty men that were of old, the men of renown. Jotuns, or Jotuns, in Norse mythology, are the first living beings, and the first of these giants was a giant called Ymir, and it is from the corpse of Ymir the world's created. A Jotun is a giant with superhuman strength who lives in their land of Jotunheim, which is one of the 9 worlds in Norse mythology. Jotunheim is mostly made of rocks, mountains, wilderness, and dense forest. The giants mostly eat the fish in the water and the animals from the dense forest because there is no fertile land. Just as Plato had cited the Egyptian legend of the sunken island of Atlantis, the Greek historian Herodotus mentioned the Egyptian legend of the continent of Hyperborea in the far north. When ice destroyed this ancient land, its people were said to have migrated south. In Greek mythology, the Hyperborean people lived beyond the north wind. The Greeks thought that Boreas, the god of the north wind, one of anemoi or winds, lived in Thrace, and therefore Hyperborea indicates a region that lay far to the north of Thrace. This land was described as perfect, with the sun shining 24 hours a day, suggesting a location with the Arctic Circle. According to the classical Greek poet Pindar, never the muse is absent from their ways. Lyres clash and flutes cry, and everywhere maiden choruses whirling. Neither disease nor bitter old age is mixed in their sacred blood. Far from labor and battle they live. These Norse legends are referencing the North Pole. The ancient histories of all major nations and religions on Earth mention a time when several races of mankind lived in a temperate paradise at what is now the North Pole. All ancient races referred to Hyperborea as a paradise, a Garden of Eden region. In my last video, I connected Hyperborea and Ireland. I wanted to take these videos one step at a time, especially when it comes to cosmology. I can't fit every bit of info into one video. It will become way too complicated. My whole purpose is to help everyone connect the dots easier and to try to make sense of all these different conspiracies. The true Hyperborea is beyond the North Pole. I know many of you may be coming from a round ball cosmology, but in order to fully understand giants, I think you need to venture off into a flat Earth cosmology. I want to go more in depth explaining it completely, but for now, I'll assume you have a basic understanding of it, and I'll also assume that you realize that the whole Flat Earth Society is a con to make people who look into Flat Earth seem absolutely ridiculous. To the north is an ice ring that during the summer or during certain phases will melt, and there will be an opening in which these beings can enter our realm. In my last video, I connected Hyperborea and Ireland. Ireland became Latinized as Ibernia because this is where the giants landed and made home after being forced out of their realm. You will also see a thing theme with these giants being portrayed as Aryan. The Alu. This was a race of Mesopotamian kings said to be descendants of the gods. Yet again, Alu is a royal court title which translates to the Shining Ones. It is thought that the Alu is where the word Elohim was derived, a term translated generally as the sons of God. The Elohim are considered by some to be synonymous with the Nephilim of Genesis. The Ari. This was a race of Sumerian god kings. Ari is a royal title meaning the Shining Ones. Numerous Sumerian seals depict them as men of gigantic stature with strange elongated or conical heads. They are often taller than members of their courts, even when depicted seated on thrones. And the numerous seals that show them standing, they are tower far above those standing next to them. Depictions of the Anunnaki correspond with the depictions of the Aryans as being extremely tall, having pale skin, blue eyes, light-colored hair, long beards, and elongated skulls. Other cultural themes and archetypes match up with the Aryan culture, such as their association with sun worship and advanced technologies. Viracocha is another white-bearded god of South America, also depicted as having an elongated skull, and was credited for establishing the culture of the Incas. He was considered the god of the sun, and depicted with a crown of rays around his head, yet another connection with the Shining Ones and the archetypal religion of the ancient Aryans. Kukulkan had a human form as well as his feathered serpent form. Kukulkan would transform into a man of giant stature, with long white hair and white skin. Most interestingly, he was depicted as having an extremely large elongated skull. We find writing from the Mayans, such as the Dresden Codex, and sculptures of what is thought to be Kukulkan, and they depicted a very European-looking figure, totally different from how the Mayans looked. The Paiute Indian legends describe a race of red-haired giants called Saikas. Like their red-haired counterparts, the Ronong-Wetawankas of the Ohio River Valley, the Saikas were the enemies of many Indian tribes of the region, and according to Paiutes, they were hostile and warlike. For many ages, the Saika and the Paiutes were at war, and after a long struggle, a coalition of tribes trapped the remaining Saika in Lovelock Cave. When they refused to come out to be slaughtered, the Indians piled brush before the cave mouth and set it on fire, killing the Saika. In 1911, guano miners discovered prehistoric artifacts in Nevada's Lovelock Cave, the same cave in which the Paiute legend staged the Saikas were slaughtered. Red-haired mummies and skeletal remains ranging from 6.5 feet to 8 feet tall were discovered in the cave. The word Anakim translates as the descendants of Enoch, or Enoch, the son of Cain, and was another name for the Watchers. Though it was said that the flood had been sent to destroy them, they were still entire cities of Anakim and Canaan as late as the time of Moses. Spies sent by Moses to scout Anakim strongholds reported back that the Anakim were so large that the Hebrews seemed like grasshoppers in comparison. Jewish chronicler Josephus states that even in his own day, it was not uncommon for people to dig up gigantic skeletal remains. Two races of giants supposedly descended from Canaan, who lived in an underworld kingdom called Arca. The statement of Genesis that in those days and after that,
Hopefully there were, Mr. Vinny. Hopefully there were.
Giants in the earth. The discovery of the underground city of Cappadocia is in a region traditionally associated with the northern Amorite cousins of the Canaanite. Abarius, a Titan and the brother of Albion. He went to Spain after the flood, and likewise, Spain was for centuries named Iberia in his honor. The Celtic Basque people of northern Spain were undoubtedly the descendants of this migration. There are many references to Celts and Iberians as being huge in stature. I believe that this ancient race of giants came from the North of Eden. This is where the gods live, and this makes sense with the story of the aria that we've been learning. This must be the land of the gods, or the land of the Olympian odes, as Pindar says. This connects the dots with astrotheology. The giants landed in Ireland with their specific blood type, and their knowledge of astrotheology, mathematics, engineering, and seafaring. This is where the Rh negative blood type comes from. Quote, in the beginning of the 20th century, it was discovered that all blood was of one of three types, A, B, or O. Basque have the highest concentration of type O in the world, more than 50% of the population, with an even higher percentage in the remote areas where the language is best preserved, such as Seoul. Most of the rest of the type are A. Type B is extremely rare among Basque. With the finding that the Irish, Scots, Corsians, and Cretans also have an unusually high incidence of type O, speculation ran wild that these people were somehow related to the Basque. But then, in 1937, came the discovery of the rhesus factor, more commonly known as Rh positive or Rh negative. Basques were found to have the highest incidence of Rh negative blood of any people in the world, significantly higher than the rest of Europe, even significantly higher than the neighboring regions of France and Spain. In another video, I'll break down the DNA issue, and I can elaborate more on the idea of hybrids. Giants in architecture. Now that we have a basic understanding of giants and where they came from, we can now make further assumptions. If these giants are connected to the Scandinavian DNA or the pure Rh negative blood type, then we can assume that there is a connection. In my other videos, I talk about the origins of Tartary and how it's connected with the ancient Irish, or the Aryan race. There is this interesting book called The History of the Native Americans, and I found something very interesting on Tartary. It says, quote, neither could persons sail to America from the north by the way of Tartary, or ancient Scythia, that from its situation never was or can be a maritime power, and it is utterly impracticable for any to come to America by sea from that quarter. I'll leave the book in the description, but what he's saying is that it was impossible for Tartary to come over America via the Pacific. He also makes it very clear that Tartary is ancient Scythia. So the cat's out of the bag, another proof connecting Tartary to Ireland.
Quote from Michael Tersarian. We believe that the Israelites, or Hyksos, were Scythians displaced from Ireland during the Great Age of Catastrophe. We believe they were the shepherd kings of foreign lands that historians have been so hard-pressed to identify. We believe that they had several communities in Egypt and that they were originally before their physical displacement of Irish ancestry. I think the next assumption comes when we start to connect these giants to these out-of-place Tartarian architectures, which, from the quote I just provided, are really Scythian architectures, or Phoenician, Irish, whatever you want to call it. I prefer to use Aryan, but regardless, when you look at these buildings, it becomes very obvious that these were built by men of a larger stature. I mean, just look at most of these buildings. They look like they were made for giants. And I honestly don't think people really realize how big these temples really are. Instead of trying to prove to you that giants are responsible for building Tartaria or whatever, what I'm really trying to prove is that there is a connection between the giant race, the ancient giant race, and what we know as the Aryan race, or the ancient Celts, the ancient Irish, right? Hyperborea. All these references are references to this ancient race of giants who brought astrotheology, shipfaring, engineering, mathematics into our world, and they were the gods of ancient myths. Okay, so overall, that's a really basic explanation. I want to keep these simple. I'm trying to build tiny little building blocks so that we can all together try to pitch in and try to understand these conspiracies, you know? I don't want to overcomplicate it with every single bit of information on the internet on giants. That's not what I'm here to do. There's plenty of information out there, you know? I plan on going to a part 2. I want to go into cataclysms. I want to go into cycles of consciousness, hybrids, pure and unpure DNA, reptilians, archons / hybrid genetic manipulators, and even the idea of a rapture event. I'm just going to lay that all out for the people in the know, and they'll know what I'm referencing, and the others can know what I'm going to elaborate upon in future videos. For now, I want to keep this giant video as an introduction, okay? Think of it as a critical thinking exercise. The goal was to tie this together with the videos on my earlier videos and to help us understand this Tartarian conspiracy. That's it. I'm trying to tie everything together. And I don't want anybody getting caught up in semantics, okay? So don't get caught up in the fact that I keep saying Tartars. I'm not saying the Tartars are the Irish, okay? When I say Tartaria, I'm more talking about an ancient Aryan empire. So I hope this video helped connect some of the dots, and I really appreciate all the support. Thanks to everyone who participates in the comments, by the way. Let me know what you think so I can continue to tie all the pieces together. Thanks again, and more content soon. May our minds be unveiled.
Let go of everything you think to be true. Relax the mind and ask the question, do I truly understand what this reality is?
What does it take to be a Shen dancer? It takes a mind of steel.
Is magic evil? I wanted to address some frequently asked questions or points that are brought up against magic. You have 2 main groups that consider magic as evil. You have Christians, mostly King James, and I understand there may be Christians who understand white magic, but you have these Christians that view magic as evil or demonic. Then you have this new category of people that is more broad. It's not a group, but a variety of different people who are aware of the cabal and global elite, and they look at them and see that they practice similar philosophies, so the conclusion is that, oh, well, magic must be evil and wrong because the cabal have these same practices. These are the main people who have this perspective that magic is something evil instead of some natural process. The rest of the audience is likely composed of people who have either had a magical experience, someone who's just learning about spirituality and the occult, or someone who doesn't really know about magic. And you might have the atheist that denies that magic even exists. But this video is more focused towards the first 2 groups. So what's magic? Magic is the science and art of causing change to occur in conformity with the will. Technically, any goal that you set and then do is a manifestation of your will, hence magic. But the wider picture is that magic is a phenomenon more directed to manifestation done through mind alone, meaning causing change in the physical world through thought. Now, this isn't normal, everyday, habitual thought, but as was said, a science and art of thinking. Another aspect to magic is states of consciousness. The atheist doesn't believe in magic because he's stuck in a very physical state of consciousness. We all experience different states of consciousness on a day-to-day basis, such as dreams and sleeping, but there are different practices that have been developed for over thousands of years. An esoteric system was developed in which, through ritual, changes in the real world could be manifested through mind power or will alone. It's important to note that magic only works in a God-based universe. The idea is that there's only 2 cosmologies, that of something, spirit, and that of nothing, materialism. The modern-day cosmology is that of materialism, which is the belief in cage of the modern-day atheist. In order to practice magic, we have to understand the concept of a hierarchy of spiritual planes, with the top plane being the Godhead or Source. Check out the Astral Plane Explained series if you want more info on these other planes of existence. Now again, there's this idea that because the King James Bible is against magic, or the simple fact that the Cabal themselves uses knowledge, that magic is totally evil and should not be practiced. There's a lot of moving parts to consider, so let's get started. The first point to make is that Christianity is based and was birthed out of what we now call the pagan tradition. Check out the Christian Origin series for more information on this history. Magic is not new. It is the most ancient art form that we have, the science and art of manifesting through will. The first major point to make is to inform on the history of the ancient mystery schools. Magic has an honorable past, and it is the foundation of all religions. It was the philosophy of nobility, and the most advanced thinkers of our ancient past practiced this ancient science and art. It's difficult to summarize, but let's do a quick overview of how the tradition of magic came to be. Now remember, we are in the cosmology of something, or spiritual planes, so this isn't the history that we're taught in school, such as floating rocks in space and evolution. In the cosmology of spiritual planes, we have slowly de-evolved from our original God state into the current physical state we are currently experiencing. The reflection and the creation of base attributes of being, the zodiac, the planetary sephiroths, that are the archetypal forces of our universe, slowly started to mix and flow. You could say their energies trickled down to the lower planes and created a vast variety of different thoughts and ideas. These thoughts then formed into concrete identities. As these identities begin to take life of their own, we begin to see the creation of concrete forms. Fluidity begins to halt as spiritual forces stop shapeshifting in an everlasting cyclic process and begin to create concrete forms with boundaries. This is the moment where you can start separating subject from object. This is the creation of the astral realm. For many aeons, we were beings on this astral realm, and you could say we were very primitive and pagan in our magical ways. There was evil, and there was good. But a philosophical system of spirituality had not been developed yet. This was still a very chaotic period in our magical history. Then came the creation of the material universe. Now this is a controversial subject, as the Gnostics do say that we were trapped in the material realm, and all this other stuff, but to quickly comment on that, I think Gnosticism and nihilism got mixed up along the way and created this very negative spiritual outlook on magic. These archons or beings are actually within us. They cannot trap us. They are our chakras. They are the planetary archetypal forces that first began inside of you. They're simply different attributes of yourself, or of your God self. I suspect that Gnosticism came after the Church of Iessa, so that's the next big point to make. Many of us are aware of Atlantis. Atlantis was a civilization that was semi-physical, semi-astral. You might as well say that they were on the astral plane because they were a nation of magicians with magical technology. After the destruction of Atlantis came the Church of Iessa, where we begin to see the beginning of pagan philosophies from Atlantis be turned into the first world religion. Now Atlantis wasn't necessarily pagan, but their system of astrotheology and magic did not yet have philosophical virtues. That's what brought down Atlantis. It's that there were many evil magicians who had taken advantage of the Golden Age. Not everybody who used magic was evil, but the power became unbalanced, and so the next cycle began. Quick note, it seems every time there's a fluctuation of spiritual consciousness or awareness, it's as if this is followed by some event to restart the system, as if this causes some type of collective overload. Now, after Atlantis, the world needed to be rebuilt, and the first notable civilization to do this is the Church of Iessa. Not too much is known about this church because it's been renamed and suppressed by presumably the Jesuit Catholics. This was done during the Roman Wars when they were trying to remove the Druids as a threat. From Connor McDarry, quote, "It was the idea held by the leaders of the Roman Church and state, they were practically one, that all power should be centralized in the head of the church, who was also emperor of the state, and any and all religious institutions which in any way conflicted with this ideal were to be done away with. For this reason, the mystery cults were suppressed and initiation into the ancient or esoteric mysteries were forbidden, so that no religious establishment, worship, or practice would exist which would draw and hold men to it, other than the Roman state church. And besides, as the study and preparation necessary for those who were selected for initiation into the higher mysteries was such as to develop a highly philosophic and spiritual state of mind, such study and preparation did not comport with the object which the church rulers had in view. Such minds would not yield adherence to a mere political and idolatrous church whose doctrines were, in the main, intended for the uninstructed multitude. Such minds could not be dominated by a political or mercenary priesthood. They were enlightened men, and they stood in the way of the church project. Therefore, the institutions which produced such men were to be suppressed." Quote, "The Great Pyramid and the group of which it is premier, together with the temples of the Nile Valley,
I swear, dude, those ads, man.
offering no chance for contradiction or uncertainty as to the accomplishments and genius of the Irish, or as it is called in history, the Aryan race." Quote, "In their great missionary pilgrimage, they circled the globe in order to give religion and knowledge of God to the different races of mankind. They also established priesthoods and gave alphabets to the races who were unenlightened in such matters up to this time. Let's just stop there for a second. We're about to connect that with Tartaria and the Church of Iessa and how they traveled across the world and established this first global civilization after the flood. Let's continue. Quote, Ireland is the country in which the arts and sciences were first discovered and developed. To this country, the Greeks applied the term ogia, a term which was never given but to the very ancient, and it is from the Irish Aryans that the Greek traced their descent, from Donnelly's Atlantis, page 458. Quote, it is to the Irish Magi we owe the discovery of fire and the common grains, which they developed from the grasses. They were the first people to practice agriculture. They invented the common tools of workmanship, which have come down to us practically unchanged from those ancient times. There were other civilizations that were creating contributions after the flood. It wasn't just the Church of Iessa. However, they're the first ones to notice because they are responsible for re-educating the entire world after the flood in what we now call the Bible. This may be shocking to some, but hang in there as I try to unveil this information. So what or who was the Church of Iessa? It's what we call the ancient Celts, Druids, or the ancient Aryans of the past. It gets confusing because this group has been mixed with many different cultures, such as the early Phoenicians, the Greeks, the early Romans, and the early Hebrews. They erased them by dividing them up into different cultures and names, but they could only change it so much. There's still evidence of this Celtic connection etymologically. Now, historians will tell you that this group came from the east, from Mongolia, but this is to cover the history of Atlantis. There was a migration from west to east after the flood. One of the clues are the many maps that show the vast amount of architecture and cities all over the area that we now call Tartaria. In Tartaria Explained Part 1, we talked about how Tartar is Gaelic and it means thief, but it also means confusion. Maybe they were given that name on purpose? And this is the best part. In this old Gaelic etymological book, it says the word Tartar is often accounted for by the story of an Irish soldier who in some eastern battle called out that he had caught a Tartar. Eastern battle? Could this be the massive architectures and civilizations that we see in the east in these old maps? After Atlantis, a group of survivors landed in Ireland. At this time, the Black Fomorians were inhabiting Ireland. I have more info on this on the Secret Black History videos. There was a big war, and this is repeated in the legends of the Tuatha De Danann and others. But over time, this civilization, the ones that we hear in fairy tales and whatnot, is actually not that long ago. Maybe 500 to 600 years ago. It's hard to tackle that all at once, but I can explain that as we go along. Now this group, as soon as they succeeded, colonized Ireland, Britain, and Spain, and began to move to the east. In the past, these lands were all owned by the ancient Druids, and at one point, these land masses used to actually be merged together. But that's another story. The Druids went all the way to Russia and China and created a global empire. This culture at this point was no longer Irish or Celtic. This is now a global civilization. We're at the 400, 300 year ago point now. Many different sects and cultures were developed from this church, creating the variety that we see today. When we present Tartaria, because I get people commenting all the time saying Tartarians were a very specific culture, well, we're not necessarily talking about that. We're talking about the white giant remains that can be found all around the world, similar myths and cultures that talk about red-haired giants that came and brought advanced civilization with them. Even the native Indians in America have legends about giants who possessed electrical technology 300 to 500 years ago. So then why say Tartaria? It's really about semantics. We're talking about the last global civilization, the ones responsible for all the similarity in architectures around the world, the ones who passed spirituality and religion after the fall of Atlantis into the New World, and they had cities and architectures in South, North America, Cambodia, China, Turkey, Iran, and it goes on and on. That's why you see the blue eyes in many of these cultures around the world, including similar dances and cultural references. They're just slightly varied based on the location. And don't get me wrong, some cultures are drastically different, but how can you explain the coincidence of similar archetypal and religious themes from around the world? There was one system. This is what we refer to as Tartaria, an advanced global civilization that was erased from history in the past 500 years basically. It has nothing to do with the Tartars specifically. I've mentioned this in other videos. Now let's get into what were the mystery schools. There are two factors. You have the mystery schools after the Church of Iessa was destroyed and taken over by the Jesuit Church, and they created these mystery schools sort of as a refuge for occultists in developing these abilities in secret. Okay, then you have the mystery schools that were during the Church of Iessa. Now remember, the Church of Iessa is not modern day Christianity, but it is its foundation. They didn't see magic as evil, but as a tool for spiritual enlightenment. I'm sure they had regulations for people who had any intention to use magic for evil. Which brings me to my next point, which is the concept of witches, Satan, and magic specifically being associated with evil came from the Jesuit Church themselves, or the Cabal. They purposely created this view on magic in order to confuse us from our own power that lies within. And I'm sure there's many of you right now that are still denying the existence of an earlier Bible or the Church of Iessa, but let's take a look at some of the forgeries created by the church and the inconsistencies that are pushed in the modern day. Now, this is pretty lengthy. I mean, a lot to cover just for one single video or even a single book. Quote, as I have shown by citations that forgeries were committed, I shall prove by explanations that our Bible is an Irish book of pre-Roman times and an out-and-out theft without acknowledgement from the Irish Church of Iessa. Any competent person who knows the Irish language cannot fail to recognize it. Quote, our present version of the Bible then is an authorized adaptation from the original Irish scriptures with alterations and additions made from time to time by Roman and British churchmen in secrecy as they deemed it necessary and advisable to do so.
I'm riding the waves of the caffeine crash.
Coffee.
Coffee. Coffee.
Coffee.
Coffee. I can't perform my best work while I'm drinking a bunch of coffee.
Crashes. Crash.
Crashing.
Jitters.
Jitters. Jitters.
Jitters.
I used to be an avid coffee drinker, but I hated how it made me feel.
I really need to start to think long term. Coffee wasn't cutting it.
I switched one of my cups of coffee a day with mud water, and I immediately noticed the difference.
Energy. Energy. Energy.
Energy.
Focus. Focus.
Quote, the following agreement in the writings under the names of Matthew, Mark, and
No one
Luke
get me the
regarding the
mud
apportionment
water
of the
already,
divine teachings
alright?
of Jesus is an example which shows
I'm gonna
plainly the
freak
work of
out.
virgin priests. It would be impossible for such agreement to have occurred in the original writings of any three men writing individually and independently on any subject whatsoever. But in fabrication from the older works and collaborating, the pre-scribes simply blundered and made each of the three witnesses write down and repeat the same identical expression in copy as to how Jesus impressed the people. Here is the forged testimony. Matthew says, they were astonished at his doctrine. Mark says, they were astonished at his doctrine. Luke says, they were astonished at his doctrine. Quote, many authors and critics have commented upon and pointed out the inaccuracies and inconsistencies of the scriptures, and many of them have stated their firm belief that they were copied from older books. But none of them could obtain a clue beyond a surmise which was far from the truth, and none of them was able to produce the real facts which was necessary to convince. Quote, they found so many flaws in it, which the jugglers did not cover up, that it kept the question open until the solution was found. The true source has escaped discovery until now. At least it has never been disclosed to the knowledge of mankind as a whole. The Irish scriptures were altered and adapted to the scheme of the church in order to make the fable of Iessa a historical and geographical fact. Names from the scriptures gave the places in Syria during its occupation by the Crusaders to bear this out. It also suited the purpose of British statecraft to obscure and suppress all evidence of the greatness and culture of the Irish nation, than whom no people in the world's history have reached greater heights both spiritually and intellectually, nor have suffered greater injustice at the hands of priestly impostors or political oppressors. Quote, the men who were engaged in executing this literary fraud committed as well as the audacious crime of completely effacing all evidence of credit due to the Irish nation for the most brilliant and glorious service to civilization and human enlightenment. It almost passes belief that a fraud so stupendous could escape so long without discovery. But when we consider the thoroughness and extent to which the plot was carried out, and the magnitude of the forces which were employed in the work, it's not so much to be wondered at. Forces such as the Roman Empire, with its world power, than the Roman Catholic Church and the British Kingdom, with propaganda systemically spread abroad in order to create a false impression of everything pertaining to the past history of Ireland and her people. These are the forces which have perpetrated and profited by this great fraud. The deception is still continued, and the secret jealously guarded by both the Roman Church and Britain from the world at large, but more particularly from the Irish people who have suffered so much
Go
from those
forth
two
and
adverse
set the
forces.
world
The
on
men who
fire
executed
is
this
the
plot were
motto.
acting jointly in the interest of both Rome and Britain. Even to this day, the British government does not encourage, even if it will allow, excavations or investigations to be made about the Hill of Tara in Ireland. Let's just stop there for a second. There's a lot to read, but he gives a couple more examples of the usage of Irish symbols being used in the Bible. I'll try to add a couple more. Quote, I'll give 2 citations here, with more to follow, to show that the names of many of the characters in the Bible are plainly Irish, and it is because of this fact that the Irish Roman Catholic priest would not allow the Irish Catholics to read the Bible. They were told not to read it, that it was not a sufficient rule of faith. The real reason was that some of the Irish people might recognize the Irish names in a Jewish Bible and ask questions that it would embarrass them to answer satisfactorily. Nevertheless, it is a very astonishing thing that now appears so clearly fraudulent could have escaped detection for so long a time. It will therefore be a surprise to Bible readers of today, who have had no suspicion of this deception, to be told that it was through the medium of the Irish language that the true key would be found for the solution of the mystery of the origin of the Bible. The proof of this fact is here to given for all mankind to see and know. Quote, the first of the 2 citations to be given in this chapter is from the book of John, chapter 3, 23rd verse. Quote, and John was baptizing in Aenon near to Salem, because there was much water there, and they came and were baptized. In the latest revision of the Bible, the doctors have altered the word of Aenon and have made it Enon. In the older version, it is Aenon. This is a compound of 2 Irish words. Ain, meaning a circle of the sun, a year, and on, also a name of the sun. The complete word itself means the sun. The word on also signifies cause, reason, swiftness, fierceness, eagerness, excellent, noble, good, and also wolf dog. These are qualities and attributes associated with and applied to the solar sun. And to the sun god by the Aryan or Irish priest of Iessa, their theology was based on the idea that the supreme deity never had nor has a name. He is only known by attributes, as the good or God, holy most high, etc., and as the solar sun in the center of light. And his great representative, or sun, in our system, the sun god, is named after the qualities and attributes of some ideas such as the horseman, or charioteer, the strong one, or Samson, or the fierce one, Homs, the heavenly wolf, who is eager, swift, and fierce. The Irish, during their sojourn in Egypt, gave the name of On to one of their cities in the Nile. The city of On, the city of the sun, was afterwards called Heliopolis by the Greeks and Romans, or actually the Phoenicians. Salem is a Hebrew word, but the basis of it is in the Irish word solas, light, as Hebrew is a jargon of the Irish. It follows more or less closely the root it is taken from, as will be seen. So Salem means the city of God or light. Let's continue. Quote, the meaning of this myth is that John, Ain, the sun, was baptizing in Aenon, the city of the sun, near to Salem, the city of God, in the realm of light, the celestial kingdom. Where else could such a being as the pure and perfected in this myth, John, Ain, Aeon, or Ein, three forms of the word and all pronounced Ein, represents the redeemed and glorified man at the highest stage of spiritual attainment, next to the messianic state, so that in his succeeding life or incarnation here again on earth, he will be the Messiah. In the Irish mythic narrative of the Bible, we see that after John, the prophet and the holy man, comes the perfected man God, the Messiah, Isa, Jesus. Quote, this is an example of the esoteric truth and wisdom which lies hidden beneath all of this scriptural allegory as formulated by those inspired Irish adepts. And though they have been denied the credit of authorship through a thieves' compact of silence, their wisdom and their works still exist in both the Bible and the Great Pyramid of Isa. Like I said, there's definitely more to go over, but this is a pretty big claim to cover in a single video. There's a lot to look at. But most of the confusion lies in that when the Jesuits took over the church, they added 1,000 years to our history, renamed many ancient historians, forged manuscripts, and changed the dating of everything to give this illusion that Rome was in power for 1,000 years longer than it really was. So the major point to take from this is that in the last 1,000 years, there was a major global civilization that made architectures around the world, and they didn't fall until about 200 to 300 years ago, maybe even more recent. A second cataclysm happened, not the flood, but something that caused this civilization to be destroyed. Then the Jesuit Catholic Church came in, took this knowledge, rewrote history, converted the system to their own system, and left out any ability for someone to gain this power through their own accord. They must reach God through the church. It wasn't like this in the Church of Isa. Okay, so now we move on to King James. So supposedly he had a vision or whatever and was destined to create this English translation. This is still the same Jesuit system, but converted into a more Shakespearean presentation. Now there are multiple things to address. The first is the extreme likelihood, if not fact, that Francis Bacon was the main editor of the King James Bible. Notice how I didn't say create the Bible. I got a lot of comments on the Christian Origin series saying, oh, the Bible's far older than King James or Francis Bacon. Obviously, I'm stating that not only was he the main editor for the Bible, but was also Shakespeare. Francis was also the writer of the New Atlantis, where he imagined a technocratic, scientifically run society. He was an occultist that hid secret Rosicrucian symbols within the Bible. The goal was to establish the church as a method for collecting all the esoterically inclined individuals, or those with connection to spirit, and put them in a mind trap in which they prayed to an unknown God and could only reach that metaphysical power through the church. They took the philosophy and virtues of ancient knowledge and integrated it into a powerful ritual of spiritual tyranny. Now let's slow down there. That doesn't mean there isn't truth in the Bible, and that also doesn't mean that Jesus or a Jesus-type figure didn't exist, okay? So let's bring up the Church of Isa again. Remember, this was the original church. These old Tartarian churches from around the world are from these people. They were not originally designed to be praying centers where demons would suck your spiritual energy, but they were originally designed as sacred geometrical healing centers that would charge the aether body of man. There's also this idea that they used these churches as spiritual transport systems in which they could rematerialize their bodies in different locations. I've talked about how this society didn't eat meat and or food at all, since all these cities do not have proper sewer systems in their founding. The reason is because this civilization was on a different wave of spiritual consciousness and technology. Over time, other nations formed independent of this church and began plotting its demise. We see this come out of Rome with the Jesuits after they take over the world through some unfortunate circumstances, whether it be cataclysm or the sun disappearing or even some type of plasma apocalypse. You have the early Tartarian Age and the fall of Tartaria. The fall of the Tartarian Age is within the last 600 to 300 years, where there were many changes that took place. In the 1700s, California was an island on many maps. There's no possible way that this could be just an error if the history they tell us is true. There's also countless problems for the founding of many cities that many channels have covered the inconsistencies and pointed out that there's many things that don't really make sense. At some point, there was a steampunk type age in Europe and America, where aether-free energy technology was being used. This is not necessarily the technology of Tartaria, but after these empty cities of Tartaria were being filled, they began finding ancient advanced technology from the Church of Isa. They found them in the churches, train stations, and are now called government buildings. These were re-engineered to develop many of the technologies that we use today. There were still leftover nations of Tartaria in this age, and it wasn't until 1812 that they had been fully conquered. Now, early Tartaria is within the last 1,000 years. This is at its prime. We hear about this in many of the myths around the world, where teachers came and taught the arts and sciences and fundamentals of civilization. They established their spiritual priesthood around the world. And look, I'm not really one of those zeitgeist guys, that brings up astrotheology and just says, Jesus never existed. I think he could have possibly been a druid. But this is ultimately the story of a spiritual helper who existed during this time of cataclysm to come and help others who were unaware of their spiritual power from within. Fomenko, which if you haven't heard of his work, suggests a completely different chronology than our modern timeline. He suggests that the dates for the Old Testament are actually of a much more recent time, and it is the New Testament that is actually of a more ancient origin. Maybe it's possible that Francis Bacon and other Jesuit occultists of the New World decided to create the Bible in such a cryptic and spiritually influencing spell that would ban humans from using magic or pursuing spiritual enlightenment for themselves. Maybe they thought that this was the best way to protect humanity from another cataclysm. As I mentioned with Francis Bacon's book, The New Atlantis, they wanted to create a scientifically run society or tyranny that will be the new Atlantis. It won't fall and fail like the last one. Was that the goal?
Remember when we first met? It was at recess. I was just sitting there all alone. Then you came over and shared those cookies your mom made. And that was the moment I knew we'd be friends. And even after all we've been through, the ups, the downs.
Well, how would they accomplish that? Well, they would just completely remove magic from the picture. Yeah, but we can't just take it away. It's not something physical. It's a natural right and process of reality. You have to relabel it and give another solution. The solution was, all you have to do is believe in Jesus, and you will be spiritually saved. Don't go through the work and training of mind that is required to go through such an ancient, sacred tradition of understanding and knowing God. All you need is this physical book and Jesus, and you will have everything you need. For many, that's true. And there's no intention to take that away from you. However, if we look at the tyranny of the church and the removal of knowledge of the past age of the church, we see a deliberate attempt to remove ancient knowledge from passing on into this next age. Ancient knowledge is the perception of the world. It's the cosmology of the past. They needed to remove this concept that God is actually within man. This is the foundation for how the original church had practiced their philosophy, and it was not seen as blasphemous at all. Many advanced intellectual minds were created from this ancient philosophy of spiritual planes, and faculties resulted from their practice. Modern examples of magic include Satanism, which has nothing to do with the ancient tradition. They just have radicalized a compressed and oversimplified version of magic for evil and sometimes simply for cultural influence. New Ageism is the wokeness in spirituality. Things like the secret law of attraction or these cringy occult stores that are trying to sell spirituality to you. They have made occult knowledge look like a joke in the modern day. Then you have these elite cabal Luciferians, if you want to call them that, or who are taking part in magic. So, is magic evil? No. First off, if it wasn't for many of these individuals, I'm not sure we would know anything about the occult. Sure, I think many of these individuals partook in spreading propaganda to a degree, but let's just take Manly P. Hall, for example. Now, there are some weird things about his story for sure, and he was a high-ranking Freemason or whatever, but that by no means takes away the knowledge presented in his works. You can call him evil, you can say he's elite, but until you actually read his works, you'll find it's just not the case. Magic is not only the ability to make change in the real world through different practices and the implications that follow, such as the cosmology of mind over matter, but it's the foundation for spiritual practice and enlightenment. We shouldn't avoid it simply because we see different elite figures who want to use it for control. If anything, it might be the only way to escape tyranny is to reclaim our natural-born magical powers and consciousness. Magic is a tool. You use it on a daily basis. If you're a Christian, you do it unconsciously. Praying is a form of magic. You're wishing for something to happen through a ritual of asking God in some form of repetitive mantra. Any type of hope thinking or belief is a form of magic. Speaking in tongues, baptism, candlelighting, the Eucharist, bell ringings are just some examples of Christian magic. Magic also includes the realm of natural magic. Sprites, nature forces, fairies, as above, so below. These are natural foundations for the way our reality works. You can't just take that away and you can't just claim it's evil. So why would you want to do magic? Well, if you're asking that, you must mean consciously, as it's a part of the way this realm works, and it's a natural process within our consciousness. Why would you want to do conscious magic? To develop faculties for more inner awareness, spiritual astral journeys during dreaming, intuition, guidance, knowledge, and or developing the self and influencing creativity. It is the influence of the genius. Hopefully soon we can change our perspective on magic to preserve it for generations to come. Assist in this process by liking, subscribing, maybe even tell a friend. And all we can hope is that our minds may be unveiled.
Let go of everything you think to be true. Relax the mind and ask the question, do I truly understand what this reality is?
All right, my friends, it's been enjoyable. It's been informative, educational, infotainment. Okay, we're coming up on the 7-hour mark. It's 5:35 a.m. You know what that means. Peace, prosperity, and pineal power, my peeps. And maybe I'll come on today, this Sunday. Merry Christmas Eve, y'all. That being said, health and wealth and prosperity to all of you and yours. If you have loved ones, count it all joy. Be grateful. Be grateful that you are who you are. Hopefully, faithfully, I feel you should be. So if you're here, and I think that is the truth. Much love, y'all. Shutting it down right before we hit 7 hours.